Good morning, everyone watching the One Piece card game here in Canada or US, wherever you're watching from. Welcome. We're here at the Sheraton once again for the One Piece card game regional. We're so happy to have you today. Once again for a day of fun games. We don't have a top cut today, to go for day 2, but people are still paying up for a lot of prizing and a lot of street cred for winning this one.
I mean, it's kind of amazing. It's, we're in Toronto. There's like FIFA going on. It's a beautiful day. There's Pride going on. There's a million things. And here we are in a basement playing some card games, and there's nowhere else I'd rather be.
I agree. It's been such a fun day. I know a lot of you guys are excited to see OP16 because it's been OP15 was a lot of fun, but it was also a really long time too. So people are really excited to see some of these new decks and how they shape up. So we've actually got 2 new decks to show you now. One a little older, but one definitely new. That's gonna be super fun to watch it.
Yeah, and that is kind of the joy of a new meta, right? Is you get new decks, you get to experiment, you get to try new things, and we see, just looking around the room, I was just chatting with some of our friends, and every single sort of like pro player or recognizable name is on a different deck. The meta is not figured out. Everyone is trying to figure it out, and so we have 2 of those decks coming up for you right now. It's going to be Rosinante versus
Goofy
or Goofy.
Or like
Goofy Luffy.
You call it blue, green Luffy or something like Goofy. I think Goofy is kind of a fun one to do. But yeah, no. So Goofy obviously being the new contender in this format. A lot of pros are gravitating towards it because it has a lot of aggression, a lot of card draw, a lot of options. It kind of feels like that high skill cap deck you want to pilot currently in a regional. So.
Exactly. Yeah, and both leaders sort of doing the same thing. They're kind of both cheating out bodies by getting back Dawn or saving Dawn in the case of Rosinante, and so they're kind of similar, kind of different.
Yeah. So we're going to be going into our game very soon. I believe it will be Rosinante going first.
Yep. And so we have Mint versus Bernardo here. Rosinante going first into Goofy. And let's see what the players have in store for us. That was just a quick 1-Dom pass, looks like.
Yep, so no play, no searchers. So we got to hope that there is a 4-cost law already in hand. I think, did you say Mint mulled?
Yes. No, he didn't. He kept, and Bernardo mulliganed.
So we can assume Mint probably would have kept this hand without a searcher if, there was a 4-drop law in hand, just to make sure that's secured. But we're seeing 6 to lead here, so we'll see first how this resolves, followed by the leader ability, so -1 Dawn, which allows you to now play a Trafalgar Law for 2 less. So that allows you to rest 2 to play this 4/6 blocker law, then ramp 1 back because you have less Dawn than your opponent. So that is the standard opener for Rosie.
Yeah, and we're just seeing that Rosinante leader effect coming through. That's what he does. He can essentially return a Dawn and then play one of his laws for 2 less Dawn. He can also protect his laws, so if they would be KO'd, he can instead take a life. And of course, for Luffy here, as long as he has Impel Down types on the board, he can restand 2 Dawn. And so we saw the Ivankov search come down. That allows him to search his top 3, take an Impel Down card, play a 2 or less. And it looks like he played the Daz Bones off that, which allowed him to draw a card. And then Daz Bones, of course, can copy or can gain a lot of power, I should say, if he has a Dawn attached, as long as Bernardo has 5 cards in his hand.
Yeah, so not a bad opener from Bernardo's side having this developed. Definitely a way to recover, considering that, on your second Dawn turn, you want to play 2 2-drop bodies. Missing that, not great, but this Ivankov is helping you recover on the 4 Dawn turn to get a body, at least 3 bodies set up. So moving towards that restand event ability. But we're going to pass back to Mint here.
Yep, and that 1-drop Luffy coming down, allowing him to, again, just keep searching for the pieces that he needs, finding more Impel Down cards. And then that Luffy gains power with a Dawn attached for every unique name that you have. This is sort of the feature of this new Luffy, and that you sort of want to collect all of the Impel Down characters on your board, all of your favorites, all the greatest hits of Impel Down.
All the All-Stars.
All the All-Stars. The more you have, the stronger Luffy gets. And of course, we also have the restand event that also has a similar requirement that we might see here coming out in this game.
Yep.
And it looks like just a 6 swing coming through gets immediately countered with that Galdino that was searched off of the Luffy. Just using Galdino here as a 2K. Oftentimes, you don't want to use your other 2K, which is Prisoners of Impel Down, unless you have multiple in your hand, because you can cheat them out with Buggy. So just playing the Galdino here, and we see another swing coming through immediately.
Yeah, so usually this is like Rosie's opener, which is like 6 with leader, -1 Dawn for leader ability, so you can now set up the Rosie Law and drop that, and then you swing 6 again with the Trafalgar Law, and then you drop the 6/8 afterwards.
Yeah, that's something to keep in mind if you're looking to play.
Ooh, 2 1s.
Wow.
That's expensive.
That is expensive.
Yeah.
And here comes the Rosinante and Law. This is the heart, this is the engine of the deck. So it counts as both Trafalgar Law and Rosie. It's a blocker, and of course, if the number of Dawn cards on your field is equal or less to your opponent's, you draw one card and you get a Dawn. So this is doing everything you want. It replaces itself in your hand. It gets you back the Dawn that you essentially had to pay for leader effect. And it's reminiscent of cards like Sanji Pudding for GP Luffy. It's just the engine of the deck. You always want to play this. You always want to see this on curve. And we also do see the Rosinante Searcher coming out, just allowing him to search for a Law card.
Yeah, so passing to Bernardo here, going to 6 Dawn turn, so no bow available yet. So on your 6 Dawn turn, there's a bunch of plays you can do. You can do 2 4s, you can do a bunch of 2s, you can try to develop a 5-drop and then restand some Dawn. But here you're going to start thinking about what you can do here. And Bernardo starting off with potentially a 5 swing here, trying to bait Mint into a block maybe, because then a Luna can be really good, or I know your Strong can be very strong here. So yeah, let's see what he has in terms of freeze options, or if that will be the line he takes. Buggy dropping 5 and draw a card and play an impel down from hand. Nice.
Yep, there we go. There's our first prisoner of the game, breaking free of the legendary prison, as it were, with the help of Buggy. And going to use leader effect to stand 2 Dawn. So Bernardo still has 3 Dawn here to play with. And the question is, what does he want to do with it? Does he want to turn a character sideways to keep the pressure up? I mean, you could certainly swing like a 5 and a 6 and a 6 if you really want to put down a lot of pressure on this turn. But then, of course, your board goes sideways and you lose your unique names should Mint choose to clear it. And it looks like we're just going to start off with a 6 swing because there are 5 unique names on the board. And that's going to be a take, no trigger from Mint. Still 2 Dawn remaining, and it looks like we're going to see a 7 swing coming through. So Daz Bones will gain plus 3,000 power because he has a Dawn attached, making him 5, and then the 2 Dawn on top of that make this a 7k swing, requiring 2 cards from hand from Mint, or he will have to take this going down to 2 life. And of course, your life is a double resource as Rosinante because you can also use it to save your board. So you sometimes want to keep your life a little bit high in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, it's really in Rosie's side to decide whether he wants to take the life or to protect his board. Like having to be able to be the one who chooses where basically your swing is going technically.
Yeah.
So yeah, we see Mint going into his next turn now. So yeah, Bernard doesn't turn his board sideways. So a lot of things are probably going to get cleared this turn. So he's not going to have. He wouldn't have the setup anyway to use Impel Down, the event to restand. But still, it looks like he's going for a different line where he's going to try to apply more pressure in the mid-game before setting up the combo, just because he needs more cards out of hand or Mint to have a lower life total before he can comfortably go for it.
Yeah, but it looks like a 5 swing coming through. Not clear where that's going. It could be life. It could also be at the board, and Bernardo's thinking whether to block here or not. It looks like that was going to life because a 1k was given. That's the new Galdino. Getting tossed out here early, and we're going to see a Wiper. And that's why he didn't swing at the board. Why do you need to clear these weenies when you can just Wiper them?
Interesting deck choice. I know a lot of people are running this Wiper for the NL matchup, for this Goofy matchup, being able to play it on the right turns. It's a weird card to include because it's often unsearchable for most lists. But yeah, if you ever see it in this kind of situation, it can be very punishing.
Exactly, and of course that just allows him to turn his life face up and then give all of your opponent's characters minus 2,000 and KO all of your opponent's characters with 0 power or less and attach a rested Dawn. So Wiper he does a lot.
Yeah, Wiper is now a new guard of the Impel Down prison. Yeah.
Yep, okay, and it looks like just swinging 6. I believe that was countered. And then passing the turn back, so choosing to leave Rosie Law standing because you just don't want it to get Luna'd, you don't want it to get frozen. And it's also a blocker, so you want to have the options with that card. And if you turn it sideways, you're sort of limiting yourself. And of course, Bernardo would likely just take that hit or give you the character. Going to be the 8 Dawn turn, so we'll likely see a Boa coming down. Oh, it's going to be a
Gravity Blade. Oh, nice. Yep. So that's 2 things off the board. So that does help you recover. Going 2 for 2 and then 2 for 2 back, it's a pretty good back and forth. That's why I think this matchup's super fun to watch because both sides have a lot of tools to answer the other and to extend the game. So both of these are very mid-rangey, high-skill decks.
I love that. Like this is literally the players just going back and forth, one punch, back and forth. And both seeing their tech cards as well. Like both seeing the card you want to see in the matchup, Mint seeing Wiper, Bernardo seeing Gravity Blade, allowing him to just get rid of a Rosie Law because of course Rosie cannot protect a bot deck effect, so he can only protect KO. And so this is really good, and this is actually a rematch for these 2 players. They played on stream last time, and so Mint is trying to get his revenge. And the players are just going blow for blow here. 8k swing coming through. That was looking like that was at the Law, and then he chose to protect it? Yeah.
Yep. So into the Law. So now the leader ability is no longer active though, so if there's another KO effect or KO done to a Law, it won't be active. So technically, Bernard could still choose to swing this 6 into the law to tax. So this prisoner can swing into this law and force something to happen. But nope, it's actually 5 to lead again. Oh, and actually, Mint's hand is looking only at 2 cards. You can swing the 6 into the Rosie now and actually demand 1 more card.
Yeah.
But no, Bernard's going to choose to pass here.
Yeah, just saying I want to use that prisoner as a blocker because, of course, the buggy effect allows you to turn any prisoner on your board into a blocker. Taking a hit for the clown here. And Mint is on the ropes. Losing that Gravity Blade really did a lot of work. 5 at Eva. That's just going to fall.
Yep.
Eva did their job. Played out a body, swung. That's everything you want from that card.
Yeah, still 2 6K swings left. There's still a Sokka potentially coming down. I think Mint does. I think he might have one in hand potentially. I'm not seeing it. Yep. So yeah, Sokka is a very good tool for clearing the board and suppressing the board as well as ramping your Dawn. But we're seeing a 7 come through. I'm assuming that's going to be to leader and just.
It may have been to buggy actually, yeah, and it was.
Ooh.
So just saying, I don't think you have the 2K to protect the buggy, or I don't think you want to give me the 2K to protect the body. So both players are just sort of like going for board here, sort of pivoting into this weird mid-game state with a low economy, where neither player really has the engine that they want to have online. Luffy doesn't have a bunch of different names for the restand event. Rosie doesn't have his Rosie laws to set up a wall. And so this is getting scrappy. I like it.
Yeah. Okay, it makes me wonder what's in Bernardo's hand, because we haven't seen a lot of the 2 drops be played yet. So is he holding back some cards that just aren't super playable in this matchup? Is there a turn he's waiting for to set up a full 5 board all at once? Gotta see.
It can sort of be a little bit scary when Goofy has a bunch of cards, because they could either have a bunch of like Lunas and things like that that they're just waiting to play later to stall out the game, or they could just refill their board in 1 turn. And so you don't quite know. We see that leader effect looks like coming through, returning the Dawn that was used to swing to play out the secret rare law. That law will have rush here, so able to just swing right away for 6.
Yeah.
And then, of course, he can trash a card from his hand and trash the character to gain a life and play out another law. But first, going to swing 7 with Wiper. That will also get taken. This is a lot of pressure. Bernardo is down to 1 life here. And we are going to see Mint able to heal back to 3 life.
And drop a Rosie Law.
Oh, he found another one. And, of course, that Rosie Law drawing him a card, allowing him to ramp an active Dawn. So he still has 3 Dawn here.
Yep.
And just going to pass the turn over, it looks like, saying, I could have slow beam in hand, saying I could have a number of events that you have to play around here. The I Love You event would allow him to counter for 2, take back a 2K. And so that's why I love this matchup. Now it looks like Bernardo's on the ropes. I thought Mint was on the ropes. What's happening?
I know. And like Mint was, only 2 cards in hand and somehow has developed this board and drawn a card and ramped. Like,
and life.
The fact that each card kind of is self-replacing to a degree is just so good. And also that life total is looking much safer now, because now Bernardo needs enough swings to kind of crack through that life. So he's nowhere close to getting a lethal position. So Bernardo has to kind of once again swing this board back towards his favor. So he's got to think about how he does this.
Yeah, exactly. He does have a lot of Dawn to work with. And he should still have quite a few cards in hand as well. So going to start with 1, probably a Searcher. Luffy coming down, looking at the top 3, grabbing an Impel down. Looks like the Search is a Prisoner, a Boa, and a Croc. So this will tell us a lot about what he wants to do on this turn based on what he takes here.
Yeah, if he takes the Boa, it's likely that he doesn't actually have too impactful play right now. I don't think he would take the Prisoner unless he was worried about potentially losing to basically if he needs to stay alive and he needs a 2K desperately. And then the last card in the pick was, forget what it was. It was a Croc.
Yeah.
Which doesn't really have a target for bouncing right now. So it'd be like a value play that would require a 2-Dawn character to be in play first, because you can only bounce something that's 2 or greater.
Yeah, so just opting for the 2K. So that is relatively suggestive that maybe Bernardo already has some sort of a win con in hand, because we kind of saw there 2 different ways to win the game. We saw the Boa line, which doesn't feel that good, and then we also saw the Croc, which would be kind of a value play and to go wide. And Bernardo's just opting for the 2K here, saying I need to stay alive, and likely already maybe has some ways to refill the board. Of course, that Bon Carré coming down, Mr. 2, that will allow him to draw a card, and then that will, with 1 Dawn attached, allow him to copy the leader's power. Not as relevant in this case, but it's just with 1 Dawn, it's an easy 6K swing.
Yep. It's functionally a 5K body.
Yeah, exactly.
So we'll see what happens from here. Bernardo hovering a 4 Dawn, so
a Galdino might be really nice just to freeze up the board, draw 2 cards. Could actually, if he already had a Croc, that might be why he didn't take it here. He could play it, bounce Mr. 2, and then just draw a card and have a blocker. Looks like Bernardo thinking here, maybe just to swing.
5 lead, yep.
Gain some information.
Just do a tap,
Yeah.
see if Mint takes a greedy block here, maybe.
Yeah.
Take, no trigger.
All right, so that does get taken. And so now Bernardo has to think about what he wants to do. He needs to build a defense and an offense simultaneously, and that's exactly what Crocodile will allow him to do here. Bouncing the Mr. 2 to hand, because of course Crocodile will bounce anything that on your board, essentially, as long as it's greater than 2 cost, but then he must play a 2 cost or less impel down. So he just bounced Mr. 2 to hand, played it again, drew a card. Now he has a blocker. Mr. 3 coming down, going to pop that, can freeze something on the board and draw 2. Probably going to freeze, looks like Wiper here. Just a heads up play, knowing that Mint might not want to swing the Rosie Law. And so Bernardo's kind of doing what I said. He's building a defense and offense simultaneously.
Yeah. He technically can have the combo active next turn. He does have 2 6K bodies lined up, so he can potentially play out a Galdino to be the 5th slot and then have his restand combo ready. But we'll have to see what he... Well, first of all, he has to make it through this turn. If Mint has a way to go for lethal potentially here. Not quite sure Bernardo's hand size, so can't quite tell how healthy he is.
Yeah.
But...
And it's kind of scary because, I mean, there is a Dawn up here, so we know that Luffy has a number of events that can be played here that can give plus 3,000 power. We have a blocker as well on the board, 1 life, and only 3 swings, potentially 4 if we wanted to swing the Weenie. So Mint probably not feeling so good about going for game here because, of course, he could just get reverse swept on the next turn if Bernardo could hold off. And starting with looks like a 7K swing.
Asking for the event or the 2 cards. And Bernardo's going to give the 2K and a...
What's the other card here? Thinking about it, he might need that 1K.
1K.
Okay, it is going to be... It's always painful to throw away the Mr. 3. Just always allowing you to extend the game to keep drawing cards, but sometimes you need that 1K, and potentially Bernardo needs another 1K. It could be like a Daz Bones or something that he might have been thinking about to refill his board to go for that restand event.
Yeah.
And Mint just thinking here.
Yeah. Still, I think all 8 Dawn available for him. So he's resting 7, playing the Sokka, so giving -1 Dawn, giving something -6K power, not just for the current turn, but also for the following turn as well. So now this
choosing the
prisoner is
here.
-6.
Yep. Again, we see both players kind of sort of freezing or minusing characters that they think will want to swing, because Crocodile, of course, if you swing it, then it's no longer a blocker. So we're just seeing kind of the logic here between what they choose to freeze, and this is really heads up. And it looks like we saw that Sakazuki effect coming through, so that allows him to rest a Dawn to gain or ramp basically 2 Dawn back.
Mint thinking about... He's hovering this 1 Dawn. I think he's thinking about attaching it and swinging 7 with the Law as well. He's trying to gauge, I think, how safe he is if he does so.
Yeah.
He was...
And we see actually, we can see he does have a hand filled with counter here. It looks like 2 2Ks and then a Divine Departure. So Mint's win con here is likely just to hold out, to survive.
Yeah.
To stay strong in the face of all of these impel down shenanigans.
We're seeing a 6 come through, though. So Mint has no fear. He can also replace this with a... Well, I don't... Yeah, he doesn't have another Law blocker in hand, but, you know, if he did, he could replace it as well after swinging. But Bernardo's going to take... If Bernardo takes here, I think it's a sign that he's just going to go for it next turn. I think he has no choice.
Yeah, this could be a little bit of a bait here, saying, do you really want to turn sideways? And it looks like Mint not taking that bait, saying, I've got counter. I think I can survive. And now it's on Bernardo. He's really on the ropes. He has no life. Now, don't count out Luffy. Luffy can still actually potentially go for another turn here as well. But it's got to be... It's a little bit scary. And this is the point in the game where it's kind of like, what win con do you have?
Yeah.
With Goofy, they have usually a Boa with a Brook shenanigans restand, or they play the Impel Down, we're going to Navy HQ event that allows them to restand their board and potentially have like 10 swings coming your way. And so which win con does Bernardo want to go for here?
Yeah.
And is he backed into a corner? Or can he try to, again, just maybe Galdino freeze something? Live another turn with blockers and just keep poking away, because of course Mint only has 3 cards in hand. Starting with the 5 the
lead.
Slow turn of the 5.
So here, a lot of information he'll pick up here, because if he sees a 2K, he gets some knowledge off this too. He can make some of his other swings a little taller as well. So 2K. So he can technically use the restand event if he's able to drop just a single body. He can restand some Dawn. and then he can go for further. So 6. So with the Croc turning sideways, I have to guess there's some way to use the restand event. There must be a body you can play, followed by restanding 2 Dawn, then swinging the other bodies, and then restanding, and then going for it.
Yes, because he would need a minimum of 2 Dawn, right, to get out the next body, and then he will need 1 Dawn to attach to Bon Curé.
And then 1 to Luffy as well.
And then 1 to Luffy as well, yeah. So Mint has to be sort of thinking ahead here, seeing the future, using some observation hockey to try and figure out, okay, how many Impel Down characters are coming to my Navy HQ, and asking to see the trash here, just getting informed about what could be coming out, getting informed about, can you survive another turn, potentially. I think that's maybe what I'd be thinking here. Like, do you have another Mr. 3? Just confirming what the what Galdino can do here as well if that were to come out. And so Mint really has to think, how many swings can I survive? How do I allocate my Dawn?
Yeah, you see him hovering the Galdino. He's trying to read exactly what the effect is.
Yeah.
Because he wants to make sure that, what can it attach to. So it can't technically attach to the Impel Down prisoner, but it won't, with it being a 0k power, it's likely not going to actually get a real swing through.
Yeah. And
so
does give 2K. The 2K.
All right, so
down to 1 card in hand, and we know that's Divine Departure. So the next hit will have to be taken here or blocked. And so we can see Bernardo just thinking, taking his time.
6.
Going to be another 6 swing coming across here at Rosinante. Of course, copying the leader power. So 5,000 plus 1 Dawn gets us to 6,000. And Mint in a bit of an awkward spot. He's thinking, do I block? Do I take?
I think I'm trying to think of what he's doing. I think there's a world where you block here because you don't want to give away the information of what's in your hand. Because if you take this 6, the 7 now costs 2 cards. But if you block here, then 7 comes, potentially a 7 comes across the next swing, and you don't have to counter that.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? And you just take that hit.
Yeah, and I think the read here, too, is Mint does not have a 2K, would be, I think, my read.
Yeah.
I think you would give the 2K if you had it. And so we'll see how Bernardo adjusts to this.
2 Dawn. So if Bernardo uses the Galdino here, nope, it's going to be... So it's just going to be a restand 2 Dawn. It's not going to be any kind of trick on the 2 Dawn play. Just fill the board with 5. So now the Impel Down event for restand is active. So from here, it's pretty standard where the line will be... Oh, wait. He didn't swing his Luffy? Oh. I wonder if he's trying to go for taller swings then?
Yeah, potentially. Thinking about going for the taller swings here. Because he could have restood the 2 Dawn from Daz Bones and attached to the Luffy and still had enough.
Yeah.
So it's going to be that 6 swing coming through again. Ooh. And now it really depends on what Mint drew. We just don't know.
I think I might see I Love You event.
That would be, if he got that out of life, that would be huge here. That would be exactly what he needed.
I wonder if Bernardo recognizes that he missed a swing.
Yeah.
Because I think that 1 swing might be the difference maker.
Yeah. Yeah, and it looks like Mint did draw the event, right? So he is just going to take.
Take, okay.
Yep. Maybe wanting to have perfect information before he decides how to counter.
Yeah.
No, wants to know maybe is that a 2K in life? Is that another event in life?
6 lead.
Another 6 comes through. We still have 2 Dawn standing. The 6 gets blocked. Okay, again, Mint just really doing a good job here of not giving away anything.
6 lead.
Yeah. And if there's a 6, that gets DD'd.
And 6 lead.
And 6 lead.
Oh,
it wasn't. It was lightning. Oh,
such a close game. You can never count this goofy deck out because of that Impel Down event. I keep calling Impel Down All-Stars to myself because that's just how I see the events.
My goodness.
Oh,
wow.
That was tight. I love Dr. Bernardo after and see his thoughts in the last. There's so much tension at the end there. Both players are on a razor's edge. I could lose, they could lose. Both of us can clear our boards.
Wow.
I think Bernardo's recognizing that there was some difficulty with his early game start, so he needed to kind of go for a Hail Mary play.
Yeah,
so he definitely played to his outs.
I mean, I'm so happy that's what we started with. We started with a trip to Navy HQ. This is what the new deck does.
Navy versus the Navy versus the Impel Down.
Impel Down versus Navy. Yeah. But this is what Luffy does. This is why Luffy is such a popular deck. It's the new contender, the new kid on the block for a reason, and that's exactly why.
Yep.
Just a million swings coming out of nowhere. How do you respond? How do you counter?
5, 6, 7, 7.
Unbelievable.
Just crazy. Getting 12 swings in a turn just to Yeah, such a fun game. But yeah, that's our first game of the day. I'm excited for way more of these because, like, yeah, this whole day we'll be trying to show you as many of the new decks as we can. Lots of fun matchups and lots of really great players around here. So stay tuned, guys. We're gonna have a lot of fun stuff too. But yeah, no, what a great game to start off with. But yeah, I'm a huge Goofy fan, so I hope to see more of it. Yeah.
Yeah, see you guys soon.
No.
Hello.
Who am I with today?
My name is Brendan.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And were you playing in the main event today?
I am.
Oh, okay.
I am.
And what is the deck you're playing?
I'm playing Blue Buggy, OP16
the
Buggy.
the outfit,
prisoner
the drip. It's so sick.
Yes,
It's so
thank
sick.
you, thank you.
Are you usual buggy player, like blue player?
No, usually I play Red Green Chopper. It's my main deck.
Let's go.
But
Let's go.
it's hard to win on Red Green Chopper.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So
Our
I've been
boy.
going with Buggy for now.
So you would say that your chopper deck is like your pet deck, something you just play with for fun.
I mean, I started the game and it was the first deck I played. He's my favorite character in the anime. I love Chopper. He's the
So
best.
you started in OP8, OP08.
I started OP14 and my boy was like, yo, I can build you a deck. And I'm like, all right, I'll try it.
And it's
New to the game, I played Chopper.
Oh my god.
And I lost a lot.
Can agree. That was also my favorite deck, and I just always lost. And you're like, but it's my boy. You gotta represent the boy.
You gotta represent.
Bandai really needs to make another Chopper.
I've been predicting this. I don't know if it's a prediction, but
Okay.
it's my hope and dream.
What
we
color?
need a yellow Chopper.
Yellow red.
Yellow red.
Yellow
Chopper.
red.
Yellow red Chopper
Right?
that heals. 'Cause
But
he's a
also rough.
doctor.
Yeah. But he's like, the ball that he has. He gets all.
He gets big.
He gets huge, and
Yeah, the rumble balls.
he can mess up some people. He can mess up.
Chopper can do damage.
Yeah, Chopper can do.
Hey, people doubt Chopper, but he's
the
up
GOAT.
there. He's the goat.
He's the
well,
GOAT.
He's the reindeer, but yeah,
You're right. You're right.
they're right.
So you got an OP14,
Yes.
and other than Chopper, what was your other deck that you used to play?
The other deck that I was Sabo.
Okay.
Black Red Sabo.
Red Sabo.
But I hadn't got to like Dressrosa in the anime, so I didn't really know who he was. I have a rule that I only play good guys. I would never play an evil character.
Oh,
so Buggy's
I love
like
that.
on the edge, but I love Buggy, so
Buggy's so funny.
it's the best.
So how far are you in the anime right now?
I am in Dressrosa at the moment.
Ooh, Dressrosa is so good.
I've been loving it. It's awesome.
Where in Dressrosa are you?
I'm actually getting to the end. He's fighting Dofi right now. It's only Dofi left. The executives are dead. I'm cheering. I'm excited.
Goosebumps. Oh, Dressrosa was such a good arc.
So such a
a good arc. Dofi,
The worst.
the worst.
The absolute worst.
I think he's probably one of the worst villains in One Piece.
100%. I mean, to that point where I'm at,
Yes.
he's bad.
He's
really
him,
bad.
Hate him. No Dofi like
No
here.
Dofi.
No
Honestly,
Dofi.
if I see a Dofi deck, I'm gonna have to actually win. I'm gonna have to actually try. Yeah.
So, and you're gonna keep on with the main event today?
Yeah, I'm gonna until it's done.
Till it's done. I love that.
Even
And
if I go 0-9, I'll be fine.
you're just having fun. I
Yeah.
love that. I love
Damn
the
right.
attitude. You just gotta have fun with the
gotta have a
game.
good time.
Like, so what if you lose? You're just having a good time. Just
Some people take it too serious. I take it less serious. More fun.
I see.
But shout out to those who do. My friend's actually playing the stream game right now.
Oh,
Yes.
sick. Oh, okay.
Shout out to Cody. I hope he wins.
What is he playing?
He's playing Rosinante. Some backstory as well. Indress
Yes. Oh, well, thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
And good luck with your
Yes.
matches.
Yes.
And have a good one.
You as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
welcome back to Unsung Events One Piece Regional here in the North Blue in Toronto at the Sheraton. I'm joined by my co-caster Vandal, and we just saw a really crazy game one with a little bit of Rosinante versus Goofy.
Yeah, a really fun skill matchup already, and I'm assuming that today's going to be full of these high skill matchups. So I think that's going. I think you've picked out a really nice fine wine for us to savor on, another high skill matchup that I think you enjoy.
Yeah, so we're going to keep Goofy going. So we've got another Goofy player here going to be piloted by Pat. His first time on stream. Let's cheer for him because he is up against the Titan, the legend, the man himself, Jonas, playing Purple Enel.
Yeah, that is some of the craziest things about playing in these regionals, is that you could be playing round 2 and you're like, why am I facing a Worlds invitee?
Right.
Like, why am I facing someone who's like been to Worlds and like topped this many times? I'm like, it's a round 2, it's Saturday morning.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing about these events is not only can you play against a world champion, basically a professional player, but there's a lot on the line too. I mean, I was just kind of trying to imagine it, but the prize pool is like $500,000 when you think about it. That's how much the players are competing for. If you add in the treasure cup, it's like $1 million of prizing being competed for this weekend.
That's crazy, and that's both probably USD and Canadians. That's like
I'm not converting.
Yeah, I'm not converting. Yeah, but no, that's definitely a lot to compete for. But yeah, really excited to see these two players face it off to try to get to those higher rankings, to kind of get some of these like big cool prizes. But it's gonna be Goofy versus Enel. So it's gonna be super back and forth, lots of aggro both sides. So let's hop right into it.
Pat
so
versus Jonas, and we saw that Jonas won dice roll. Both players kept their hands. Jonas chose to go first. He's starting off with the pudding search, allowing him to search his top 4, going to take an event, and he does grab the Vari here, just allowing him to boost cost, get out of pesky Lunas and things that can freeze him later. And it's going over to Pat here on his 2 Dawn turn. And just as a reminder, our Enel leader only has a 6 Dawn deck, right? And then after his second turn, he can essentially ramp infinitely back to 6 Dawn, and he wants to just keep playing cards and making use of that 6 Dawn to cheat out big bodies. Goofy, as long as he plays Impel Down characters, can restand 2 Dawn every turn, and he started off with a Luffy search, double Luffy, searching the deck for Impel Down.
yeah, so we expect Enel to have this naturally going first curve that's very strong, because you have to develop an Enel so early in the game. You get a lot of aggression, you get a lot of swings. Being a 5 health leader against a 4 health leader also does mean that, yeah, you're going to have that tempo advantage. But yeah, Pat's going to still be able to develop a pretty big board. So we're already seeing 3 bodies come out, 2 Luffys and a Boncrate, and it's only the first turn.
Yeah, so that Luffy searched the Boncrate, then he restood 2 Dawn and played the Boncrate, and like that's crazy. On your 2 Dawn turn, 3 bodies on the board, and of course with a Dawn attached, all of these bodies become a lot stronger than they appear. And it looks like 5 swing coming through from Jonas. That just gets taken right away. And going to play an Ohm minus a Dawn, which will allow him to draw a card. 2 Dawn remaining here. Likely we're going to see maybe a couple more small weenie bodies coming out with that extra Dawn. Yep, it's going to be the Shura next. Same thing, returning a Dawn, drawing a card. Remember, this is not a cost for Purple Enel. Can return Dawn forever, because here it is. It's all back again. 1 active, 4 rested, getting attached. 2 Shura to swing for 6.
Yeah, so see that's 6 swinging, 2 leads, still 2 Dawn up. Not sure what it's for specifically, but yeah, still lots of plays to be made with all this Dawn. Both of these aggro Dawn manipulation leaders, but this 6 is going to get taken by Pat. Pat dropping out of 2 life. So that's pretty low.
Yeah.
And we're seeing Elthor get used, so it's going to buff the pudding and then KO and then swing another 5. So just getting a card out of hand. So both these leaders have these self-replacing units, these weenies. And yeah, it's actually going to be a Galdino that's pitched here, so that won't be an option for the future turns to stop an Enel, or maybe there's more in him.
Yeah, I'm loving the start from Jonas. He's just putting on a masterclass here of how to put the aggression on in this matchup. Now, of course, Pat may not have wanted to give a 2k on that 6k swing, maybe wanting to keep it for later, because of course Prisoner of Impel Down doubles as a 2k and an important body. But also you're okay to go down in life as Goofy as well. It's not as scary as it seems, because really when we think about Purple Enel, they can only swing 7s and 8s if they don't have the 6 drop on the board, and of course you can freeze that. So you can go down low in life, and you can play this game where you're on a low life total, and you're kind of keeping your cards close to your chest, tapping 2 Dawn. He's going to play out the Mr. 2, draw a card, use the leader effect, restand 2 Dawn, and drop a 4-drop Crocodile. That will allow him to bounce anything that he would like, but then he can only play an Impel Down character with a cost of 2 or less, replaying the Mr. 2 and drawing a card.
And then Pat will pass there. So the one action of the turn of this game was swinging and clearing the pudding. But Jonas still has more bodies to swing across next turn, so he will still get a chance to pepper some 5s and 6s in. Or he can just choose to drop an Enel right now and just drop the first big box monster of the game. But it looks like hovering 4, so no, it's not going to be Enel. It's going to be one of the 4 drops. So maybe a Reiju or a Frankie, or it's going to be Reiju, which I believe is 2 events off from being active. Oop, and we see key 10 get used. -1, applying to the Croc. So Mamaragan can now rest it, and we will see it. The Reiju is now active. It is now a 7k body and +5 cost.
Yeah, and I really like this play from Jonas. We don't know whether he had the Enel or not, but I often wonder in this matchup if you even need the Enel, because it just gets frozen anyway, and it can be a lot more effective to just remove your opponent's board and put down so much pressure before Goofy can even just like stabilize or get any sort of threat established. We see the Ohm coming down, minusing the Croc
4
down,
and 4,
and now going 4 at 4.
Yeah. So 4 into 4. So Pat's got to think about this one. Even if he counters out, another 5 is going into it, and then potentially another 6.
Yeah.
So this Croc is not long for this world. The question is, how awkward do you want to make the turn on Jonas' side? Like, is there a world where you actually can give up less counter by countering out this?
Yeah, exactly. And so do you want this Croc to sort of act as a pseudo blocker, or do you just want to let it go and then deal with the remaining swings that are going to be coming your way? Opting to just let it go, and the Croc falls. Looks like we're seeing a Vari coming down, returning a Dawn, buffing up the Reiju. This will just allow Jonas to have a more effective leader effect, because of course attached Dawn does not get returned from Enel's leader effect, and so you always sort of want to have 5 Dawn just kind of floating around, and 5 coming through.
Yeah, so just good sequencing here, 5 and 6, just to check for a 1k then a 2k rather than the other way around.
Yeah.
Yep, and that's a 2k that's given here, and then rest 1, it's going to be a pudding search, so top 4 for an event or Sanji, so we see a Lightning Dragon, that's the only pick there, and we see Reiju and a Frankie be bot decked. But no, really good persistent aggression from Jonas' side, so it's on Pat's side to try to turn around on his turn back, and I think that's a pass from there. And this Reiju being an 11 cost means that Galdino cannot stop it from attacking, which is a very good setup. You know, you got an 11k swing potentially next turn.
Yeah, Jonas with just pure aggression here. And we saw Pat, he did pitch a buggy and a prisoner, and so the only reason he would ever do that is if he has another one. So he plays out the buggy. That allows him to draw 1 card, and then he can now play a Prisoner of Impel Down, and he can make that Prisoner of Impel Down a blocker as well when his opponent decides to attack.
Yeah,
using leader, restanding.
Restand 2 Dawn. Here.
And yeah, what do you want to do? Do you want to clear board? Do you want to...
I don't know. I feel like you have to start... you have to swing one of these leafies at least, because it doesn't help you with your combo turn. So this does get something off the board, another 5, and it's going to clear the body too. But a block is available. So Jonas can play a little greedy and just take a block here and potentially just like force one more thing to turn sideways, which is very annoying actually for Goofy, because like having to commit one more unit it means Jonas has one more unit he can swing into potentially, but he's just gonna let it go and say, you know what, it's done its job. As long as I have one weenie, it's good enough.
Yeah, and just note that Luffy is 5,000 power because there are 4 unique names. And like you mentioned, one of the win cons of this Goofy is that he needs to get as many different names out as possible so he can use the Let's Go to Navy HQ event and restand them. That's one win con for the deck. Now, that's not always what you want to go for against Enel, because Enel can deal with your board. And it looks like Pat opting to swing, that would be another 5k swing. And he's just going to put down some pressure. He's saying, I can't have you be at 5 life. I mean...
Yeah. So... yeah, we're seeing a lot of the board sideways, so, you know, Jonas can deny the combo turn and just, you know, deny the ability to use the restand event next turn by just clearing a lot of these bodies off the field. So a lot of things you can swing into, but maybe if you're Pat, you're thinking, you know what, if it's not going to my life, I'm actually kind of happy about that.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, we were just talking about this yesterday. Like, Goofy has the 2 win cons, like we've talked about. There's the restand event, and then there's like Brook shenanigans. But in this matchup, there's also the 3rd secret win con, which is you just play for value. You just keep swinging, you just keep drawing cards, and you try to out-tempo the Enel player while freezing their big threats. And so we'll see if that's maybe what Pat has in mind by turning his board sideways here, because playing for the restand event just feels so bad, because the turn before you do it, they're going to go Mama, rest something, Elthor, KO something, and then you're like, oh, I cannot do what I wanted to do anymore. which is sort of what Edel does to people.
Yeah. Wow. Looking at Jonas' hand, it's all events. So he actually doesn't have an initial play. Like I don't believe he has like a unit to play out first before he goes into the Dawn minusing and the effects. I could be wrong. Maybe there's one play in there. He's hovering the 4 Dawn, but no. He's going I believe that's 7. Yeah, 7 lead.
Yeah, looks like a 7 swing. Just some discussion here. Pat thinking about what he wants to do. A little bit risky to block, of course, but...
Doesn't hurt to assign the blocker, just like assign the blocker value to it.
Yeah, there we go. So is going to block.
Just in case the buggy dies in some way, you know.
Yeah.
So block in 2K.
Yeah, appreciate the players there indicating exactly for us what's happening. Looks like Lightning Dragon just right away saying, okay, I'm going to freeze that prisoner so that he can't block again next turn or put any pressure on me. And 3 Dawn remaining here. Could play out some more weenies. Could just continue putting pressure with a 5 and then return some Dawn to restand it or reuse it later and cycle events. Just a few options here. Going to just cycle first to get some information. This is going to be another Vari, likely going to the Reiju, just giving it a little bit more cost.
Yeah, so
I think
now it's
Jonas
11
needed to
cost.
cycle, though, mainly.
Yeah, I think looking at his hand with how many events he had, he just needs to find another body to play. Because a lot of these events aren't going to, not all of them will self-cycle, and also you need a board to contest the board.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but Jonas is not seeing what he wants here, and that's good for us because we get to see how he navigates these tricky situations that you
there
can
we go.
expect. Here's a Shera coming out, going to return a Dawn, draw a card, keep cycling, look for something here. Look for a turn. Of course, Shura is great in this matchup. That can just go sideways. Clear one of those 0-cost Luffys in a second. And we may see Jonas just switch to doing a little bit of board cleanup here. Kind of changing his strategy from all of that aggression at life. But let's see where this Reiju goes first.
Yeah. I'm assuming to life just because it's a drastic overkill on one of the babies. So I think he's just going to ask for, like, I think 5 cards in Pat's hand. So this still will demand a 2 and a 1.
Yeah.
There's no Dawn for an event. So that's 2 cards from hand to counter out of this. And if you don't, it's a lot of aggression. So
okay,
another Galdino pitched.
Okay. Pat saying, I want to stay healthy in this matchup. Does know that, of course, with that 2 Dawn still active, Jonas could go for another big swing at life should he take that. So it's a little bit scary.
So we see the 2 go into the thing.
Okay, and it looks like, yep, we see a Gamma Knife coming down. Yep, there we go. Looks like minusing on the buggy here. This will allow him to Althor it or Mama it when he gets back his Dawn. This is pretty awkward, though. Looks like it's going to be a 6 swing. Again, I want to see where Jonas goes with this. Is he just going to keep pressuring life?
Because like if he does do another 7 swing,
he's
going
to Althor and then go 7. There we go. Yeah.
Because each 7 is going to demand the 2 cards. Because I don't think Pat can afford to drop down to 0, like to 1.
Yeah.
Like I think. But I mean, if it happens, now Jonas is in like a nice check position where Pat is really only one. Yeah, basically 1 swing away from 0, and then like he has 2 legal swings next turn, so he has a lethal check.
Yeah, and this is kind of interesting. I see what Jonas is doing here, which is essentially putting down tons of pressure with the Reiju and stopping it from getting frozen and saying, I think this is my win con. I think I just kill you with Reiju and make it so that you can never freeze it out. I'll always have that big swing that can put some pressure down. So kind of an interesting path forward that we see Jonas finding in this game. Now, of course, Pat has a lot of Dawn here, 8 Dawn turn, going to play the Daz Bones. That will allow him to draw a card, refill the board. With the Dawn attached, that Daz Bones swings for 6 as long as you have 5 cards in hand.
Yeah.
And so just building back the board. And again, I sort of want to see how Pat plays this, because Jonas is at 4 life. He still has a healthy hand size as well. So if you go life, you're just going to give him a million cards in hand. So you might want to clean up against some more of these weenies. But it does seem like Pat has to make something happen here. Going to play another Crocodile. Tapping 4. Bouncing, replaying. It looks like he also leader affected to play that out. That allows him to draw a card. So he's got 4 Dawn remaining here to play with. Could play another 4-drop. Could swing.
Yeah, I think, I mean, you have to adjust this board to some degree. There's 5 cards in Jonas's hand, so that's 5 cards and 4 life. You're just way too healthy. I think Pat has to go for a really long, drawn-out game here, which is might not even go in your favor, but I think he has to keep extending this game.
Yeah, and I think that is one of the win cons for Luffy, is you draw out the game, you play for value, and of course you can always have an explosive turn where you just force your opponent to take so much life. in a variety of ways. And here we go. It looks like a Dawn is being attached.
Yep.
And that swing coming through.
Yep, so that's going to clear the Shura off the board. So still 3 Dawn remaining and still 1 legal attacker. So you can still swing 8 with this into the Reiju and demand like 1 2K potentially, or 2 1Ks because, you know, obviously you can't use the 2K counter events to protect the board.
Yeah.
So an 8 is a little awkward in the sense that, yeah, you will have to actually give up 2 1Ks or a Mama 1K.
Yeah.
So... And, you know, no Mama means that the Crocodile's going to stay standing, but it might just be a 7 tap.
Yep. Looks like that's going to be just another 6.
Oh, no, till
lead. Yeah. All right, gets taken and passing the turn. And so now Jonas does potentially have a board that could represent lethal in a certain world. I mean, of course, Pat has a Dawn up. He's still got a healthy hand, so I'm not sure we'll see Jonas go for it here, but... Again, that's just the position you always want to make sure that you're in as Enel, that you can always threaten lethal, that you always have a character that can be buffed up by that leader effect to, in this case, like 11, potentially 12 to finish the game, should your opponent not respond to your pressure. Here comes the Frankie, the value play, so you swing 7 with your leader, you return the 2 Dawn you swung with so you can get it back later. Draw 2 cards, pitch a brick from hand, in this case, dropping the secret Enel, saying, I think it's just maybe too slow, it's too late, not my win con here. And Jonas still has 4 Dawn that he could return for events, so probably just thinking about what he wants to do here before using leader effect to go back up to 6 Dawn. We're going to see a Kitten coming through, likely on the Crocodile. Yep, giving that Crocodile minus 1,000 power for the turn.
Yep, going to 7K swing to leader with this Reiju, so still another 7 you can pressure with the Ohm, but nope, that 7's enough for Pat to say, you know what, I'm giving it up. I'm not going to risk getting Mamaragan. This, I believe the prisoner will no longer be frozen next turn, so what we're going to see a Elthor get used to pop the Daz Bones, plus 1 to here, so technically an 8 swing can come off into leader. A Dawn was already used for the event, so if this is going... Oh, it's like, well, 7. There's no need to add the extra Dawn, but 7 going to lead, and that's a take from Pat. So Pat is at 0 now, and 1 Dawn left, going to play the Pudding. And Jonas going to probably just look for an event here to keep him alive. Nope, it's going to be a Light Drag. So technically he can just stun the, yep. He's just going to play it and stun the prisoner again and pass. So Pat definitely in a check position here too. So Pat really has to do a lot of work here to keep this board occupied. I don't think anything is capable of stunning the Reiju other than the 6-drop Croc. And I'm not sure if there's a lethal position here, so got to see how Pat's going to make another turn happen, but that's one of the ways to do it.
Yep. Galdino coming down for 4 Dawn. Of course, you can now pop that Galdino. Freeze a 9 or less. Draw 2 cards.
Can't attack. Draw 2.
And, of course, he can restand 2 of that Dawn when he needs to. Going to tap 2 more first for another Bon Chan coming out here, drawing a card.
Yeah.
And we've got 4 plus leader effect, 6 Dawn to play with. There's the leader coming down. And, of course, similar to our last game here, Pat needs to both mount an offense and a defense at the same time because there is an onslaught of attacks coming his way next turn. Both this Frankie and the Reiju can be given rested Dawn to swing for big numbers if needed. And so we could see Jonas going for just a couple big swings if he has ways to return Dawn, which I think he does. He has quite a few events in hand. And so we have to see... How does Pat use his remaining Dawn? Does he want to pressure? Does he want to play out another blocker? That's the 3rd Croc we've seen of the game. Replaying the Bond.
Bounce and play.
Essentially allowing you to stay hand neutral when you play the card. Going 5 into Ohm, just clearing that body because, of course, that can minus Crocodile quite easily. And then allow him to get Mamaragan. So saying you're going to need at least a Kitten in hand if you want to do something with a Kitten Mama to get rid of my Croc and swing big. 2 Dawn left remaining. Could see maybe 1 attached to a Luffy here. Yep, that's just a 5 swing coming through. I think we will see what Jonas wants to do here. He might just take it for the card.
Yeah, you see Jonas kind of evaluating board state, evaluating hand size, and just saying, you know, I think I can healthily do this.
Yes, exactly. And just there's no reason to protect your life when your opponent's at 0 at this late stage of the game. Better to see the card. You might find another Gamma Knife that allows you to remove the Crocodile and just swing big.
Yep, every swing's going to demand cards now or some kind of response. There's no longer an alternative option. It is it is take and lose
Yeah.
or block and counter. So
Yeah.
we'll see if Pat can stave off the next wave of attacks. Jonas can only get 3 attacks through, but odds are he's going to try swinging tall instead just because he knows that 0 life.
Yeah.
He's going to get more cards out that way.
Yeah, and Jonas in a really commanding position here. Pat does have a big hand size, and so we'll see how Jonas chooses to respond, whether he does just say, I'm going to go for it, if he just says, I've got 2 life, I think I'm just going to hit some cards out of your hand, and then maybe go for it next turn. Looks like he has 2 secret Enels in hand. Could drop an Enel and pitch an Enel, or is that just 1? Maybe it's just 1. Just kind of thinking about whether he wants to go for it or not.
Yeah, these are the turns you want to think about because even
And,
if
yeah.
even though it feels very guaranteed at this point because you have a lot of things in your favor, you don't want to make a play that's going to just like throw the advantage you've built up until now. So Jonas going to go for the safe play and just drop an Enel and look for some tools to help. Yeah, we see him take the Lightning Dragon. Not that it's revealed to Pat, but that Lightning Dragon is going to help him stun this Prisoner of Impel down for 1 more turn and just continue, giving it a little nap.
Yeah, and I love how we've seen multiple times on recent streams these late game Enels coming down. Usually you want to play Enel as soon as you have 6 Dawn, but as it turns out, if you can just stabilize a little bit, you can drop the late game Enel, and that allows you to just find something that you need. When you've already seen so much of your deck, you probably know what you're going to hit. And that's just another big body now that Pat will have to deal with. We'll have to maybe Galdino to freeze. And Jonas will just keep putting on the pressure, slowly chipping away at the hand, knowing he's safe here behind his 2 life. Oh man, this is going to be tough. I'm trying to figure out how Pat can come back from this. Here's the Thor. Just going to keep the board clear. Like, how do you build a board against this? Pumping up the Frankie, just going 6, saying, give me a 2.
Yeah, so no hesitation in no hesitation in just being able to turn that blocker. So I was saying, I think I have 0 threat of dying, especially with this Lightning Dragon in hand. You know that there's like 3 attacks coming through at most.
Yes, exactly. And of course, like, with no buggy on the board, the Croc is actually the only blocker. So should you choose to sort of do some block shenanigans and counter, it's just going to get frozen. So you essentially have to let it die. We see the Shira coming down. That can also clear the Luffy here.
Yep.
Oh no, Pat's
That's
board
gone.
is just getting decimated
6
here.
lead. I mean, there's no more attackers left, so you can't block in 1k technically to save, but Pat's just going to have the 2k from hand.
Yeah.
And there is still one more play that Jonas can make, which is the Lightning Dragon, which I believe he's just saving for this moment.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe just opting to freeze the prisoner. Of course, waiting till the end just to say, like, maybe he does something with Crocodile and he can freeze that instead. Just a better target here. Because, of course, a prisoner cannot block without a buggy to, jump in front of. And let's see here. Going to also just do a Vari. Wow. Just buffing up the Reiju again. This Reiju has been Varied every single turn this game.
Just the match made in heaven. Just the Varis and Reiju.
Vari and Reiju.
Such a good combo together.
Turns out that's all you need as Purple Enel, showing why Enel is favored in this matchup here. And what can Pat do? His board is decimated. His life is decimated. All he has going for him is he still has a relatively healthy hand size, but I don't know how you survive all of this aggression.
Yeah, so I guess going to Pat's side is, I think there's no line where you can quite set up enough attackers to impel down the same turn. You can do this in order to prevent the Reiju from resting, so it can't block or attack in this situation because it cannot be rested at all.
Yep.
So
Maybe a
from
Galdino
here,
freeze the Enel?
you can maybe freeze the Enel. Leader hasn't swung yet, so this 5 swing will demand something. You can clear something off the board. I mean, you can try to clear the bodies a bit.
I think I'm seeing 2 Gravity Blades in Pat's hand. Just not the
that's-
card you want to see in this matchup.
No, that is a very dead card in this matchup. So we have three swings and a blocker. So no, that blocker can't swing. Or that blocker can't be rested. But 3 swings, 2 life. But I think like 5 cards in Jonas's hand. So I don't think there's a lethal line here.
Yeah.
I would think maybe a Luna stops 3 of these bodies. 2 weenies and that. But no, we're seeing a 5 go into the board. So I think we're just committing to maybe trying to clear the board and then setting up another blocker and just hoping that this Enel can't punch through.
Yeah, no, exactly. And this is just, seeing those Ground Blades in hand. I tested Ground Blade in this deck this week, and I had similar situations come up where usually you're only running 2, but when you see both of them, they can sometimes be a dead card. They're just not always as useful as some of the other tech options like Luna, or like I Know You're Strong, which can kind of help in a matchup like this where you could maybe freeze out the Frankie. Of course, as we saw in our first match, Gravity Blade is really good into Rosie, can also be good into Nami. And so that's the trade-off, is that sometimes based on the tech cards you choose, they have to line up with what you see on the day. And this looks like it's going to just be a 7 swing coming
It's a
through.
Frankie.
Yep. 7 to Frankie. That's good. The Frankie does get cleared. And now we have one blocker. We have a frozen Reiju, but we have an Enel that can swing and wants blood.
Yeah, and I think the way that Jonas minused last turn, it looks like it's at 5.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Yeah, so he won't be able to do something like play a blocker and Gamma Knife or do the combo, but he can still swing 8.
Yeah, so 8 coming through. So, oh, I mean, you can't quite block this one because then you're getting just a face full of Enel like right after. But
Yeah.
So you can technically swing this Enel for a really big number, but we're just gonna quickly clear the loop. We're not actually pressed to go for it.
Yeah.
In a way that's risky, right? So
Yeah.
just getting this like clean up here. There's no life, so whatever this Enel swinging must be guarded out in entirety.
Yeah, and I'm still curious if we're going to see what we're going to see here. Okay, it looks like Jonas is going to just return some Dawn, play an Ohm. I was a little bit curious if he was going to just try and remove the the Boa 2 if he had a Gamma Knife. Nope, just using these weenies to return the Dawn that he used for the leader swing,
Yeah.
which allows him to swing for lethal, and that will be Jonas taking the game. The big swing coming through here with the Enel. 15k, no blockers, no life, 2 Grav Blades in hand, and well played from both players. Jonas is going to take it, showing why he is the greatest.
Yep, just Enel with continued I think this matchup's so back and forth too. I think Pat didn't quite see the pieces he wanted to. I didn't think he saw any stuns either. Not that, and then also giving up the Galdinos early is definitely one of those really tough things because. Yes, it's not great against that Rage that's varied, but it's still a very powerful card. The draw 2 on it's very good. But yeah, and then there was even a moment where because Jonas didn't see kind of more bodies to play in that middle game where that low roll could have actually given it, if he had some Galdinos there to recover hand size and just to stun the board a bit, maybe he could have came back as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Great game. I
Galdino
love seeing these decks.
Is it
Yeah,
the Galdino?
Galdino diff? Yeah. Not, no, Galdino's gonna get saved. Yeah, no Sanji's peel off plus stun.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, great game from both those players. So really excited to see more Goofy. I'm still excited to see Enel's, only because now Enel is less favorite in this meta. So now it's more of okay, you better be pretty good at Enel if you're gonna keep playing it.
Exactly, yeah, and that was the decision for a lot of players today. Do I stick with what I know? Do I stick with the deck that won me, for a lot of players, won me top 64s, won me top 8s in the last meta, but is now having a harder time keeping up? But I know it so well, I can play it well, I know how to execute on it. Or do I move to one of these new fancy
one of the new
OP16
fancy
decks that are doing all kinds of cool stuff? And it looks like, well, we know what Jonas decided.
It's comfort and consistency, always a good thing.
Yep.
Especially for 9-round tournaments, it's always good to pick. There's 2 options. I feel like you pick something that's incredibly consistent and say, you know what, no matter what random thing comes my way, I'm going to. No matter what funny business comes my way, I'm going to play consistently and play well.
Yep.
Or you can decide to be the funny business. So that's your 2 options.
I know what you would choose.
Yeah. Either you are an anti-funny business person or you're a funny business person. Those are your 2 options when you play a 9-round tournament. But yeah, I'm excited to see more funny business.
Exactly. Yes, and we will prepare some more funny business for you, some more Impel Down shenanigans, I'm sure, and we will be back shortly. So stick around.
Hello.
Hi.
Who am I speaking with today?
You're speaking with David.
Nice to meet you, David.
Nice to meet you.
And when did you start getting into One Piece?
Funny story. It was about 2 years ago. My wife came home from Anime North with a Yamato starter deck, the yellow one. And I was like, what have you done? Because if we're going to get into TCG, you can't just go half-assed. So it's, now we're here. Thousands of dollars later.
Okay, may have been my fault. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I didn't know you needed 2 starter decks.
I actually don't know who this is.
Yeah, I don't know.
No clue.
No idea who this is. Nope. Okay, so what was your first deck that you ever built?
Ooh, first deck ever built.
And then you really played.
It might have been BY Luffy. out of the starter decks, and that was a bit difficult to play.
For a first time,
Yeah,
BY
as a
is
starter
just
deck,
so
that
many,
was quite difficult.
so many combos, so many things going on. Some out of trash.
So I went,
stealing.
so I went to something a bit lamer after, and I played Rob Lucci. I clearly had something for black decks.
Can confirm. Oh no, I can't confirm. I don't know who this is. So, what do you look for in a leader when you want to play a deck? Like, do you like from trash, manipulating life, manipulating dawn, milling?
I honestly don't look for anything that particular. I usually don't play green for whatever reason. Maybe I just don't like the color.
Resting.
But I
dawn.
usually try, I print out and try like all the decks and then see what clicks and what doesn't. Some decks are super fun and then I play them, and some are
that.
awful and I throw them away.
Throw them. Toss them in the trash. Like Lucci.
No,
Lucci.
Lucci forever.
No Lucci forever. So is this your first regional big event, or?
No, it is not my first big event. Although I'm not playing in the main event, I'm just here to chill and do some
Have a good
side
time.
events.
Side events, have a good time. I like that. We're here to have fun, people. Here to have fun.
Fun, very fun.
Very fun. When there's lots of money involved. Totally fun, not stressful. But anyways,
I haven't seen the prize wall yet, so
Oh.
I don't know how fun it'll be.
I don't know. I haven't seen it either. I don't know. We'll see. So, what deck would you like to see more support for in the next coming sets?
What deck? I know someone that really loves starter deck Luffy, ST21, so I hope more support comes for that. I know the new starter deck's coming out, and there's a few cards that can make it a lot better than it has been, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see if it can compete with Nami and Enel and... I mean, I'm pretty sure it'll be Teach. Fast
Oh
X
yeah,
Teach,
it's it's. But come on, Bandai, my red decks. I need my red decks, please. I want ST. Is it ST21?
I'm pretty sure. I hope that's correct.
The red Luffy. Yes, totally.
Yeah.
That's it. What deck are you very excited about in OP16?
Ooh,
Like that you're playing right now.
I've fallen in love with Teach.
Black.
Of course, because I'm disgusting. But it's been pretty fun, and I really like the lines you can play. There's a lot of options. A lot of people from the outside that don't play it might see that it's quite linear, which it can be, but it is quite complex when you get into the thick of things, because it loses hard to a lot of decks in this format. So you have to figure out a way how to beat those decks.
True, that makes sense. Yeah, especially like the faster decks with smaller bodies and just
Yeah,
boom,
Goofy,
boom, boom, boom.
Yamato, those are difficult
Yamato!
decks to play. You need to get a little lucky in those matchups. Yeah.
But you're having fun. That's the main point.
We're having fun. We're always having fun.
Always having fun.
It is a card game.
Game.
For all.
It's a game. It's a game.
So if you're not having fun, just
Are you also enjoyer of the anime as well?
I am.
Are you caught up?
Yes, I'm caught up.
Ooh, there's an episode. I think there's an episode tomorrow.
I think
Before
so.
the break.
Yeah.
Won't say.
More God
Won't
Knight
say.
stuff?
Okay, well, spoiler.
I mean,
There was no spoiler. What are you talking about?
who is that?
Who's that?
I don't know.
Chopper's great. Anyways, thank you so much, David. It was a pleasure.
You too?
Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you.
Hey.
Who am I with today?
Nathan?
Nice to meet you, Nathan. And are you playing in the main event today?
Yes, I am.
And what deck are you playing?
I am playing Yellow Calgara.
Calgara.
Yes, I am.
Whoa! How is that in the current meta?
Honestly, it's pretty good. So it counters a lot of the most popular matchups. The
Right.
only one it really loses to is like Nami in the main sets.
Nami.
But it's got a pretty good matchup spread. It's a little bit of a sleeper pick right now. And I don't know, I just like playing it because it's fun.
That's the main point.
Yeah.
It's fun. How is it into like, say if you were playing Nami, what would you want to go first or second? What would be your typical
Definitely, I'd want to go first.
first?
Yeah, it makes the matchup even-ish.
Okay.
Still a little losing, but like it's much better. It's much better than going second.
Oh, that's good. That's
Yeah,
good. And when did you start playing One Piece?
Oh, right at the beginning.
OPO1?
OPO1 right at the beginning.
Wow.
Signed up for the super pre-release, got super excited. So,
Oh, that's so
and I'm still here.
And what was the first deck you ever played?
It was Green Kid in OPO1. Yeah, back in the beginning where everyone just hid behind the 8-cost kid wall and just sat there passing back and forth. Yeah, that was good times.
God, that 8-cost kid.
Yeah,
It's rotated out right now,
Yeah,
right?
it's
Yeah.
gone.
Thank
Well,
God.
other than EGB, but yeah, more or less.
Yeah. So when you're looking for a leader to play,
Mm-hmm.
what kind of thing are you looking for? Like, do you like more blue, resting, dawn?
So for
Trench.
me, I prefer to play. I mean, like mostly decks I want to play, but
Right.
I dislike going like super meta. Last set I was on an L. I mean, I felt like I just kind of had to, but
Yeah.
I prefer doing kind of like an underdog
Oh, I
kind of
love that.
deck, something
Yeah.
that like does well into the meta,
Right.
but people don't necessarily know how to play against it properly.
Right.
Because
Okay.
they're not as comfortable into the matchup as I am. So that's my preference.
Oh, okay. I love that.
And
I love that.
I mean, this set, I've been a little bit lost this set, not knowing what to play. And last
Right.
minute, I picked up Calgara, and I'm like, I like it. It's good. So,
Okay, if you
all right.
weren't playing Calgara, what other deck would you play?
I have no idea.
No?
I was just so lost this set. I was so lost.
I get that. There's just
Yeah.
like so many decks you can play that are fun.
Yeah.
Shanks. Shanks.
Hey, he's coming back. He's coming back, right?
Shanks.
Yeah.
He is back.
He's back.
He's back.
Yeah,
He's back.
He's back. Yeah.
Forever will love red. Forever. Bandai love red? No.
Yep.
No, they don't. They don't.
They loved red.
Loved.
Loved. But I'm sure there's still a little bit of like, feelings set there a little bit. Well, they'll give red a little bit more love.
At least they
eventually.
gave 2 cards to Shanks that
Yeah.
were like that Beckman. Oh my god. I'll
So
forever-
handsome.
Thank you. Thank you. Speaking of characters, who is your favorite One Piece character of all time? Oh wait, pick top 2. Top 2.
Top 2.
It's a little easier.
I'm
really.
not gonna be basic and say Zoro and Luffy. No, that's too boring. That's too boring.
That's
I'm gonna
true.
take hot take. I like Usopp.
Yes.
Hot take. Yes.
I love Usopp.
Okay.
Usopp's the best.
He's a little annoying. It's okay. That's fine. But I think that Usopp is just like, out of all the Straw Hats, everybody has a dream. Like, I'm going to be king of the pirates. I'm going to be the strongest swordsman in the world. I'm going to find this ocean that doesn't exist. And Usopp has like the most realistic dream. He just wants to be brave. And I think that's really respectable.
Oh, I love that. Oh, I love Usopp.
Yeah.
Like, he got more redeeming after the time skip, I think. Kind of.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah.
bit.
Here and there.
Rosa.
He had the one good moment in the last 5 years. That's good.
Oh my
That's
god,
good.
last
That's a good
5
moment.
years.
Yeah.
Poor Usopp.
It's fine.
It's fine. I'm assuming you're caught up to the anime?
Yes. Well, manga. But yes.
You read the manga
I read
first?
the manga. Yeah.
I don't know about the manga. But
You
the
don't know?
music.
Music's good.
The music is so good for the anime.
I mean, I've watched the anime.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. You just prefer.
Up until a certain arc or whatever, some random arc.
It's
and then-
hard to like not read ahead and be like,
Yeah.
what's
definitely.
happening?
Yeah.
What's happening in the anime? But it's fun. But thank you so much, Nathan.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you so much.
All right. Here you go.
Thank you.
Good one.
Welcome back, One Piece card game players. I'm excited to watch some more funny business. And judging by that graphic, there are still a lot of people keeping it alive with the funny business.
Exactly, yes. And that's actually what we found. So it was funny. So every time between the rounds we go and we find, what do we want to put on stream? And I was walking and all I could find was Goofy, 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 Nami Mirror, Goofy, Nami Mirror, Goofy, Nami Mirror. So we have Goofy again, but it's going to be Goofy versus one of those just one-ofs that we saw at the bottom.
Yep.
The one of undefeated. Yep. It's going to be Goofy versus Nalfatari Vivi?
Yes, the new Vivi from EB, the one that to bring Red Blue Vivi back into this rotation. But no, super excited. I know for a lot of people, Red Blue Vivi is like their pocket pick that they're really happy about. A lot of people liked playing it for the Heroines event too. I'm definitely excited to see how it pilots because I don't know too much about it personally, but that's why we're here to learn.
Yeah, I mean, I think I played the leader late at night on Sim. That's that's my experience with Red Blue Vivi, like just playing that at 3 a.m. and being like, huh. And I think I was playing Enel at the time, so it was.
Yep,
I
one of those weird leaders.
But I'm excited to see how our VP player plays this matchup. This is just super exciting. This is exactly why I love these sort of open new formats where we have to figure it out.
Yep.
We don't know what's going to happen. Do you know what's going to happen? I don't know.
It's all random to us. So super excited to go into this match. I believe it's going to be VV winning dice roll going second. So we're going to hop right into this match right now. So here with the fist bump, and we see Goofy on the open 1 Dawn. And it's just going to be a pass from there. So no Goofy Searcher, passing to the 2 Dawn play on the VV side. And it's also going to be a pass. So it's pass, and then into Dantis's Dawn 3.
Yep, and both players did mulligan their hands here as well. And it looks like Goofy just starting with that Galdino play. Not the most optimal first turn play. Sort of saying, I don't have one of my weenies that draws me another card. And it looks like going to be 8 at lead. That gets countered out right away.
With the VV event, which its name I don't know off the top of my head, so I will have to look. So I will take 1 second to do so. And production's going to give me a hand with this one.
It's one of these ones. But if we ever see each other again, will you call me your shipmate?
Oh, I want to cry a little bit. And it's basically Rad Beam or VV Beam.
VV Beam. I like that. I think we should call it VV Beam.
Yeah.
And just coming with a Cavendish on 4 and going to swing. That gets taken. And passing it back. So, Cavendish, standard, good blue card. Obviously very good in VV because if your character with a base cost of 4 or more would be KO'd, you can trash 1 card from your hand instead. And of course, VV's effect also allows you to rest the leader and give an opponent's character minus 2,000. And then you can give one of your characters without a when attacking effect rush on the turn. So VV does a lot of things here. And then it looks like for our Goofy, just playing Buggy into Prisoner.
Yeah, so it looks like similar to previous VV that you're playing a bunch of high-value games. You just want to value out your board and play a bunch of good mid-range units and also rush in the late game. But yeah, we're seeing the 6K get countered out as well, so a deck that has ample amounts of counter. And yeah, we're seeing the board just develop on Dentist's side. And I believe it's a pass from there with nothing else to swing.
Yep, just gets countered out with that Ace Sabo Luffy there. Easy kind of counter. And it looks like just some thought going into the turn. Keisubi just double checking, making sure. And of course, this is a brand new meta, so you do need to make sure you know what all the cards do. I find myself frequently checking at my locals.
Yeah, and good manners on Keisumi's side saying, may I look at this card first? This actually is in the rules that you cannot pick up your opponent's cards without first asking.
Is it actually?
Yes, there is usually some card games say that the rules are you must, if an opponent wants to pick up your card, you must allow them to do so. But in actually the One Piece card game, you're not allowed to pick opponent's cards without asking first.
Wow, I could have sharked so many opponents on that over the years. I don't know if I would, but I've had people just reach over and grab my trash.
Yes, that gives me the ick. Not that, no judgments for people to do it, but
And the search looks like getting resolved here, taking the Mr. 3 Galdino to hand, allowing, of course, freeze and draw. The best blue card, maybe?
Yeah.
Potentially. And looks like things are getting passed back to Keisumi here for their 6 Dawn turn.
Yeah, so what 6 Dawn plays here? Is there a 6-cost body 6/8 that is good? Because there's a lot of 6/8 bodies now in blue and red that are really high impact, so love to see them. But no, it's going to be a 5-drop. Ooh, double 5s coming through.
Right, the double drop play. Of course, that 5-drop VV allow you to play up to 1 Alabaster or Straw Hat crew type with a cost of 5 or less. And then you cannot play any character cards on your field during this turn. But of course, you don't need to. You've already just played out the Nami, who's going to be a blocker. That will allow you to also just filter your hand. Put 2 things you don't need to the bottom. Nice to see that Nami coming back.
And this Cavendish is live now. It can swing. It can get that cycle down. You also have the leader swing too for 5. So Keisumi posturing on how to do this. And it's going to be actually a 6K first into leader, drawing 2, and then pitching 1. So just digging through that deck further, getting to those late game turns, seeing some late game plays. I see a Beckman, and that's going to go away.
Yeah, and that's just a lot of cycling this turn when you really think about it. Like, you've got Nami drawing 3, you've got Cavendish drawing 2. Like, it's kind of crazy to be cycling this much this early in the game. The power of that being half blue.
Yeah, that's when you're playing a blue deck. It's a card draw world, and I'm feeling Galdino must be in this deck, right? Why wouldn't you play
Right,
Galdino
you're
in
right.
this deck too?
Exactly. Okay, passing it back here to Luffy. I believe this should be 9? No, 7. 7 Dawn turn. Okay, so do we have a Boa to potentially maybe freeze that Cavendish? Do we have a way to deal with the Cavendish? Do we play Galdino to freeze it? Looks like it is Galdino, the man himself. And that, of course, will now be a unique name, allowing Luffy to power up and be super strong swinging 6.
Is it because there's 2 Galdinos, right?
Oh, there's 2.
There's 2 Galdinos. Technically, they're both Galdinos. Yeah.
Oh, I think I've probably misplayed that before, thinking that they're unique name. That's I think I've done that before. Wow, I forgot about that. They are the same name.
It's actually one of the reasons I like this Galdino, because it's often hard to have a unique Galdino in play because you often pop the 4/5 right away.
Right.
So this is actually a way to have that unique name present.
So that's just a 5K swing. Correction.
No.
And it looks like it's Keisumi just thinking here on the response. Looks like it. Okay.
Nope.
Looks like she did respond. So now that Galdino effect coming through, resting, allowing 4 Dawn essentially to be attached to 2 separate bodies.
It does give Dantas the ability to threaten this Cavendish, so you can send 2 8s into it. You don't really want it drawing free cards forever.
Yeah.
There's probably other ways you can deal with it too, given that you're a green and blue deck, but looks like now Dantas is just going to go for the popping of Galdino to draw 2. I forget the ordering if you get to decide what to stun first or if you draw 2 first, so I'm going to quickly look that up.
But he does opt to stun the Cavendish, saying, I don't even need to swing at it. I can just keep it frozen, maybe deal with it on a later turn. And this is a lot of swings coming through, using leader effect to restand Dawn, and we can go like 7, 8, 8 here. That's quite a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and you do get 1 free block off this VV just because, you know, that 4K body's not going to really be too meaningful to have present, so you can't stop one of these attacks at least, and, you know, I don't know how much VV likes dropping a low life toll, but, you know, 4 has been pretty healthy for a long time.
Yeah, that's true. All right, and just sort of arranging our Dawn here on the board, cleaning things up while the 7K comes through, and that is the VV event coming through again, VV Beam.
The VV Beam, the crying scene, or to me, the crying scene. And then another 8 coming through, block still available, but Keisumi hovering cards in hand. And it's going to be a block,
Yep, gets blocked out, and using VV ability to protect it.
Ah, right. Forget about this thing. So it's getting you these free 1-drop blocks.
That's cool.
That's
what VV
pretty
does.
cool.
She puts her life on the line for her shipmates and herself,
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah.
All right, and passing it back here, 8 Dawn. What does Keisumi have in store for us? 3 cards in hand, drawing for turn. We'll put her at 4. And I just don't know. I don't know what could happen.
I don't know. Once we get these late game turns, there's so many big bodies that if you give rush, just become obnoxious. So I want to see kind of like what are some of the big bodies in this game state. We saw the Beckman get pitched, so the Beckman's not an option here.
Yeah.
But would be kind of nice in order to trash one of these off the field. So we assume that there must be a way to address this board to some degree. It's just so yeah.
Yeah, and I think that would be ideal here because, of course, we want to prevent, or Keisumi wants to prevent Dantas from just doing a restand, and of course that would require 5 unique names on the board, and so maybe just wanting to do some maintenance here, cleaning up the board a little bit before that restand event comes through.
Yeah.
And of course that seems to be the win con that Dantas is going for. We haven't seen the Boa developed yet, so probably the restand event is going to be what he might be looking for, but we see the VV swing coming through, just clearing that Luffy back down to 0 power.
Yep. And we still have more swings we can attribute to get some of these things off the board, but now Dantas doesn't have the free event now. So if the board state stayed as it was, Dantas could potentially even just straight win the game next turn by using a restand event. But in this case, he has to redevelop something. So I think it's in Casey's favor to keep going. So in this case, a 7 I think is being assigned to the Galdino, and it's also off the board now too. 2 6K bodies left. So pretty beefy prisoners of Impel Down.
Yep.
On another double play.
Oh, wow. Going wide here. Another VV coming down. And that allowing to play out the Nami here. The Nami is a 5/7. You can give your leader minus 5,000 power just to draw a card. And then, of course, the activate main. If your leader has Alabasta, which VV does, you can give minus 1,000 to a character. Looks like that minus 1,000 is going on the Genius Jester himself. And we also have to negotiate leader effect, which looks like also went down to
Also,
give minus 3,000. And then rushing the Nami into the buggy.
Yep, and that is gone. That is out of there.
Explosive.
I actually love this combo. It's such like I love when the show and like showing up the friendship of the two and like the relationship of Nami and DP in this combo. It's like such a great 2-card combo.
Yeah, that is awesome. And the alt art, of course, too, coming down to play out the Nami. Just a beautiful card, a beautiful combo here, and Kasumi cleaning up the board while building this huge, massive board of VVs and Namis.
Yeah, which deck is the aggro deck again? I'm getting lost now. Which deck is supposed to be the aggressive one?
And it looks like Dantas just starting with a 5, saying your hand size is kind of low, so let's keep taxing it. Yeah. That does get a 2K, some information there, and Ace Sabo, Luffy, 3 brothers in the trash, 6 coming through. Will that get taken? Blocked?
Yeah. 9 down on Dantas' side, so nothing is signed yet. So it's going to be, it's going to be the 7-drop Boa coming through, and it's going to stun the Nami. So the Nami cannot be rested next turn, but its activate main can actually still be used. So that's still something in its favor too. But yeah, it can no longer be rested for the following turn.
Yep, and just grabbing, we have a variety of tokens, so just trying to find the one for the effect. Of course, there's so many different ways of resting and preventing attacks nowadays in the One Piece card game, but all we know is that Nami will not be swinging, but like you said, that Activate main can still come through and do some work. Okay, it looks like Crocodile coming down, bouncing, playing out Mr. 2, drawing a card there, so that's a pretty strong turn, freezing a body, establishing a blocker, drawing, and of course now we have the Boa win condition, which can be just swinging with Boa or restanding Boa with Brook.
Yeah, and that is once again in actually the kind of Impel Down All-Stars check position where he's 1 off from having the event be active. So one of the challenges here will be how do you kind of survive this board state? Because I think if Dantas is able to play even just a 1-drop or 2-drop, fill the last slot, use the event, that is a ton of pretty high power swings coming through and an unblockable one at that.
Yeah. Yep, and so we'll see what Kasumi wants to do on this turn, maybe starting with a Cavendish to see what the draw is, see some options. This is a full board. I mean, that's what you want. Lots of characters can put down a lot of pressure on this turn. So the idea is, I guess, how much pressure can Kasumi put down while still surviving any Impel All-Stars, as we call it, or restand event shenanigans. And it looks like just the 6th swing is going to come through.
Yeah, 6 into 6, getting that draw 2, pitch 1, probably just digging for an answer 2, knowing that you can't quite go for it this turn, so your answer is probably just deny the Impel Down event still. So pitching the Rayleigh from hand, so that Rayleigh counter is not going to, or that Rayleigh board clear is just not going to be possible.
Yep. And it looks like that just gets 1K'd out with the Daz Bones. Just protecting the prisoners here, saying I want to keep my Impel Down escapees alive. And let's see what Kasumi can do on this turn. I feel like there's a lot of options here. I mean, you've got so much time, you've got the full board.
And just whatever you play can swing right away. So
yeah.
I almost want to keep the Rayleigh would be a pretty good play here because you actually get to clear just 2 bodies off the board. Yeah,
that's true. The Rayleigh could have been quite nice, actually.
Especially because you can choose to put the -3 onto the Boa and keep it at, it becomes a 6K and stays at 6K, so it's not as much of a threat with the restand.
Yeah. But looks like we're just seeing 8 Dawn Red.
Well, nope, there's 2 of them. There we go. That's perfect. And we're seeing, -3, I believe, -3 to the Boa, and then -2 to the Croc.
Very nice, very nice. Rayleigh coming back.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Oh, with leader effect.
Oh! We are learning new
This is
things
amazing.
every day. Life is an experience. Vivi is the leader. We are seeing the combination of minus effects helping get this Boa into the range and required to actually KO it. I believe it was the -3 from two from leader, and then one from Nami, and then the 3 from there we go.
Wow.
So that is a combo for sure. Now this. And now also this Croc is just not going to be as strong of an attacker as well. You can give Rush to in this case, Rush couldn't be given because Hisumi had to use leader ability first in order to make it the height to KO with Rayleigh.
Yeah.
And now it's going to be a pass from there. But 2 blockers up. So
and that 8K cleared the prisoners, so Dantes is just left with this weakened Crocodile on Mr. 2. And I guess some cards in hand like to refill the board, but this looks like a commanding position here for Keisumi, showing the power of this color combo, using the red Rayleigh coming back to remove the board, the blue to draw and find the pieces. And it does look like Dantes can refill the board because that buggy is playing another prisoner.
Yep. So once again, creating that max 5 board and trying to keep threatening that checkmate situation. Keisumi's side are probably looking to use some of these blockers at least because, no Boa means you can actually cash some of these out. So we'll see what happens next. And we see a 6K swing coming through with Bon Correa going to leader 2K.
I think that's the third Ace-Sabo Luffy we've seen. The 3 brothers are just doing work as counter. Oh, and it looks like it's going to be the Croc, just going to replay that Mr. 2 that swung so it can no longer be cleared. Very nice. And then, of course, drawing a card from the Mr. 2, attaching 2 to leader, swinging 7. That just gets blocked straight up.
With the alt art and not the reg art. That is, I think that's a bold choice.
We'll have to talk to Kasumi about that.
We'll have to talk about our decisions about this game. That calls everything into question.
But I like the block here. I mean, you've already got a full board. Like, you might want to just play another body here anyway. So just take the block. And I think, is that another Rayleigh I spy in hand?
And, I mean, everything here is kind of, like, cleanly clearable. So you can choose to -2 on something, -3 on a blocker, pop the blocker. Yeah, so lots of plays available here. And you can rush it, too. So, yeah, but you just can't... You can kind of address the board to a degree, but you don't fully stop the Impel Down All-Stars from happening. Especially if you leave, actually... both Crocs standing and instead KO one of the other units, you actually keep denying it, but you also do leave more bodies in play. But you can also do something fun where you do -3 on Croc, -2 on Croc, and then pop the Boncaret.
Oh, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, that would be really nice. I like that, or maybe even just popping the prisoner and leading up the Crocs. Like, there's a few ways to still navigate this that can make things awkward for Dantes to go for that restand event win condition here.
Yeah. Keisumi reminding us why Rayleigh was such a dominant card in the metas that, of the Shanks metas and the previous metas, where it is such a high value tempo card. It is such a clean mid-range card. You get a body out of it, you clear stuff, you also get to minus stuff. Like, it's so flexible. It's a very well-designed red card.
Absolutely, yeah. And typically it was used to like buy time in Shanks, right, for a bigger body. But here we're going to see how Keisumi decides to use it. And it looks like, yep, the other Rayleigh coming down. And she does opt to pop the buggy here, going for that play, leaving up the Crocodile, saying, well, you don't have unique names. You're going to have to get one of these Crocs off the board. Of course, Dantes could just block should Keisumi choose to swing here. And so that might be the way to get the Croc off the board. But then, of course, you only have 3 bodies.
Yeah, and leader abilities can get used, so I believe... Oh, no. Nami ability can get used for -1K. Leader abilities can still be assigned to give this new Rayleigh actually rush as well and start applying some heavy pressure.
Yep, and just starting with, looks like, the leader effect. Yeah, -2,000 on the Croc. These Crocs are... They're weenies.
Yeah, Vivi really getting revenge for all of Alabasta arc on these Crocs.
Quite literally, yeah. Taking revenge here in real time. In 4K, Vivi's just beating up on Crocodile. Vivi has leveled up. And looks like the 7K swing does get countered 2-1 with the prisoners and a Daz Bones.
Dantes really wanted to keep this healthy love total here because he probably knows that he needs a few turns to set up a lethal position with the number of blockers in play and the amount that his board is being nerfed.
Yeah, and I guess if Dantes could just wait long enough, of course those minuses will go away eventually. 8K swing coming through, gets taken.
And then a 9K swing.
Oh, 9K swing. Yeah, another 9K block coming through. Blocked. Wow, and again, just the board getting reduced, making it really awkward to play the All-Stars here. I mean, I guess you could, but your swings aren't going to be the greatest. And you also have to have, like a Luffy in hand and another 2-drop in hand, and we just saw that the Bond or the Mr. 1 was pitched as part of counter. So is there another one? Eva will find something. And it looks like I saw like a 2-drop there. It looks like a boa, some options.
Yeah, so I think there is actually a Mr. 1 or Das Bones. So you can have the option of picking that up and developing your 5th unique name. So that is an option. But yeah, there's also a Luffy searcher there too, and both are going to be playable off as Ivankov.
Yep.
So.
Yep, opting for the boa here. Yep. Okay, looking to buy time, I think is potentially what we're seeing.
Yep.
Coming out from Dantas here, but like you said, yes, that there is still the option for a restand event on this turn. There's the Das Bones, gets played, drawing a card.
The one that was bounced previously, so playing back out.
Yeah.
I guess here the question becomes, do you play the boa here, or do you kind of pepper attacks in? Because, 3 cards in hand, well, 3 or 4 cards in hand, and technically 3 things in swing here.
Yep.
You can put down some pressure here and be annoying. Because overplaying your board doesn't feel amazing.
Yeah, 100%. Looks like leader effect coming through, returning to 8 Dawn, going with a 5. Always nice to do. That's just going to get free blocked.
Yeah.
Also nice to do. And just thinking here where to allocate the Dawn. Looks like Bond Chan is going to swing here for a 6.
Yeah, clearing the board is actually just not an option because you have Rosie effect essentially for every unit on your board.
Yeah. The only place to go is life, and looks like just going to block again. Like we said, it's fine because you're probably going to play another character anyway. Take the free block. Here comes the boa. Probably going to freeze out one of the Rayleighs here. And once again, we're just seeing this back and forth. Again, now Dantas is representing a potential lethal turn. Of course, Keisumi also representing lethal on board here. Just 1 blocker for Dantas. And we do see 4 swings for Keisumi.
And no Dawn up.
And no Dawn up, so that does represent lethal. And so the idea here will be, does Keisumi want to go for it?
Yeah.
Or is the preference to just build back that board again, maybe do some more removal, maybe block her up? I don't know. It's kind of scary, though, if that All-Stars comes down. I don't know if you can survive with that small hand size.
Yeah. I mean, if you have another Rayleigh here, like we know one is in trash because one was pitched off the Cavendish. Now I'm wondering, wow, if you have the 4th copy though right here, do you once again stabilize just off that? I think even a Beckman might be helpful to stabilize even because I think a Beckman can just clear one of the 6Ks off the board.
Yeah.
You can swing with it right away too, so you can also still force.
I guess you could also lower the boa and Beckman in it.
Oh
yeah. So still a lot of options here. A lot of ways of sort of just, again, reducing the board down. And every character that gets removed on Dantas' side is Dawn that cannot be attached and then restood later should the Navy event come through. And let's see. Looks like, okay, made a decision on where to put Nami's effect, -1,000 on the Croc. Just making Croc maybe less of an effective blocker and just starting with 7.
Yep.
That gets respected. Looks like Impel
Galtino
and Galtino.
Yeah. I think Galtino and Impel down prisoners.
2-1.
No Dawn up for Dantas' side, so no events can be used to cheat out of the 7K swings. And now back to Keisumi. You've got to think about how to address this board, because even if you block her up, if there is a restand event, those blockers are cashing out for maybe a 5K, 6K swing.
Yeah.
Just not going to fully help out, especially with that, the boa in play. So,
yeah.
Go into the tank.
Yeah, just not enough economy, it looks like, from Keisumi's side in terms of just cards and life and just to survive. It looks like the 8K swing coming through. Of course, if you put down enough pressure, you could force the Croc to block as well, which would reduce the body count a little bit.
10 Dawn?
Whoa. Oh.
Is it 10 cost shakes? Oh no.
Kaido.
That's a lot of cards.
Blast from the past.
Yep. I love this Kaido card too. It is such a fun one. And you can give it rush. You can give it rush. Swing 12.
Wow.
And yep, the -2 can be assigned to probably anywhere, not because that's a take.
Yep. And here we go. So Keisubi is saying, I was mentioning there's not a lot of card economy, and Keisubi says, well, why did I play the card that draws you the most cards? Yep. Kaido. Drawing 4 cards, and now we're going to see the onslaught coming down, potentially 10 swings, 2 life. It looks like maybe 7 cards in hand. A blocker. Starting with 5. Here we go.
Okay.
We're going to Navy HQ.
There's 2 more Dawn that can be assigned this turn before using the 7 Dawn for the event. So 1 Dawn onto Daz
Checking
Bones.
hand size.
Yeah,
Yeah.
enough hand size. So it's 6.
2K.
And
Another
6.
6. Coming through.
So looking into the future with our Observer Jacket, it's going to be 6, followed by 6, 6, followed by 9. Restand event, followed by 2 more Dawn restanding, probably into a 6 or 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 9.
Yes. And just gonna
Block
block.
and
oh.
6 to lead.
Demanding a 2K here or saying take the life. This is just so much pressure here. Keisubi really has to use that observation hockey.
Oh, that's 2 1s, I think.
Yeah.
And that's a take.
Yeah, that gets taken. The
That's a
9.
9.
That's going to get most likely taken.
Take.
And everybody stand up. Let's go to the Navy headquarters, or as we like to call it, Impel Down All-Stars, as it should be.
Because
as it
the star
should be
has 5
named.
points. They're the Impel Down All-Stars. It makes sense. There's no Impel Down All-Stars in rotation. But for those who don't know the card at home, you may rest 6 of your Dawn cards after playing this for 1. If you have 5 or more Impel Down characters with unique names, you may set all your Impel Down characters and leader as active,
Yeah.
at which point you can just swing a whole bunch. And
Yeah.
that is the game for Dantis. That's going to be just enough swings to end it off. But really great showing from Keisumi. I think if you just had the 1 more Rayleigh, but you had to, you had to cycle early game in order to try to look for certain things and stay alive there. But I'm definitely very surprised by this deck, and I'm sad that that there will no longer be this VV in the funny business bracket of our chart.
Yes, but still well played from both players. There was so much back and forth there. It was really looking like Keisumi had it just a couple of moments, dropping those Rayleighs, reducing the power, keeping the board maintained, keeping the board clear, and preventing that restand event from being used. But it just... Goofy just keeps refilling the prisoners. They keep coming. Impel Down just delivering character after character after character, refilling the board, losing the board, refilling the board, losing the board.
Yep. But no, honestly, such a great time. I also thanks to our competitors to actually, coming in for our stream game. I know sometimes it's intimidating to be at this table and to be on stream, but we always really appreciate when people do it because it's just a chance to show off the funny business. But no, great showing from both those players, and super excited to see what else is now undefeated to grab for our next round too. But I think we might have a short lunch break. But stay tuned. We'll have more stuff to show you guys, and obviously more charts and stuff. Anything else you want to say, Patrick?
Nope. We'll be back soon.
All right, stay tuned for more content, more charts on who's still undefeated, and just more games in general. But catch you guys very soon.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
And who am I with today?
Hi, my name's Josh. I'm from Montreal.
Oh, Montreal.
Yes, sir.
Ooh, have you been to Toronto before?
Yes, I have. I've been here for the past 2 regionals.
Oh, how did you do last time?
So, my last regional, I went 7-3 on Purple Nell. It's my best ever record.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And then the one before, I think I went X2 drop and then played in TC.
How did you do in TC?
I did well enough. Keep playing against Yellow Nels, and that deck is like variance casino. So.
The fact that you keep seeing yellow and L's is
it's
insane.
crazy. It's crazy. What's really funny is in both Torontos, I've paired against opponent I played in the regional, in the TC. So my round 2 was a
God.
mirror, Purple and L, and then I go play him, I win against that. The next day when I drop, I go, I think I recognize this opponent. It was round 2, same person and everything. And then last regional, I did Yellow and L, same person and everything.
That's insane.
Right? The odds of that.
The odds of that, yeah, because especially the last 2 have been like over 1,000 players.
Yeah, 1,000 players, and TC is like 700 something.
That's insane. Imagine if you get someone that you've matched before at this one.
That would be actually
That would be
like,
pretty funny.
I'm buying a lottery ticket if that happens.
I hope. Okay, it's got to happen. And well, you told me you already battled a yellow Nell
Yes,
today.
I have. Yeah, Gecko Trigger, Last Life. It was really hard.
It is what it is sometimes, especially with yellow, those triggers.
It is what it is. You know, you
got
gotta keep a mental and then just play your next games.
Exactly. You just got to keep a positive mind. Just have fun.
Exactly. At the end of the day, we're playing card games for
Yeah,
kids, right? We're here.
true.
We are thousands of people. You know, we all love the IP. We're spoiled to be here. You know.
It's true. It's true. So you watch One Piece or
I
read
do.
it?
Yes, I got into it like 3 years ago.
Ooh, recently.
Actually, no. Wow, I'm old. More than 3 years ago. Like during COVID, so that's 6 years now.
Okay, to be fair, COVID years don't count. They don't count.
It's
no.
1 year. COVID was 1 year. One really long year.
Yes. It was. To be fair, it's probably half a year.
Yeah.
Because all of our brains are fried from being
Exactly.
inside.
So I got into there, and then how I actually got into card game was local game store like closed, and I was like, oh man, the board game store closed. What's this new place? Montreal's called like Imaginaire, and they opened like at my recent mall.
Right.
And you know, after grand opening, I went to go check it out. They're like, oh my god, there's this new card game, like One Piece. It's 1 year old already. Do you want to try it? I was like, yeah, sure, I'll play. And I joined from there.
So, what was your very first deck you ever played?
Started at Big Mom.
Ooh.
The yellow one, yeah.
Ooh, that's a good one. So you're a yellow fan?
I was. I played a Bello Betty as my main deck.
Oh, okay. Bello is so aggro.
Funny enough, I played it like OP7 to OP9, OP10. Didn't play competitively in 11, where it was the best deck in the format.
Yeah, that was
And then played
so
it in
good.
12.
Oh, with all those Zoros, yes,
Yeah.
resting. Oh, freezing.
Rayleigh, everything.
Rayleigh. Yeah, love it.
it's really funny.
So, okay, what is your favorite like pet deck?
Ooh, pet deck.
That's usually a hard one.
I mean, right now, I'm bringing Hannibal to
Right, yes,
Hannibal to
you
regional
were-
right now.
you were saying, yeah.
And it's actually like not bad. you have a good Nami matchup. You define to teach. You can surprise the goofy players. I've been really enjoying that right now. So
That's
I'd say
good.
that.
I bet it's fun to just have your leader like
Yeah.
turn down, and then you flip it over, and they're like, what? What do I even do to that?
Oh my god! Every card I play, they're just like, "Can I read that? Can I read that?" Like 2 seconds, and then when you, for those watching, Champion Rifle is a card. Please play around it.
Okay.
You can play 2 at once.
Oh,
So I've like double Champion Rifled someone.
that's
same
insane.
turn.
That's insane. Well, I hope you do great with Calgara.
We're still alive, so there's a chance.
Okay, so then in OP16,
Mm-hmm.
is there another deck that you're playing that's meta, or just Calgara?
I have a no. I have purple no like with me, but really, I'm tired. I'm known for playing off meta at my local scene, so I'm just gonna rip Hannibal.
I love that. Did you do a lot of pre-releases?
I actually was gonna dodge pre-release because I just need just the rares from the set.
Right.
Like I didn't need prisoners, I didn't need buggies, so I got coerced into doing one.
Did you pull anything?
No.
Oh.
No luck.
It is either you pull amazing
Yeah.
or you pull just straight trash.
Like my OP15 pre-release, the guy he's like, oh, I'm new to One Piece, like my first pre-release. He pulls SP Boa, AA Boa, and then I think it was another hit, and I was like, yo, what is this?
It's always that one seat over.
Oh, of course.
It's always that one seat over. In OP15, I had was across from someone
Right.
or an over. They pulled the manga, an L manga, and I was like, that could have been me.
My friend is notoriously unlucky for pulling mangas. So at a local, it was 6 packs.
Yeah.
For like top 2, it was like 5 packs for first place,
Wow.
1 pack for second.
Oh.
And he ended up winning with purple Katakuri, right?
Oh.
So he beat, I think it was GP Luffy. So he opens 5 packs, gets nothing. The guy in second opened his 1 pack.
One.
OP08 OP11 Snake Man Luffy manga.
I would feel like shit.
Yeah. It's,
Like, oops, I don't know if I can swear. Oopsie,
Last one, hope
sorry.
you pull your manga anytime soon. Your first one.
That's actually wild. Have you pulled a manga?
I pulled it on my first regional.
Ooh, which one?
It was the Shanks manga. It was OP10. I was playing Bello against Dofi, OP01. I was in the Sea of Blue. I lost my first game. I was like, man, let's take it to open packs, right? Open it. Bang. Shanks manga.
Did you keep it?
No, I needed the money.
That makes sense. It's
needed
either one of those things where you just keep it, you're like, ooh, memories, but then you're like, but money.
But I have the picture of it.
You have the
and, like,
you have the memory.
Exactly.
You have the memories, which a lot of regionals I find is like you meet so many cool people,
Yeah.
you play so many cool games, and you just have all those fun memories.
Yeah, everything's like with you, and you know the experience is like worth it for
yeah.
everyone.
Yeah, especially if you're traveling from far too.
For sure.
Now, here's a question: is there a favorite spot for food that you like around here,
Around here,
or in downtown Toronto?
the thing
It's
is,
hard.
we didn't have much time to like go out and eat downtown Toronto.
Right.
We tried to get hot pot on the way back from Toronto to Montreal.
Right.
But I haven't had really chance to eat while in Toronto.
You have to. There's so many.
Any spots? Do you recommend it?
Literally anywhere in Chinatown.
Anywhere in Chinatown?
Anywhere. Literally, to be fair, anywhere around here. There's
That's
just
fair.
so, like, Koreatown, like, all the Asian food is so
Actually,
good.
The first time we were here, there was like a fair happening across the center. There was like a food fair. Do you remember? Were you there for that?
I think I was, but I was trapped inside.
Yeah.
I
So
was trapped inside.
the food there was really good. I had like some very nice skewers. Would eat that again, 100%.
I love that. Well, thank you so much for talking
Thank
with
you
me.
for having me. It's been a pleasure.
And good luck today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We are here in Toronto in the North Blue, the Sheraton Center for the Unsung Events One Piece Regional. I am here with Jonas Abraham.
Hello, how you guys doing today?
How have your games been so far?
It's been a climactic, or a very terrifying sweep. I was playing Teach last weekend, but I decided to switch to Enel based on the Toronto metagame.
Oh.
And thankfully, I've had Lucy and Blue-Green my first two,
Okay.
which are generally pretty good for Enel and terrible for Teach, so I got
Right.
pretty fortunate there. And in round 3, I just won against Nami with Enel.
Oh,
So a little bit
okay.
harder.
Right. And how did you manage that? I know that's a bit of a scary matchup for Enel.
Yeah,
What happened?
It's a terrifying one. Fortunately, my opponent didn't draw too many Borsalinos, and they took a
Okay.
much aggressive line. They played the 5+7K Rush Luffy on
Oh,
2 consecutive
okay.
turns.
Right.
So we had to make sure I had enough counter, but I was able to barely squeak it out in the end.
Wow, awesome. And then you mentioned you were thinking about Teach.
Yes.
So
yes.
how did, you used to play Teach. I remember you being a monster on the original Black Teach. So what went into that decision? How come you decided to go with Enel for Toronto?
Yep. So but when I played Teach before, I did very well in OP09, OP10 with the deck, and now we have Black-Yellow Teach, and I was fortunate enough to top 8 with that deck in Peoria as well. I try not to be too results-oriented. It's really easy and comfortable to just have a very fortunate run and just run back the same deck.
Right.
But I just felt like the metagame right now is very hostile towards it, despite the fact that I think it's quite powerful.
Okay.
So I kind of wanted to play the kind of the heel. Enel is just kind of this deck. It's really a powerful, aggressive deck, and it's really good against a lot of decks that are trying to prey on Teach,
Okay.
but it's quite bad into Teach.
Right.
So I kind of have to pray a little bit, hope I get some fortunate matchups in this 9 rounds of Swiss.
Yeah.
And so far it's been comfortable. So.
Oh, I love hearing how you kind of navigate these decisions of what to play and what to pick, because it's really tough, especially in a new meta like this where there's all these sort of new cards and new leaders. How do you prepare for a meta like this where we just have a few weeks since OP16 dropped and everything's new, everything's fresh?
So a lot of it is just testing with a lot of my testing partners. My roommate Kyle is currently in the TC, and hopefully he'll be doing well, and a lot of other people around North America. But frankly, a lot of it boils down to what the perception of the metagame is online, and a lot of it is just watching a lot of content.
I see.
Whether it's other people in regionals, whether it's just people posting online about what they're doing well within locals. Doing that kind of gives you a better idea about what a lot of people will be trying to bring and what they're trying to target, and that can help you a lot moving forward when you're preparing for a particular weekend. But it's terrifying because you only get one shot.
Right.
And you can't change anything about your deck list afterwards.
Yeah.
So you have to hope all that prep kind of pans out.
Yeah. And speaking of prep, how do you prepare for an event like this? What's your walk me through your routine? What's your night before look like? What's your morning of? You play so many events.
It's exhausting. So at this point, honestly, 3 to 4 of my days of the week just feel like they just travel.
Right.
I'm traveling to and from a lot of places. I'll be going to Germany right after this, so it feels like it never stops. But a lot of it is just trying to be as regimented as possible, even though I'm not the most regimented person in the world, to be completely candid. But whenever you can, at least doing something related to One Piece, whether it's talking to someone about it at the very least,
Right.
talking to a lot of people like Eric I'm staying with this weekend, Eric Quintana, or just a lot of friends on Discord.
Right.
Or just playing games. A lot of times I would try to get at least an hour or 2 of games in a day.
Right.
And all that does is make sure you're making sure the right, or at least reasonably correct lines, and making sure your brain's stimulated and thinking the right thought process.
I see. So it's kind of just staying in the game. You're just always thinking about it.
Always thinking about the game. Go ahead.
No.
Sorry, you're talking about the mornings as well.
Yeah.
Not the most healthy mornings, to be completely candid. I feel very lethargic whenever I eat breakfast, so a lot of times I'll just have a glass of water, or sometimes a monster if I didn't have much sleep in the morning.
Right.
But I usually skip lunch as well, just because I'm not entirely sure about you, but after a lunch I want a nap, and I don't think I can afford to.
Wow, that's interesting. I like that. So you're just trying to stay at peak performance all the time.
I think so. I'll be crashing immediately after the tournament, to be completely honest, but hopefully the big meal afterwards makes it worth it.
Awesome. And then, so we've got a sense of how you prep. I'm wondering, when you're playing the game, do you have a process that you go through? What's going through your mind while you're playing? On a given turn, are you thinking ahead? How do you plan your turns? How do you decide what to do?
Ooh, okay. That is a complicated thought process to go through. Basically, I look at my opening hand and try to figure out what is the best avenue for my deck to win. And a lot of matchups have a few ways to win. Sometimes when you're playing Enel versus Nami, you can make the game a lot about resources. You can go 7/7 at life and make them leader 1k and then another 1k and try to nickel down their hand.
Right.
Or if your hand doesn't really have as many 1-drops, but it has Reiju, Enel, maybe you can just go super tall and try to go super wide and go 9k, 10k, 10k and ask for a lot of cards and put them super low super quickly. You don't really, you just need to make sure you understand those different routes and which one works best given your given hand, and just trying to make that as smooth as possible.
I see.
So it just depends a lot on what your hand's makeup is, depending on how your mulligan looks like, which one usually works better on average, and then just trying to be as efficient as possible when you're working through that line.
I love that. So sort of identifying the win con and then always kind of focusing in and playing towards it. That's awesome. Thank you so much for your insights. I've always wanted to ask you because you're such a great player. I'm curious what's going through your head when you're playing all of these matches. Are there any kind of shout outs that you'd like to give?
I wanted to shout out the Sentinels. OP15 was a very good time for them. They were playing a lot of Yellow Luffy and put a lot of Yellow Luffy on the map. And they were kind of crushing with, I think, like 2 TC wins and like 3 to 4 top 8s. So they love that deck and they've been crushing it nonstop. So shout out to them for that.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Jonas. Good luck in the rest of your day, your EXO. Hopefully, maybe we'll see you again on stream.
Fingers crossed.
You have a good run and good luck with everything.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Bye.
Welcome, everyone. We are back from lunch here in Toronto for the Unsung Events One Piece Regionals. I'm joined by my co-caster, Vandal. I am Alto, and we are so thrilled to be bringing you some more matches. Before lunch, we saw Vivi almost get there, so close against UG Luffy, and now we are back for some more shenanigans.
Yeah, so we still have some shenanigans decks left. We still have some Rosies, even though Rosie's a very strong deck in this meta. We only see 3 of them still, so I'm not sure if it's because not many are converting, maybe they're seeing bad brackets, or maybe it's just one of those niche picks. But we still got some spicy stuff. I think we got some Sabo, some Kobe's, OP15 Luffy, Sky Luffy too. So we're hoping to show you more of that stuff too. But this one's also still going to be really fun because it's a matchup that I want to learn more about, which is Nami into Rosie.
Yes, and we do have the one and only Cross AI himself playing Rosie. I actually just faced him on Monday on this deck and he cooked me, so I'm looking forward to seeing how he pilots this into Nami, and I'm just excited.
Yeah, so we're going to go into the game now. They're going to be Nami going first, I believe?
Yes.
Yeah, and they won the dice roll going first, and you said, was it a mulligan situation?
Yeah, so Cross mulliganed his hand, but our Nami kept. And so it looks like one Dawn attached to leader from Nick, and passing over to Cross here. Cross playing the Kobe Searcher, looking for something with the Navy type. And of course, both of our leaders here, Nami just wants to become a 7,000 power leader, can do that basically on a whim by pitching a card, and also will draw a card anytime a life is removed from a player's area during her turn. And of course, we've got Rosie back again, able to cheat out law-type characters by returning a Dawn and reducing their cost by 2. And it looks like Cross is also going to drop a Marineford Search here for another Navy.
Yeah, lots of searching in this deck, and those new support cards for Sengoku also work for Resonante, so it just adds a lot of flexibility on what deck composition you run. And we're going to see the 7-drop Borsa picked up. This is not a commonly run card in this deck.
What?
Yep.
Wait, I'm sorry, was that a 7-drop Borsalino?
It is a
that Cross
7-drop
just took there?
Borsalino.
Is he playing Sengoku? Wow, a little spice coming through. Nick, just 8k straight away. This is typically what Nami's like to do on this turn. They just don't have strong 3-down plays. Cross takes, and that will of course trigger Nami's leader effect, allowing Nick to draw a card and pass the turn.
Yeah, so we're seeing go back to Cross here. So ideally you have a 4-drop law that you can develop here and put in some pressure. So since you can't swing 7, just put in the 5, because 6k won't make a difference here, because either way it will be negated with leader ability right there, pitching the Kikunojo, followed by a 1 Dawn Search. So this allows you to look at the top 5 for 2 Navy cards, and then you have to trash 1.
Yeah, Buddhist Sengoku, just nice cycling and filtering, allowing... That's kind of like the novel part of this Rosie deck in this meta, switching to this Navy package, able to find cards like, I guess, Borsalino, but typically looking for cards like what we just saw, Sakazuki and Rosie Law. So kind of finding both of the pieces there that Cross needs for some of these late game turns.
Yeah, so both those cards are really key, because having those blockers means that it's really easy for you to just like stop these 7k swings, protect your life, keep yourself healthy, deny the draws, as well as the Sokka is very good at helping you clear things like the Robin.
Yep, and just dropping that illustration box law here, allowing Cross to just kind of keep up his Dawn total, establish a 4/6 blocker that of course he can always protect if he needs to with his leader effect. And going back over to Nick, it looks like... Yeah, and he just topped his Dawn so fast, because on 5 Dawn, what does Nami do? Nami plays Nami. That will force Cross here to take a life, attaching a Dawn to leader, which also will activate Nami's leader effect on the opposing turn. So Nami, just everything you want on a 5 Dawn package, and drawing a card because a life left the area, and a 6 swing coming through.
Yeah, so here, Cross can choose to block and just give up a 1k in order to get out of this. So it's just be a 2k though, because it's hand, and you kind of want that law in trash, so you can pick it back up with I Love You. But we're going to Cross's 6 Dawn turn now, so that 6/8 Rosie Law is going to be active, and we're going to see a 7k swing across.
Yep, that 7k, just no hesitation here, Cross knowing I'm going to tax you 2 cards here, 1 for leader ability, and then another card, and Nick thinking, okay, do I actually want to pay this price? Maybe I want some of these cards, maybe it's better to take, but of course you want to stay on a high life total as Nami. You want to utilize your leader effect as much as possible, because you don't know what other swings are going to come through on this turn. So it looks like Nick just thinking, willing to sacrifice 2 cards here just to stay healthy.
Yeah. Especially because, if your hand size goes too big, you also don't get to trigger and draw more cards, too, from life taking. So it's always good to just keep that there. And so we see -1 Dawn for the leader ability, followed by a 4-drop, a 4-drop Rosy Law. So 4 Dawn for 8k body, ramp a Dawn active, and draw a card so you have less Dawn. So really great 6-8 replenish play. That's basically a free play.
Yeah, the mid-game engines for both decks coming online. Nami, Rosila, these are exactly what you want to see in the mid-game. They're just these powerful bodies that do everything that your leader wants you to do and help you find the win con that you're looking for. And now it's Nick's 7 Dawn turn. Now, of course, could play a Robin here, but then you can't attach a Dawn to leader. So I'll be curious what he has in store for us. Maybe a 4-drop. It looked like there was a Galdino in hand. Might opt to draw here. Might opt to put pressure.
He
Lots
might
of
still
options.
opt to play the Robin anyway, just because it guarantees you a draw this turn.
That's true.
Because, otherwise I don't think you can swing quite through these 6 and 8s, not cleanly anyway. And even if you don't have leader ability active, getting swung into just means there could be 3 triggers,
Yeah, exactly. So Nick, just thinking about what he wants to do here, he wants to both apply pressure and establish a board at the same time. It looks like just going to start with 6. I always like this. You're not committing too much. You're going to see how your opponent reacts. And then that will allow you to map out the rest of your turn according to Cross's response here. Looks like Cross is thinking to take the free block.
Yeah. Cross probably the read that there's going to be a 7-drop Robin coming through. So this is likely not too bad to do. No real punish here because if Naomi decides to not play the 7-8, she's not really developing anything further, nothing to contest the board, and Rosinante's board gets out of control really fast.
Yeah, 100%. And looks like you were right. It is the Robin coming down that will trash a life, a Borsa in trash. Always love to see that as a non-yellow player. And then healing back that life and an additional life. And I thought Nami was a 4-life leader, but that looks like 5 life cards in
There
his
is no
area.
maximum life count. You can go over your starting amount.
Imagine if life was capped. That would be a very that would be an interesting game if you were capped on what you had. But of course, Nami is not 5-life leader now. And going back over to Cross for his 8 Dawn turn.
And we see a snap 7 Dawn play here, and I think it's the Sokka. And just immediately developing it. This Sokka is tons of immediate value, followed by tons of continuous value too, because -1 Dawn allows you to minus it by 6, and then Mamaragan minus 2 more Dawn to rest it. So now this is a 2k. Yeah, this is a 2k Robin that's really easy to clear, and resting 1 Dawn with the Sokka just restand or set 2 Dawn as active. So this Robin's not long for this world.
Yep, and opting to say, I will just take the life. Of course, when Robin dies, you must take 1 damage specifically, which could kill you if you were at 0 life. But that's a worthwhile trade because an AK body that swings every turn ends up usually demanding more from you in the long run. And so Cross saying, I'm going to play a longer game here. I want to keep your board completely under control. And that's just what Sakazuki enables for this deck, and especially with Mamaragan to just rest things and swing into them.
We're seeing a 6. Which Nami are you talking about is the clarification. I think here, Cross just wants to get cards out of hand because he's winning the value game. So even with a life flipped up here and a card played from hand, you're actually still denying a card from hand. Yeah.
And Hogback getting flipped up as a requirement.
So it could be a Zoro and you heal, but then your hand size gets pretty low. Or,
yeah, it's a
or it could be Galdino here. That could be it too.
Yeah, it depends, because Galdino could also cycle and find something else to play as well, should he choose to pop it on the turn. So I kind of like that. Galdino, just such a powerfully strong card. And of course, now Cross also knows that there's a Hogback there that could trigger.
Yeah, and he's asking what's in trash, so he can know what Thriller Bark targets are available. But this is a little bit of an annoying situation because, should this Hogback actually come onto the field, which I'm not sure if there's another one in trash, there are Kikunojas that can be played off of it. So, you'll never want to clear it.
Yeah, and so I'm really curious to see how Cross plays this out in the rest of his turn and how he chooses to respond in this situation. Looking to just play another Marine Forward, keep searching. But it's really fun to watch players like Cross. Of course, he went to Worlds. This guy's he's a champion. He knows how to play this card game at the highest level, and so it's just always a pleasure to sort of see how he navigates these game states, especially when he has a lot of information here to work with.
Yeah, I think right now he's trying to dig for Borsalino. He really wants to put himself at a healthy life total from here on. He doesn't want to play too many bodies out before playing Borsa because then he's overplaying the Borsa to heal each turn. He wants to play a Borsa, block with it, play a Borsa, block with it, right? So we can see him, even though he had other great options on that search, he opted still for like, nope, I'm going to look for another searcher and dig for that Borsa.
Yep, and 9 Dawn turn here for Nami. Is that a Gravity Blade that I spy in hand?
Oh, it is. Ooh, that's not going to feel great.
Yeah, that is essentially in the deck for this matchup. And so we could see that Grav Blade come through with a Galdino to just freeze up the board and draw.
Yep.
Kind of resetting the game essentially.
And that's not going to feel great because, like, here, Nick can choose to go 7 or 2 6s, and without 1 Dawn up for I Love You, it's going to be really annoying to get out of these swings.
Yeah. Wow, the Grav Blade just doing so much work in this matchup. That's, that's exactly what you want to see. Looks like Mama coming through as a 1K. Does Cross have too much Dawn to draw? He does, so he doesn't even get the draw off the Mama. And he pops Galdino, freezing the Sakazuki, drawing 2 cards. Cross's board is frozen. He's at 1 life, and he's got another 7,000 power swing coming his way.
Yeah, Nick just seeing, and you know, obviously there's no searching in Nami, but people don't really run too many copies of it, so when you see it in this matchup, you definitely feel pretty good.
Cross down at 0 life. I mean, of course, he is yellow. There are ways to heal, but this is not where you want to be this early in the game.
Yeah, so we're going to see how Cross is going to bring it back from here. So 2 Dawn going into his 9 Dawn turn. He has a searcher. We don't know if he has Borsa yet, but he has a lot of ways to search and filter through the deck, so see how he's going to get to that point. And oh, so many cards in Nick's hand right now, and 5 life. This is a pretty big hill to climb.
Yeah, we're going to have to see, you know, what made Cross the champion here, if he can to claw back into this game. It's unbelievable. Nick has a huge hand, so much life. Cross has 0 life, and his hand is also dwindling. Going to opt for a Borso. I think that you just kind of have to play it here, able to recover a life because he's at 2 or less. And of course, Borsa is also just a blocker. And going to also play a Rosy Law, cheating that out, allowing him to gain back a Dawn and draw a card from the Rosy Law effect. Of course, Rosy Law also a blocker here, so just a wall coming seemingly out of nowhere for Cross, gaining a life and 2 blockers.
Yeah. We saw 5 swing come through, so Nick can choose to take it and trigger a body here just to get a body back onto board, or can choose to obviously guard and just keep a very high health total, very high hand count.
Yep, just pitching that Perona now that also has a Perona in trash. Could become relevant should he need to freeze something. And looks like Cross using the Marine Forward second effect, allowing him to rest it, return a Dawn, and then draw 1 trash 1. Just filtering, cycling for what he needs. Pitching a 2K there. Looks like the X-Drake going into trash. And another Buddhist Sengoku coming through. Top 5, allowing him to take 2 Navy cards.
I think there's a Borsa at least, so I'm definitely taking that one. And then what other thing is going in there?
Yeah, and again, just filtering. After he chooses 2, he'll have to trash 1, so he just has to kind of think about what he needs to sort of just restabilize in this game and start rebuilding a board. Of course, what he does have in his favor is that Nick does not have anything on the board, so he has complete board control, and that is one of the win cons against Nami for a lot of decks, is you try and either freeze their board or you deal with their board so that they just don't have enough swings to finish the game. Yep. And so Cross will have to keep that board maintenance up. He might need another Sakazuki. He might need another Mama Rocket. He might need ways to just clean up Nick's board consistently.
Yep. So Cross here thinking real hard about this next one, and it's going to be an I Love You event, so getting that functionally 2 2Ks worth of counter into hand with the I Love You.
Yeah, and it looks like he chose that over another Borsalino. I think there was 2 Borsalinos in that, as well as a Rosy Law. So that is a really big decision. That's kind of everything that you might want in that search there. And so Cross is taking some time to make sure he has what he needs going forward in this game.
Yep, and now the Sakazuki is free to attack the following turn. That 7 cost line is definitely very annoying for Nami to deal with because that 7 cost line is just highly unattractable other than with Galdino. So Nick doesn't have a board right now. So, I mean, yeah, you have all these cards in hand and a huge life total, but
is that
you're off the
another
board.
Gravity Blade? Do I spy another Gravity Blade in hand?
Did
he just Grav Blade again?
Very painful.
I mean, Cross only has so many Rosy Laws and so many Borsalinos in the deck, and we know Nick doesn't, that he's just bottom decked a bunch more of them.
But here's the interesting thing. If you bottom deck both of them, you're just playing the Borsalino again, because you will actually get to the bottom of your deck again.
That's true. That's a good point.
You will very likely get to them and just play it again.
That's 100%. Yeah, you might actually just be allowing Cross to heal even more. So opting here for the Gecko, going to 6 life now, putting a Kumasi in life. we know there are some targets for Kumasi in the trash, at least the Perona that was pitched last turn. And Nick is just healing away, and Cross is controlling the board.
Yeah.
It looks like Sokka coming down with Mama. Wow. So minus 6,000 on the Gecko. Mama will allow him to rest that.
5 into 4K, so I think that's not long for the world. And the other question is, do you start swinging into life and then dealing with the bodies that pop out? Or is it too frustrating to have to deal with them?
Yeah, and that's always the question. It's like, at what point can you start to deal with these bodies, right? Like, and not die?
Ooh, we're seeing 8 from the... seeing 8 come through. I think maybe Cross has a read that... Like, he's like, I want to kind of cash this out a little bit because I might not get value out of it at all.
Right. Yeah, I think so. And also maybe just saying, like, I know you'll likely take this, and I have to just start chipping away at your life. I mean, you need to kill your opponent to win the game.
Yep.
And so at some point, Cross is going to have to start just getting through the tide of Thriller Bark triggers that await him. And leader effect coming through, pitching a Zoro and a Baby 5. So Nick's trash is stacked. He's got Zoros in there, he's got Kikus, he's got a Perona, he's got everything that he needs should he trigger something like a Gecko to just ruin Cross's day here.
Yep. And Cross can now kind of do the Enel thing and just have infinite Dawn, because now those 2 Sockets can constantly just give you 4 Dawn a turn as long as you rest 2 active. So let's see where he goes from there. I think Cross is content just not putting more pressure down, just because he's keeping that hand size very manageable. I think he does. He still has options to swing into, so let's see what pops out of here. It's going to be a Perona, so you can actually just swing into it right now and clear it. You're very safe to do so.
Yep. I guess Nick probably
Borsa.
wishing he had another Hogback in trash that could have been played there, because the Perona is just not optimal.
Yeah, and interesting that Cross didn't opt to swing into the Perona with... Oh, one of the cycles were played this turn.
Yeah. So he didn't really have a choice there.
It's hard to tell whenever you have multiple copies of the same card. It's like... but also, it's funny that Nick's life total was reaching over into the other side of the play mat. It was like...
I guess for next stream, we'll have to add like a little additional area for the life total, a little add-on to the side.
Yep.
It looks like a 6 swing coming through, just hitting enough power that the Borsa can't free block it completely, and demanding a card from Cross here, and we'll get the Kobe out of hand.
Yeah. Here, Nick may be tempted to bottom deck these, but no. Block. And 7 Dawn left. Is it going to be? Nope. It's not graduate still. Trashing that. Healing 2. So... this is a massive life total.
Wow, and so Nick just starting to rebuild the board. Like the progress that Cross made on his life last turn has just been completely nullified. And now the life's face down, so you don't even know what you're going to be up against. So it's going back to Cross here. Again, he does have a healthy board. He has a lot of Dawn to work with. He can Dawn minus freely for his Marineford to cycle and get it back with Sokka. And so how can he put on the pressure in the most effective way, starting with a 9? Looks like it's probably going to life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fake. Is there any trigger? Nope, no trigger. 5 into the Perona. Just knowing that you're trying to clear this Perona just makes it so you don't get any value off of the effect on the Rosie.
Yep, and then he still has 2 8s that can come through. Quite a lot of pressure that can come down. Going to make it 9 again, just hitting that threshold where Nick will have to give quite a bit. And as Nick, the question is, you just take this to keep your hand. Yeah, starting to maintain the hand. Does draw a Galdino, it looks like, off life. And there's just going to be another 9 Cross with an onslaught of swings here. And Nami is losing life as fast as she is gaining it.
Yeah, and even with this massive hand size, one of the challenges that you're facing is that, like, if you don't have a board, the hand size just gets whittled away very fast. So I think Nick does have to start spending some of these cards to stay at a healthy life total, because he does have to replenish a board. But, ooh, that's an expensive number of cards to spend. And -1 Dawn we see for leader ability. So an option here is actually the Healing Law, the Secret Law,
right.
EV. The 8-drop will allow you to swing 7 and heal, and develop another Rosie Law, actually.
Whoa, you're right. That would be a really strong tempo play here, because as we see, Nick's hand is dwindling. He's down to 5 cards in hand. I'm not seeing maybe an ideal play for next turn. He may end up having to just Graveblade again. And looks like Cross is... Here it comes, the Borsalino. He's been holding it.
I understand now why this tech card is here. It dodges the Gravity Blade.
Right.
So you can choose to not overcommit the board into a Gravity Blade state and do this. And if Nick Gravity Blades here, you're actually kind of happy the Borsellino's going to the bottom of your deck, because that's the only way Rosie can play it over and over again, is if you keep bot decking it, he gets another chance to play it.
Yeah, he's just staying out of Grav Blade range, and it looks like we are going to see another Grav Blade coming down. But of course, I think Cross is okay with this. I mean, he's still got 3 huge bodies. The Borsa can, of course, basically free block now for the rest of the game, and that's exactly what we're going to see. Blocking the 8 and probably pitching a card here. And it just doesn't look like, going to go with the I Love You.
Yep.
That will be plus 2,000 power, then allow him to take a 2K. And we saw that Law pitched right at the beginning of the game. That goes right back to hand. And looks like 8-8 are our swings here. Another 8 coming through. I imagine Cross will just take this. And what an interesting game state. So Nick does get to draw, so that's helpful for him. But he's still not really building a very threatening board.
Pause.
Okay, and it looks like we are switching back over here. A pause may have been called, so we're just pausing the game here. We're just waiting to see what's happening. A pause has been called. And of course, in these stressful situations, you never quite know what is happening here. And so we can see Cross sort of reacting to what happened, and it appears that Cross did not return to Dawn to make his Borsellino a blocker. That would be my guess as to what happened, but we will have to see what how this goes. I was recently playing a little bit of Sengoku myself, and I made the same mistake. I played down the Borsellino thinking it has blocker, but of course you do need to return to Dawn, so just confirming what happened there.
Alrighty.
And my co-caster is returning.
All right, I am back, guys. We just had a quick conversation with the judge. It looked like this was an issue with, they both thought that it was an activate main for the Borsa effect. It is an end of turn, but both players are willing to resolve it as it having being active, only because even if we had -2 at the end of turn, Cross would have started the next turn at 10 anyway. It was a slight misunderstanding of the effect from both sides and the judge, but it has now been clarified, and the game can continue as it is.
Right, and of course I think the Sakazukis were used before that happened, so it was
Yes.
a reversible game state. And so we're just right back at it, and Cross has dropped another Sakazuki here.
Yes.
He's going to minus the Robin. Does he really want to KO it, though, and go down to 0 is the question. I mean, he could. I think he might be pondering or contemplating.
There's no need to actually ramp it back, because he'll just start the next turn at 10. Some people are making that comment, but yeah, if you're at 8 on it in your turn, you're fine. Just start the next turn at 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely reversible game state, and we have fixed it. And so now we want to see, what does Cross want to do? Does he want to clear the Robin? Does he want to just say, I'm going to minus it for the turn? Of course, that power reduction does last into the Nami's turn. And it looks like Gum Gum Lightning. Is that coming down, or was that pitched? I think that was probably pitched for the Marine Ford. And how does Cross want to do his swings? Just thinking here, if he wants to swing at life. Does he want to clear the Robin? And of course, we are starting to get down on the clock, so that must be a factor in both players' minds. Going to start with an 8K swing to life. Taken with no trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Another 8K swing to life.
Yeah, you don't quite have to adjust this Robin if you don't want to, because it will stay -6 for the turn following.
Yeah, and of
See a
course, yeah, Borsellino can just free block the leader swing, so you're kind of,
8, because,
8.
you can restand the Borsa at the end of turn by finding the -2.
Yep.
Oh, Perona. Trigger probably a hog back here.
Yeah.
Yep. Because it's unclearable in this point.
Yep, and so our first sort of unknown trigger popping out of life, unexpected. So let's see how Cross decides to deal with this. This, of course, does get Nick one step closer to threatening lethal if Cross doesn't have an event or a way to survive. Of course, he will still have that blocker. So Nick not quite there yet with lethal, but getting closer, inching ever forward. But we see Nick down to 2 life. He does have a healthy hand size, 10 Dawn here to play with. And now the question is, what's he going to play with Borsellino?
Yep.
5K swing coming through right off the bat. just going to be a tax for the rest of the game. This hogback here, the hogback tax.
2K law sent there. 5 Borsa heal, so Nick just getting himself out of that dangerous range, just keeping this game going, trying to outlast this pressure.
Yep. And some more Dawn rested. Looks like the Galdino coming down, just stalling here. We'll be able to draw 2, freeze one of the Sakazukis here. So that's 1 less swing for Cross, more cards in hand for Nick. And a 6K swing coming through will be blocked by the Borsalino. And is going right back to Cross's turn. Now let's see what Cross wants to do. It looks like he's already preemptively tapping his Dawn. Does he have a play lined up? Is it another Sokka or another Borsa? Another Sokka. There is the 4th one. And like you said, he's seen so much of his deck. It's not even surprising that he's found it at this point.
Yep. Oh, I love this lightning play. I love people running this card in this deck. It's like it makes the Sokka just so threatening because you can KO up to a 12K the turn that you're playing it. It gives you these extensible turns where you can just like get around blockers, put more pressure down. And we're looking at what, like 2 8K swings coming through now, plus 1 more from up to 9. You could just spend all 3 Dawn too if you really wanted to.
Yep.
But probably you want to hold it up for I love you. But 8 coming through, it's more than enough. It's going to demand a brick for leader ability and plus a 2K. And yeah, we're just seeing the admirals come through.
Yeah, quite literally. I still, when I look at this board, I think I'm watching Sengoku and not Rosie. And here comes another 8 coming through. Will get taken. It is another trigger. And that really is important for Nick here. He does need to see some of these triggers out of life. That is the whole point of running this Thriller Bark package. You expect to have some characters popping out of your life. That's part of playing this leader. That is a win con here. Certainly in this game, Nick will need enough attacks to at least represent lethal. And here's another 9 coming through with the Borsa. Is it a trigger?
Ooh, draw 2.
Yep, another trigger, drawing 2. Again, we expect this with Nami. Most of the deck is triggers, and Cross restanding the Borsa and passing.
Yep, end of turn, restand the Borsa. So this Borsa, I can see the tech now. This is very good.
Yep, and looks like we are now back 10 Dawn for Nami, 4 minutes on the clock. This has been a long game. It's a stressful game. Playing on stream is one of the most stressful things for players. And so let's see how Nick decides to play out his turn here. Could drop a Gecko and potentially heal. But he has to think about maximizing pressure as well with his swings, taxing cards. So here's going to be a 5 coming through. We'll see what Cross wants to give. Does he have a 1K? Does he just give the event to grab a 2K? Looks like that was countered.
Yep. So I think this might be Nick's last turn if he can't heal and kind of keep extending the game further.
Yep.
Don't think Cross will want to block this.
Yeah.
He wants to keep that blocker for a juicier swing.
Yeah, yeah.
2K law.
Yeah.
That $30 law.
6K swing coming through. Does get blocked.
And what's this? 5 Dawn 4 is a Borsa healing out. And 4 Dawn for another heal?
Yep.
Marco.
All
the
right.
game is going to keep going.
Walling up, both players, building walls, tearing them down. But of course, one thing that Nick does no longer have to worry about is another Sakazuki. They are all currently present on the board here for Cross. But
lightning! Get it out of here. Oh, that's crazy.
And you know, I said it before, but I love seeing decks like this in the hands of a pro player like Cross. It just feels like they always have the answer because they're always digging and searching and finding and thinking ahead. And it's just a deck like this that has so many tools, is so powerful in the hands of someone like Cross. And you can see him here now pondering, what does he want to do with his Dawn? How can he swing to put down the most pressure?
Especially with so many searches, you can actually perfect stack your deck too. Like if you have good memory, you can like kind of with back then with RG Law, you can just perfect stack the deck. You know what's still in there. You know what's not in there. You've seen most of the deck.
Yep.
You know how many Borsas are in there. So really powerful. And 8K coming to lead here, so it's going to demand 2 cards minimum here. Nick cannot take this because then it's just way too risky to go down to that low.
Yeah, may opt to just block with the Marco, draw some cards. I don't hate that. I mean, it's always good to know what you're dealing with in terms of how much counter will I have. But looks like he may want to just get the value he can, and of course he does have to worry that all the swings that come after this could be even higher. And so may be thinking, do I want to keep this blocker for a higher swing? But opting to say no, I think I want to draw 2 cards. I need to know what I'm dealing with, how much counter do I have, what do I pitch off leader effect, do I have a play for next turn? And so essentially opting for information here, as well as cards and a block. And another 8 comes through for Cross. Leader effect coming through, and Zeus getting pitched as a 2K. Cross returning a Dawn. Draw 1, trash 1, using that alternate Marineford effect. And it looks like another 8K swing is coming through right away. Cross just still keeping all of his Dawn up. Nick, 2 more cards out of hand. 2 1Ks.
Yep.
2 1Ks.
Ooh.
Whenever your opponent pitches 2 1Ks, you start to smell blood.
Blood in the water. Another 8. Send through 2 1s. So won't be able to end the game here. 8 lead again. That's a take. Trigger, Gecko trigger. I think that's a 4 draw. Probably Marco. Yeah. Keep yourself healthy. And then you're going to have to try to find your get away out of here. So 5. I think it's going to be a Borsa to heal.
Yeah, Cross just thinking about what to play, playing on top to get a Borsa, because of course he still does have to survive. There are a number of swings coming this way. And so Cross will have done the math. We'll know what he needs to survive.
And actually another 5 Dawn. So if he has another Borsa, he could drop it as well.
Interesting. Do you trade another big body here is the question. Looks like he's just going to restand and leave up 5 Dawn.
Yep.
I only need 5 Dawn on this turn. It's fine.
Yeah, so the question is, do you live through this turn?
Yeah, it's up to Nick now to put on a lot of pressure. And he needs to try and win. Of course, Cross just saying, I've got 5 Dawn. I could have slow beams. I could have I love yous out the wazoo. I don't need my Dawn. And so Nick has a choice. Does he go for it, or does he keep trying to wall up? I mean, he has 2 cards in hand. What kind of wall can you build with 2 cards? I don't even know if you hit the miracle triggers here. If you play like a Borsa and trigger, I don't even think that saves you in this situation.
Yep.
So here comes the obligatory, let me see your trash. What do I swing? Counting the 2Ks.
Yep. We are now in 5 minutes overtime. So Nick is turn 0, followed by turn 1 on Cross, turn 2 from Nick, and Cross will have the final turn. So there are still turns to play out for this game, and I believe Cross will still get a final chance to go for a lethal.
Yes, and time always a factor in these games. There is always a win con, especially for decks that can heal, to heal on the last turn, or to wait out the clock and heal. And of course, that can happen even with both players playing at a quick and reasonable pace. That's just the nature of One Piece. This is just part of the game. And so we'll have to see what Nick thinks he can do here. Going to start with a 5K swing, the 5 check.
Quick 5 peppering. Yeah. Oh, slow
and
beam.
the punish.
It's there. It is there. So I don't think Nick has a quite easy survival line here, because if you double Borsa, that's great. But even then, you don't have the Dawn attached to leader, so you can't go to 7K. So still a lot of swings coming through. That's also a 6K attacker that's off the board now in terms of being able to get through.
Yeah.
So 4 minutes left on the clock. Still overtime, turn 0 here. I think a 7's coming through.
Yep. 7.
Still a lot of attacks.
Could be a sign that he's going for it, but he could still play something like a Gecko here and try to heal. And maybe just play for triggers and play for time, because of course there's no way you're getting there.
2 cards in hand. I think I see it's a Gecko and a Borsa, so it is 2 healing options that are present. And slow.
Okay, so Cross wasn't just leaving up a Dawn for no reason.
What? This is okay. So turns out we were the ones who were wrong for thinking that leaving up all that Dawn was a misplay. Turns out it's not a misplay. It's actually an incredibly good play. And
Cross with the Foxy.
Rock 2K. Yep. Followed by a Borsa. All right. So let's see what's here. If there's a 3rd lightning in the deck, I think it's pretty cooked from there. But even then, you've got so many swings this turn, and there's 1 card in hand. I think you basically have a guarantee. Oh, I am blown away by how this game has just like turned back and forth.
Wow.
Holy.
Cross putting on a masterclass with the Rosie here. What a turnaround, Nami, from 6 life. Now down on the ropes, 2 cards in hand, 2 life. And Nick thinking about the trigger here, opts not to trigger it. Another 9 coming through. Speedy. Now it's 0 life for Nick. Oh, a bunch of Dawn attached to Borsalito. He gets there. Cross is our champion. Oh my goodness, what a crazy game.
Yep. No, what a crazy game. I'm also hearing from production here. We have a clarification on the previous thing that happened. Also, congrats to Cross. That was an insane game, but only because some of you folks are talking about it. Talking with the judges, they reversed the game state to when the action was taken of the -2 Dawn, because it's not an activate main, it's end of turn. So they reversed back to prior to the activate main, in which case, then end of turn, Cross -2. and then just end at 8.
Yep.
And that's what.
Yeah, and so that, I mean, that's what happens. That's what we call a repairable game state.
You go
There's-
back to the action, and then you fix it from there. It wasn't that he passed without ending his turn. They just both thought it was an activate main. Both players. That's why the player was willing to take it back.
Yep, and I mean, this is part of the game. Mistakes happen. That's why we have a whole team of amazing judges here. When we look out to the room over there, there's judges. They're mulling about. They're helping resolve all of these judge calls. This is just part of competing at this level.
Yeah.
You have judge calls. You make mistakes. You repair the game. You reverse. You figure it out. It's similar to having a referee in any sport. These things happen. We resolve them, and we move on. And we had a great game.
We're lucky no other actions were taken too, so like it didn't really matter much. But yeah, no, honestly, that was such a fun game for me to watch, just because seeing that life total go from like 6 or 7 all the way back to there is just nuts, and I cannot believe it. I now see why the 7-drop was like. I'm like, oh, should I be running that now? It's like, yeah, that is kind of good against Nami, isn't it? It's like, is this kind of in a way better than 8-drop, the 8-drop Kata 2 because it's so searchable?
Right.
So I'm like, wow, that's kind of a good card. And also, you kind of want the minus Dawn because you want, like, sometimes you, the effect that when it comes into play is you get an active and 1 rested, right? So you also get an active Dawn.
Yeah.
So there's all sorts of stuff. So wow. All right, looks like I gotta go pick that up and try it out.
Yeah, Cross showing us the spicy Rosie tech. Only a few Rosies remaining, so we'll be keeping an eye on Cross for his run today, and we'll see if he can just get there. If he can keep this momentum and show us how to play Rosie.
Let's see how many goes through. Yeah. So we'll be back very soon with the next round. I believe we're already pairing, so we're gonna quickly go grab the next match right now. But thank you guys for joining us. We'll be back very, very soon with the next match while we go grab it. always forget to do that. All right, welcome back, guys, to our round 5 of the One Piece Card Game Regional at the Sheraton Center Hotel for the Unsung events. Yeah, so we're going to round 5. We've got a great one for you. You've got a really strong competitor who has a lot of history in not just this game, but many games, and I'm really excited to watch this game match because it's one that I think is really hard to win, but I've heard otherwise.
Yeah, we've been talking about this nonstop. This has been the talk of the town. It is going to be GU Luffy versus Nami, and I've played the matchup quite a bit myself, and I struggle into Nami, but apparently the rumor is that it's actually favored for GU Luffy if you play it properly, if you play it well, if you play the deck effectively. And so we chose none other than Seven, Sammy Wang himself, an expert player, to show us this matchup, to teach us.
Yeah, just a brilliant aggro player, having done really well on Rayleigh before and other aggro decks like this. So really excited to see how he navigates this matchup, especially because I feel like it's high skill 1. So we're going to jump right into it now, and we'll see who's going first as well as dice rolls.
Yep, so Sammy did win dice roll. He took first. Sai kept his opening hand, and Sammy agonized for a while and then did mulligan into the hand that we see now, starting with the Luffy and grabbing a Prisoner of Impel down to get started.
Yes, and good start on going first, going back to Nami. So obviously on that odd curve, you're denying the Nami the odd curve. So here, a lot of Namis have cut Girl from their deck or just reduce the number, so we don't see one dropping down, and we pass back to Sammy on that 3-Dawn turn, and just straight 8. Wow.
Yep, right out here, Sammy kind of saying, I guess he doesn't have any 2-drops to play on this turn. A little bit awkward here, but by no means a huge problem, as long as he can just maybe recover on his 5 turn with something like a buggy. And we do see that, ooh, beautiful.
Wow.
Nami coming down.
I'm surprised.
Countering.
Plus 2 cards given, that almost makes it kind of worth it in a way.
Yeah, it's interesting here. I also don't mind this from the Nami's perspective. I was talking about this with my wife earlier, and she was talking about how she likes in this matchup to actually counter out early and to stay on a very high life total, just to buy more time to play more Robins and to establish a big enough board. But going to be the Perona coming down, just freezing the Luffy, and of course this is a little bit awkward here.
Yeah, I mean, once again, you can keep pressuring life here. A 5 is going to take a card from hand here, so you can actually really just reduce their hand size. And immediately, Sammy with such confidence, playing the buggy into the Prisoner's Impel down. Immediately, 2-Dawn open. You can swing 7 just direct. And you're going to have to actually take it or give natural 2k, but no trigger there either, so you love to see it.
Yep, and this is the line here. Just playing out the buggy, swinging 7. This is just a really strong 5-Dawn play from Luffy. This is exactly what you want to be doing, pressuring life or getting cards while building a board at the same time. What's not to love? And let's see, does Sai have a Nami to answer in turn? We saw him pitch one earlier, so I'm assuming we are going to see a Nami coming down. His leader is sideways. I believe he hasn't swung. Good. There we go. And it looks like the Nami is going to come down.
Ooh, and we see quite a few nice alt arts coming through and just the shine of them. And yeah, going to pick on the left from Sammy's side and draw a card for Sai for leader ability, followed by, yeah, also the attached Dawn. So we've got 2 potential 6k swings coming through now.
Yes, and of course the beauty of this Nami is that if they KO it, you have the opportunity to play out another 5-drop. Looks like Perona is going to swing 6 here. That just gets taken, snap taken. Sammy moves so fast, sometimes I can't even see.
Yeah, it makes me think that Sammy must have practiced his matchup quite a bit because he's moving with a lot of confidence in terms of knowing what his lines are. So he might have just played this matchup enough that he knows kind of I go here, then I go here, then I go here, which is kind of how we've seen him play in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly a player who kind of knows his lines. He knows what he wants to do in the game. And it looks like he's taking another swing, going down to 1 life quite early here, opting not to block with the Prisoner.
Interesting. So I wonder if one of the lines here is actually just reduce your opponent's hand size and then just go for maybe the Impel Down All-Stars combo where you just set up the right permutation of 7k swings or 8k swings and just get through. I don't know. I'd love to see him cook.
Yeah, I'm really curious here. I mean, I do feel like blocking there would be ideal. Maybe Sammy just doesn't actually have counter in his hand. That can happen with this deck, but I'm trying to think about just given how many cards he has, if that's possible, or if it's really a choice to go down to 1 life here.
Yeah. Could it also be that you're not afraid of going to 0 because you just choose to say, I'm not going to play around Unblockable Sanji,
yeah.
And then if the Robin ever comes down, I'm just going to make sure it never attacks.
Yeah.
Or I never have to clear it.
Yeah. Again, we're learning here. This is awesome. And we see the Ivankov coming down. That will search top 3, adding an Impel down. card to hand and then can play a 2 or less, going to play the Mr. 2 that was taken off the search, drawing 1 card. Leader effect gets Sammy back to 4 Dawn, and so he can still put pressure or play another body.
Wow, this is an explosive deck. This is the 7 Dawn turn. This board is full. And yeah, like a lot of cards in Sai's hand, but 2 life? Like, I mean, you don't want to play a Borsa next turn. That's not what you want to do. I mean, yeah, and we're seeing this is going to be a 7k swing into lead as well.
Yep. And just confirming the Luffy's power there, of course, he does gain power for every character with a different name. There are 5 characters, so he has 5,000 power, plus 2 Dawn, 7,000 coming through. Looks like Sai is going to counter pitching.
Peach gone out here. Oh, you can't get... Oh, and the Caldino too. Wow.
Yep. So Sai, again, choosing to kind of protect his life, giving some high-value cards away, though, to do so, but really wants to hold on to his 2Ks, really wants to hold on to the Robin that it appears he has in hand.
Yeah, and we can see him in posturing swinging another 7 here. Like, maybe Sammy's thought is like, you can't go for it. I have too many cards in hand. I'll hold 1 Dawn up. If you go for it, you'd lose.
Yeah, exactly. And there's 7 coming through, demanding so many cards so quickly.
I am getting the flashbacks of Sammy versus Richard Yam, Rayleigh versus Zora. One of my favorite matches to cast with you, where it's just back and forth, no fear, just aggression.
Yeah, Sammy just a quick player, so confident, and then swinging 5 right into the Perona right away, saying you're going to have to give me another card if you want to keep this body on the board. And Sai thinking here, it feels like a relentless assault from Sammy. Like, it's nonstop.
Like, wow, I wonder... I mean, yeah, Sammy's hand size is enormous, though, because he took all the hits. So, like, yeah, I guess you can't really kill him there. Or, like, you can't risk that method, but, like, this is insane.
Yeah. So much aggression coming down. Sammy putting on a masterclass. Here's how you play this matchup. Is it truly Luffy favored? We're finding out here in real time. And looks like starting with a 7k swing. I like this, demanding 2 cards, but of course Sammy did leave a Dawn up, so he could just go, I'll go to 8 with a number of events that Luffy could be running that allows him to go plus 3,000 power.
Yeah. And here 2-1, so still holding that 1 Dawn up. I think if Sammy can actually get the event like used next turn, I think he can go for it. So I think as long as he can keep 1 copy of the event in hand and get out of the 7k swing, he can safely kind of go for it and also still restand his blocker, like restand the blocker and then keep it standing.
Yep, that's true. He is in range to play, let's go to Navy HQ, restand his board.
Oh.
And so another 7 coming through. Again, getting countered here, and then we're going to see the Borsalino coming down, just healing Sai here back to 3 life, giving him a blocker so that he could just try to withstand the onslaught.
Yeah, I mean... Holy, like, I think how many 7s can come across this turn? Because the Bongaray can swing for 8. You can swing for 7s on the other 2 for just 1 Dawn. So technically you can go like 7, 7, 8, restand, 7, 7, like, you know, and then 8, 8, 9, or 8, 8, 9, 9.
Yeah, the question is, do you want to go this early, right? At 9 Dawn only, it might not be the most effective use of the event.
7 lead?
So starting with 7, not committing.
Yeah. As to his name, sorry.
7, and actually he rolled 7 for his dice roll to win the dice roll as well. So
lucky number 7. But Sai thinking now, because yeah, this is going to be a 2-card commit right off the bat, and I think if he gives it up, I think Sammy can also play control line. I think he still has the option of playing control.
And it's not a trigger. Sai is not really seeing triggers this game as well. So Sammy gets feeling much more confident, just instant
and
attaches.
That's another 7. And that's countered. Yep.
That gets countered as well. 2 life here. Does Sammy want to restand?
In hand.
Or does he want to play the long game?
Yeah. He can swing for 8 here now.
I mean, once you commit to that, there is no restand.
Yeah. Because if there is a way you can do it, I think if you...
Play a 1-drop and then...
1-drop and then restand 2 Dawn.
Yeah.
But I don't think you would do it at that point, because then you don't have enough swings to make it meaningful. I think this is just him saying, I can keep the game going for as long as I want. Like, this is... You think... I thought he was going to gas out, but no. I realized, no, he actually has a lot of tools to keep the game locked out. And another card taken from hand, too.
Yeah. Wow, and still so much Dawn to play with. Like, I mean... It's just Sai's down to 2 cards, 2 life. He doesn't really have a board. I mean, Sammy could opt to now start swinging at the Nami if he wants to.
I'm so happy to watch this game, because we talked the other day about wanting to watch like a masterclass in this matchup, because we've heard so many different opinions on it about which side it favors, how how bad it is, but we're really seeing a very unique line where I've never seen this much kind of like fearless aggression into not being like, nope, I just think that you won't turn the corner.
Yeah, exactly. It feels so relentless. I mean, it's unbelievable how, I don't know how Sammy does it, but he does this with every deck when you're playing against him. It feels like you're under just constant pressure, constant threat, and Sai really is under constant pressure and constant threat. And it looks like Sammy just taking a moment here, really wants to think through this turn.
Yeah. We see Sai talking to the judge. I think he's saying, yeah, this is crazy. And like, yep, that's a lot of bodies in play.
Yep, exactly. And Sammy does have to, of course, still be worried about dying. It's possible, right? So needs to both set up a board and opting to play another Mr. 2, which will allow him to restand his Dawn. So this is just maybe an efficiency play here.
And he can still keep
He
peppering.
no longer has his names, but he's set up.
Ooh,
There's
that's
the Luna.
stunned. Okay, and he just passes there, just saying that. And that's kind of a smart play because if you can't get like a way to cash out that Luna for more, you might as well play it now and get a brick out of hand. Because I think his plan is just, I have just enough counter to not die.
Yeah.
And each turn, I'm taking more cards out of your hand than you're taking out of mine.
Exactly, yeah. And it's like, is there ever going to even be a better time to play the Luna, given how Sammy really has Sai on the ropes here? Even if you play something like a Robin, it's going to be a whole full cycle before that Robin gets turned sideways anyway. So just opting to it's like a card for a swing. I'm just going to preemptively give the card.
At this point, I think you've taken all the natural counter, like most, if not all the natural counter from Sai's hand that like, at a certain point, like if you're just able to get multiple 7s or 8s across, yeah. It's just crazy.
Yeah, and I guess Sai here, he looks like he has the Robin and the board, so maybe thinking between the two. Like, do I want to heal 1 life and then be able to put pressure with Leader? Potentially a huge swing at life that could either put Sammy down to 0 life or just force some of the events out of hand. Or do I just play the Robin, save the Borso for a little bit later, but I'm able to sort of heal up again and develop a body. And it looks like he's made his choice.
So that's going to the buggy. I think you just...
Oh, okay.
I mean, I mean, the argument is, you don't block this, right? You just let it die, I'm assuming? Because like letting it die or blocking with prisoners is roughly the same thing, except, you know, depending on what's in your hand and what you want, like what you can replenish to have still a unique board to threaten that. He's a signing blocker anyway, just because if it does die, he still wants to have it have granted blocker.
Yep.
But this feels like, if you're on Sammy's side, this feels like a play that you're happy about. Oh, he's going to +2 and then bounce the active hand. And then counter and save the buggy.
Sammy with the tech.
So now it's just 1 heal, but you're just going to keep this pressure going.
Unbelievable. He does get to bounce the Borsalino, and that is a card that you have to play around, and it's really hard to play around as Nami. Unbelievable. The Gum Gum Champion Rifle. Of course, it gives you +2,000 power, and then your opponent returns one of their active characters, which was the
Instant Snap 7. That buggy just instant snap 7. He's always, every turn starts with this. Instant Snap 7. Yep. Oh, we're seeing a peek. Sai looking at his trash, so it could be a Thriller Bark trigger. It could be a trigger for a cost Gecko. I think if it's a cost Gecko and it pops out a Galdino and you live this turn, that could bode really well for you. So we got to see what trigger it's going to be, but it is a Gecko trigger, so yeah, the thought is what to take here, and it's going to be Prona. I think Sai's worried about just too much pressure coming down this turn.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, and of course the Prona is really annoying because that does stop an attack. It stops Sammy from doing some shenanigans here where maybe he replaces a body and then does the restand event, because he will lose 1 swing on that, on both the initial swing and the restand. So it's quite taxing. And this may force Sammy into a line where he has to play for another turn, even if he was intending not to. And it looks like he will freeze the Bonchan.
Yeah, because he knows that it's just so much pressure if he goes to 7k.
Yeah. Yep, and so let's see, again, how does Sammy remain flexible in this situation? That's how you play against Nami. You have to expect these triggers. You have to play around them. You have to know that at any moment, Nami's board could be filled with characters as they pop out of life. 9 Dawn.
Sammy has to think about this now because, you know, he may not know that Sai has this other Borsa in hand because the Borsa that was played seems like it's the one from Champion Rifle.
Yeah.
And now this is where he has to go in the tank and think about this because that trigger has changed a lot of what's going on here. But we're seeing 4 Dawn be used, dropping a Galdino, so he has his own one active now. 2 Dawn restood from leader ability. And then he's just going to go for a... That's a 7, yeah. That's going to be a 7. Yep, 7k. I was counting the...
Yeah, 7k. I know, me too.
Yeah, I was like...
7k coming through. Just continuing the pressure. And of course, as soon as you see the Galdino, you know Sammy's thinking, I'm going to play for another turn.
Yeah.
Gonna freeze the Nami again, and then draw 2 cards, and then just wait until
No
I can
trigger.
go for it.
Oh, Galdino. That's good for Sai. Trashing it. Draw 2, and then you can stop an attacker. I guess you're gonna stop the Nami.
Yeah, Nami feels like a good target here. Just keeping it
Force is
pinned
never
down.
turning sideways.
Yeah,
Like,
Force
I think Sai's too worried to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course the Prona you can trade into a little bit later, so you sort of want that sideways. So.
Yeah. Oh, and we get a peek of Sammy's hand. We see a Luna in hand.
Okay.
So Luna is an option. That's why I guess he's thinking about this, is that he can stop. He can technically stop the Nami by using 3 Dawn and just extend the game 1 turn further. Whether he can keep controlling in this way, though, is the question. If he plays in that slow manner, but
Yeah, okay, and looks like he did opt for a Prona.
Yeah.
Okay. Stopping the Prona here with a Galdino. He still has 5 Dawn available.
And yeah, he can rest 3, use Luna, and then swing an 8 with the Boncaray.
Yeah.
But he's, Leader Bill hasn't used it, so 5 actually will demand a card.
Right,
Yeah.
and of course if he's planning to Luna here, then there's no reason to freeze the Nami. You freeze the Prona, and you just Luna the Nami. So I think we're starting
and
to
if you
see.
block here, if you try to free block,
Then he'll freeze it. So and
no, this.
I saw it sort of. It's kind of funny, but I saw Sammy kind of lean back when that happened. I think he was like, okay.
8 lead, because now if it's a Thriller Bark trigger, he can stun that too.
Yes. Yeah.
This is just like the only way this is like bad is if it's a Gecko trigger instead and it comes in active.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
And
But we just saw a Gecko trigger, so.
Leader ability.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because it copies at the time of attack, so you only need to give it 1 card. But
Yeah.
this Luna is just wow.
I'm learning so much. I was on the fence. Do you play Luna here?
This is that.
What do you play?
Was the
Grav
Bosa block
Blade? What
even
do you play? But
incorrect?
yeah.
Like what? I don't. I'm not even sure if it was,
I
because
know.
like I don't think you had a choice, right?
Yeah, no, so I'm just loving watching Sammy play this matchup. The choices he made in his deck building here.
Grants blocker, and he can protect this. He can keep the number of swings required, and he's actually still set up for All Stars next turn.
Yeah. We could see an explosive finish here, all the way to Navy HQ.
Like, that's crazy how. I think the skill of this deck is how do you keep this pressure up while also maintaining pressure that you could All Stars.
Yeah.
Which I'm sorry.
The
Let's go to the. Okay, I'll say the correct name one time just so people, so I can pretend like I am saying the correct thing instead of my own headcanon about this.
And look at production. Kobe's got us here. He's pulled
Yes,
it up.
let's go to the Navy headquarters. But yes,
We will be calling it All Stars, Impel Down All Stars.
Impel Down All Stars or Restand of It.
And it looks like the Galdino coming down. Gonna pop it. Draw 2. Where do we want to freeze? Potentially freezing again, maybe that Mr. 2. Potentially freezing,
Yeah.
Just saying that card just gets you the most value here. I don't want it attacking again. And another Borsa. So Sai just kind of doing the same play as last turn. Freezing things, playing blockers, and that's how you win. You slowly start to rebuild a board that can threaten lethal. And now, again, Sammy can't really go for it because he's losing an attack. One of his attacks is frozen.
All right, so we have technically the board. Oh, and we see the rest of the blockers. So we actually have a full board that can do the event. We've sent Sheraton right away, and we go 7 to lead immediately.
Oh, the other Galdino as well. Oh, I love Sammy's list. He's got a lot of spicy stuff in here.
He's always keeping 5 unique names.
Yeah.
It is actually crazy how it's happening almost as like a passive action. Like it's like, yeah, this is definitely a sign of like high skill, like goofy play is when you're able to do this.
Yeah, it's a mini game within the game of just making sure that you can always refill the board with the appropriately named character. And that is what makes Goofy such a skillful deck with such an incredibly high ceiling. Because, of course, based on what you've seen, what you've pitched, you can start to maybe work out what you're going to see later, what you need to just always have those 5 different names on the board. And we can see Sammy here just thinking. He's used his Lunas, and we're likely not seeing another one.
And it's only 1 card in hand, right? So I think he has to just go for it natural. Like it's SSB. He has to just kind of bank it on like the swings and just whether or not there's triggers.
Yeah, do you get there? I mean, one character can't attack. The Galdino was just played this turn. So we're looking at 3 more swings, and then with the restand event, 4 swings.
Yeah.
Is that enough with 2 life, 2 cards in hand?
Yeah.
It is, but we also know things can pop out of life. So Sammy has to think about how he wants to allocate his Dawn to force the most cards out of Sai's hand.
Yeah. One more Luna here would have been super nice. I was definitely pleased with this card. And 7 lead.
Yep, just starting with the 7.
Is it 2 bricks in hand? I actually now have forgotten now what's still remaining in Sai's hand. He's asking. He's there's a Boris in hand, so we know there's at least 1k counter, and the other one is a new gate, I believe. 1k. 2. He's replacing.
Oh.
He's replacing his Bon Carré.
Interesting.
Nope, he's actually replacing the Luffy.
Yep. Gonna play out Daz Bones to draw.
He's hoping for something.
Is this a dig? Maybe Sammy just hoping to draw another card here.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were going for it, that's not what you...
He might have been just hoping for the Luna. Maybe he just didn't, he couldn't go for it. I guess after that, you can't really go for it.
Yeah. And has Sai actually made it? Has he withstood the onslaught? We see Sammy slowing down, not moving as quickly as before with the constant barrage of attacks, constant quick plays, having to now switch into that evaluative mode to figure out what's the optimal line here. What is my win condition?
Yeah. 4 now remaining. 6.
Going for board. A pivot.
Oh.
And that's the thing. Anytime you can just pivot. Yep. Borsa goes down.
Gone.
We're going to swing at the other Borsa. We're going to swing at the Nami. How risky.
Oh. All right.
We feel like if we swing that, we don't have the block. But it is our only swing remaining.
6 into Borsa. And it's gone.
It's gone.
So if you can play a blocker here, not quite good enough maybe. If you have 4-drop Croc.
Yeah, you could draw a card, have another blocker. No more swings left.
And it's a 4-drop Croc, right? That's my theory.
Or Galdino. Galdino would also be pretty nice. Nope, you're right. Yeah, your
Croc.
theory is correct.
Bounce, play, draw 1 more. Maybe it's counter. You have to kind of hope what's in your life, I think.
Wow.
I think the Gecko trigger just too... I think it was the Gecko trigger and the Third Bark trigger.
Yeah.
Just pushed it too much. I also think that if Sammy had seen something else, he hadn't seen any boas this game, which definitely would have helped him get climb higher.
Yeah. No boas. It looks like he didn't have the restand event either.
Yeah, takes no trigger. So I think that should be guaranteed because I think each. Yeah, that's
9.
guaranteed. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow, Sai does get
so
there
close.
in the end.
Also, Sai saw 3 Borsas, so just too much value, and also just too much value off that because, brick left and double bricks in life. So, is there a world that you should actually just you couldn't have gone for it, right? Because as soon as the first 7 was blocked, and didn't have the event either.
Yeah. If he had the event, he certainly gets there though. So
damn.
Sammy not seeing the boa, not seeing the event. But
Crazy.
Wow. Well, I don't know what the consensus is.
I still don't know because that, it felt like in that situation, Nami saw a bunch of Borsas, so a bunch of ways to heal back up. Saw a bunch of triggers too. Saw 3 Galdinos too.
Yeah.
Was it 2 or 3? Yeah.
At least 2.
Yeah, it's 2 Galdinos. Yeah. So a lot of things holding back because I think Sam just needed 1 more swing most of that time.
Yeah.
The 1 more swing, or if he had a boa developed, either one.
Yeah.
Would have been great. So, crazy game, and I just want to see that matchup again now. I want to see I want to see all the Goofies just challenge the Namis.
Yeah, and I really want to study Sammy's list. I mean, I'm really curious actually because we mentioned he didn't draw boa, but there's also lists that don't run as many boas. He has a lot of different tech cards in there. So I really want to see what he was cooking and what he feels his win con is in that matchup, because it just seemed like he was so confident in the beginning, but that he was just missing something at the end. There was just couldn't close it. Whereas for Sai, he was able to just sort of play very calm, stabilize, counter out, pull out the trash, and then, of course, as Nami, you're relying on triggers. That's part of your win con. So you need to see 1 or 2. You need to hope that your life gives you that 1 Gecko that can then allow you to establish a body and sort of claw your way back into the game.
Yeah, so great games from both players. I'm sure Sai has experienced now the pressure of Goofy, and having to play against someone like 7, definitely one of those experiences that you're going to remember. But yeah, great games for both of them. But we're going to hop over, I think, onto our, not a break, but yeah, we're shortly send you guys off for a little bit while we go grab the next round for you guys, because it'll be happening, I think, very shortly. I think it's we're just wrapping up that round. But no, amazing games. I hope we see more stuff like that. But yeah, once again, this is myself, Vandal, casting alongside my friend Patrick Alto. But yeah, we're really happy to have you guys here. And we're going to show you a lot more fun One Piece card games. So stick around, and we'll also update the graphic with who's still undefeated going into this round.
Welcome back. We are here in Toronto at the Unsung Regionals event for the One Piece card game. I'm with Sai. He just showed us a devastating performance with Nami into UG Luffy. We were just talking on stream about this matchup a lot because there seems to be a lot of debate about whether this is favored for Nami or favored for Luffy. So I want to get your impressions. What do you think?
I think it's a very close game. It comes down to last card. Like as you saw there, like that Luna into Rifle, amazing. Like Sammy is a great player. It came down to like the last card, but I think that turn where I swung 6, played Galdino, and then played Borsellino, that was like just enough to like survive.
Right.
I think that combo in itself, where you draw 2 and gain a life and gain a blocker, stops the aggression enough. So this OP16 Galdino card really like adds to this matchup a lot.
Yeah.
And they just have to go for it, right? Like they can't really go board. They have to go face.
Yeah.
So I would say it's a very close matchup. I think it's slightly favored for Nami just because Luffy can't play forever.
Right.
Nami can play longer than Luffy. So it comes down to like that last card, and I was so glad I was able to counter out. We were actually talking. I was talking to Sammy. If he swung 8-8-9, he would have had it.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
But
Yeah.
the way he swung incorrectly, and
Right.
I was able to counter. It's just because my last life was a brick.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, and what's your game plan going into that matchup? So what are you looking for in your mulligan? Do you prefer first or second?
So when I mulligan, I'm looking for 5-cost Nami. I think 5-cost Nami, amazing card. Like you get the card draw, you pressure their life. They can't stay too healthy. You drop them to like 2, and then you're swinging like 7 at them. So it's pretty strong card. I cut girls, so I no longer run girls. So I'm just looking for like that Nami. After that, I just want to get enough healing and survival just to survive. Into that matchup, I want to see Borsellino and Galdino, just because those are my late game turns. Like I swing 6, play Borsellino, Galdino.
Right.
But other matchups, I want to see like Nami and Newgate and Gecko and stuff. In this matchup, I didn't really get to play that Robin. I just saw I was pitching it for leader ability.
Yeah.
So it was came down to the wire there, but I would say I'm mulliganing for Nami, Galdino, and Borsellino.
All right, and I noticed while you were playing, you've got a beautiful deck. Have you been playing Nami for a while, blinging it out?
Yeah, since EBO 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Since the 5-cost Nami and 7-cost Robin came out,
Yeah.
this deck looks amazing.
No, it is so beautiful. And I guess just how are you feeling now? So we just finished, what was that, round 4?
I think 5.
5? I'm losing track of time.
That's round
But your
5,
EXO, how are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
I think I picked a good deck. I need to see the matchups I want.
Yeah.
I didn't see the matchups I wanted earlier. I had like really bad matchups, but hopefully in the future it'll be like Anels and Green Blue Luffy, and I'll take it home, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you have any shout outs, anyone you'd like to say thank you to?
Honestly, shout out to a lot of, like, shout out Dolly, shout out my pops, shout out my boy Gary, my boy Anojin, my boy Justin, Edward, Yusuf, like Arnold, like so many of my friends. A lot of my friends play One Piece. I've been playing since OPO 5, so super glad to be here and glad to have this opportunity.
Love it. Well played, and I wish you the best of luck in your upcoming rounds.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here in Toronto at the Sheraton Centre for Unsung Events OPTCG Regional. My name is Alto. I'm here with my co-caster Vandal. We are going into round 6 of the tournament, and there is a lot on the line.
Yeah, so going to the later rounds, having a undefeated record at this point keeps your breakers very high. You're very likely to get, in the top 16. Like if you just keep, basically these early rounds and staying undefeated during them just keeps giving you better and better breakers. So the longer you stay in it, the better you do. I believe all X2s should be guaranteed top 64. So, after this round, one more, and then you're just like, I'm happy no matter what.
Yep. Yeah, and it's really, this is a one-day event, so this is it. There's no top cut. If you can stay XO, if you can go X1, you could be leaving today with a serial card valued in the tens of thousands of dollars. It's just unbelievable.
Yep. I used to liken it to being like it's like a fighter dog fight. It's just like, everyone's just getting shot out here and there, and it's like, all right, who can stay undefeated at X1 until the very end? And you're just like trying to duke it out. And obviously being undefeated champion is great, but no, that's what you do. But we've got a really fun matchup for you guys coming up. One that I think is hotly contested in terms of who's favored, but it's going to be Enel versus Teach. Now, a lot of folks say that, it's Teach favorite because, it's a yellow deck, it has triggers and whatnot, but I've seen a lot of Enel players make a lot of stuff work in this matchup and keep pressure on Teach.
Yes, and so we have Law Enjoyer on Enel and Kent Nation playing Teach, and our Enel player did win dice roll, choosing to go second. And our Enel player did mulligan, whereas Teach kept his opening hand, and it looks like Teach is starting off with the stage there and a search.
Yeah, for full of that. So one card down in hand, but now that perfect searching going through, and then Law Enjoyer dropping on 2 Dawn turn, the Ohm, minusing a Dawn and drawing, and followed by Ashura follow-up too. So both Dawn gone, but 2 cards drawn, and attackers to attack with next turn.
Yep, so this is supposed to be a matchup that is favored for Teach. Teach just able to sort of stabilize, play a lot of blockers, heal, and just slowly eke out the win against the Enel. However, Enel can get there, and we see the Lafitte search coming down, tapping a Dawn to play Lafitte, tapping another Dawn to rest Lafitte, and able to search for a Blackbeard Pirates type here. We do see the 10 drop there.
Yeah, and I believe the Dawn still needs to be rested in order for this to be resolving properly, as well as I don't believe the stage has the stage been utilized?
I don't think so. So just maybe needing to reset a little bit here, and let's make sure that Dawn, we need to get that Dawn tapped.
We're just going to quickly check.
And it looks like a 6 swing coming through. Yep, and we are just getting the Dawn tapped for Lafitte. Of course, playing on stream, very, very stressful, but I think both players are new to the stream. And now we have Law Enjoyer. He's on 2 Dawn, but don't be fooled. He will soon have much more than 2 Dawn. And looks like he's just going to turn the Shura sideways and clear the Lafitte, not allowing Kent Nation to search anymore, playing another Ohm, returning a Dawn, drawing a card. He has one more Dawn to play with here that he could choose to allocate or just keep for a larger swing. Gonna go with a 5 swing.
Yeah, I guess if you're on Law Enjoyer side, there's 2 philosophies in the match, because you can either just spawn a bunch of 1-drops and say, I'm not going to bother playing around Dock Q and Wiper and just keep cashing out on a bunch of these little bodies. Or you can be like, I'm going to play cautious about this. But I think in this situation, I think you're not really punished for doing this because, there's no Wiper coming down. They have to have Wiper, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, and so the Sanwan Wolf was pitched there to counter the 5 swing, and we see, Law Enjoyer saying, if you have Wiper, you have it. I'm going wide here. Here comes another Shura that allows him to not turn his Ohm sideways, so he can save those for a rainy day when he needs to minus the power, and it looks like a 6k swing coming through. A lot of pressure, putting Kent Nation down here.
If this is a Dock Q trigger, you feel amazing.
Yes.
But the fact that it's not instant flip Dock Q trigger makes me think that it's not the Dock Q trigger.
I wonder what it could be. What would require this much thought in this situation? Maybe like a 8-drop Teach or something?
Shot, maybe?
Vasco.
Or
it is the 8-drop.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah, just opting to pop the Ohm, saying, okay, I hope I have another one, and I'd rather just KO a 5 or less. And now Law Enjoyer just playing the pudding, going wide with the weenies, drawing cards. This should allow him to find what he would like to have in this matchup, opting for a Mamaragan.
Yeah, I almost took an Enel there. I was like, you can't do that. It's like, nope, it's Mamaragan.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is one of the reasons I actually find this matchup not to be that bad, because you can do this weenie spam going wide on the board, which is exactly what Teach doesn't like, and Teach is a 4 health leader too. So all these things that Enel is supposed to be good into is present.
Yeah, and so now let's see what Kent Nation can play here. We don't see the wiper, which would of course be very nice in the situation. And it looks like he has, how many teaches does he have in hand? 3
Yeah.
10 drops and the 8 drop?
And luckily he still has stage that he can use, even though he didn't understand it. But yeah, he still has stage he can use this turn in order to cycle here. And actually he's going to pitch the auger? Huh. So no counter in hand now, I believe.
Yeah, opting to keep those teaches in hand. Kent saying, I want to play for a longer game here. I don't want to lose some of my late game boss monsters. I think I can just eke by with some redirects and with some, useful kind of triggers or on KO effects. So opting for the Vasco shot. Of course, Vasco shot on KO allows you to rest one of your opponent's characters with a cost of 6 or less, and you also draw a card. So it's sort of like a free cycle as well. And so will he play down the Vasco shot here just so that he has a target to redirect?
Yeah, I don't see a play in hand right now, so I think it's 5 into one of these Shuras, and then that's it. It makes me think that maybe you take the Black Vortex earlier that was on the search, and then actually just find a play from trash. And no, it's just not to lead, actually.
Yeah, so not opting to starve here. I know that Annals can often starve, teachers can often starve Annal in this matchup, but it does look like Kent Nation likes to play aggressive. He's already swung twice here, and as we see, Lawnjoyer is just taking the life. I mean, he probably wasn't going to counter out a 9 anyway, but always happy to see cards as Annal, and he's just slamming. Ooh, whoa, fancy.
Yep, what's got that mega handling the board? Yeah, the moment it hits the board, I think, there's always last like, oh, damn, you got that?
Yeah, wow.
Is that a playset? That's the first question you ask. Is that a playset? No, it's my emotional support manga in my deck,
Yeah. And just throwing that down, that will allow him to dot -1 and then search top 5. He can take a card. He doesn't have to show us or his opponent what the card is, and then trash a card, and he does trash another Annal that is not a manga. So it is the emotional support manga.
No. Yeah, I believe that's not how the blocker looks. The blocker looks different. That is the... I always...
Oh, it could be the blocker.
Doing a quick check here.
And it looks like...
Yeah, that's not a blocker. Not the blocker.
All right, good. Thanks,
Kobe.
All right, yeah. Production helping us out here. Althoring, killing the Vasco shot that will allow Ohm to be rested. And, I mean, that's just not what you want.
Yeah, this is... Oof. 5, taking on the 5, not feeling great about that one.
Yeah.
Think about the trigger here, too.
Okay, it is a trigger. That's what we want to see. And what will we get here? I like how Kent plays this. Every time he gets a trigger, he just puts it down in front. Just intimidating. What could it be?
Very good habits.
Okay.
Oh, that's very good. That's going to stop some attacks, so.
Yeah, Sodom Wolf will allow Teach to become a 7,000 power leader for the remainder of the turn. And that is on KO effect. And of course, when he triggers out of life, he does activate that on KO effect.
Yeah. And a 7 can still come across, though, demanding a card, which is still going to suck, though.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to lose those cards from hand. And it looks like that's exactly what happened. Going hard. 7. And do we give the 2K? We don't want to pitch, it looks like, was that maybe a Katarina?
Baby 5. Baby 5 trigger.
Yeah. But it looks like he has one Blackbeard Pirate's weenie also that he probably wants to keep. So he might have to.
I thought it was 8 cost, 10 cost, 10 cost, and a baby 5. I think is his hand.
Okay. So it is the 2K.
And
Shiryu. That's okay. So he is demanding a 2K here on 5, or on 7, I should say.
Ooh,
7 to 7.
Yeah. No, he's a gesture towards the life. Yeah. Good habit to not just immediately flip the life into your hand.
Yep. Yeah. Just think it through. Here we go. And so Kent Nation has almost made it, right? He's kept a hand for the late game. And so the question in this game is, can he actually make it to the late game to make use of the hand? And
that's on the 10 drop.
Another Teach. At what point do you just start pitching these with stage? I
think you probably were supposed to pitch one of these maybe a turn or two ago.
Potentially, but I mean, Kent, we're seeing that he is choosing to keep these in hand to play for the late game. And so just kind of thinking here, we probably will see the stage first, trashing a card, looking top 3, kind of thinking about it. And Lawnjoyer just with a full wide board here. I mean, is there even a point in clearing these weenies anymore?
No. They're just always going to get this bonus swing. I mean, yeah, you just get so many free... You can just tax his hand, and with no counter in hand, each of these 5K swings feels lethal.
Yeah, 100%. And the question is, does Lawnjoyer actually get that read as well, that he could do just 5s even, like 3 Dawn, swing 5, 3 Dawn, swing 5, play some events, return the Dawn, swing 5 again with leader, like he could actually put down insane amount of pressure if he gets the read that Kent Nation just doesn't have a play. And if I'm Law Enjoyer, I'm thinking, what's taking so long? There's a lot of thought going into this. A lot of thought going into this turn. That means you probably don't have exactly what you need in this moment.
Yeah, actually, it's 4 teaches in hand.
Yeah, you drew the 4th one.
I didn't realize he had also seen another one on the previous turn too, and I realized, yeah, this is actually all 4 of them. Rest one,
Okay.
yeah, he's gonna pitch one. Search top 3. I see a Lafitte. We see a Doc Q.
Doc Q, pretty good here.
Yeah, not too bad.
We'll allow him to do some maintenance on the board.
Yeah, so he will actually redirect to this and then clear a bunch of the weenies, which is good. But this turn, what's his play? He can't actually drop the 8-drop to heal and drop the Doc Q as well, but he's actually gonna swing 6. Yeah, into the Omen. That's gone. Yeah.
Yeah, you just want to clear the Ohms because they can reduce power, right? They get you a lot of value. I'm going to play the Shiryu, put the Doc Q into light.
What was pitched from hand? The
Lafitte, it looks... Oh.
I believe something needs to be pitched from hand in order to resolve this. So just check with production to see that happened.
Yep. Yeah, he needs to pitch on the Shiryu there. Oh, he pitched the
Oh,
Q
he
and
picked
put it
that.
there.
Yeah, I see.
Great.
I see. That explains it.
Yep. He didn't have a Doc Q in trash, so might as well just pitch one from your hand, and then you get one there anyway. Law Enjoyer just confirming, making sure 100% that his weenies are going to die when he swings at life. And so he will have to think about the turn. Ooh, and Holly coming down.
Ooh, that's got to be scary. 4 bricks in hand. I don't know how Teach players do it in this matchup. I feel like I'd be so worried this whole time. And we see Gamma Knife go down on the Shiryu. So that Shiryu can get Elthord, it can get Mammaragan. It is not long for this world.
Yeah, Law Enjoyer doing a great job here of just filling out the board. He's going to do some board control here. Of course, that's what Enel does with Gamma Knife. You just, whatever they play, you just remove it. While establishing a board of your own, Elthor comes down, will KO Shiryu, also allow him to give 1,000 power somewhere. I'm not sure where that went, maybe at leader to swing 6. And of course, we know that Kent Nation is in a really bad spot. He will KO some of the weenies here.
And leader ability still available for Law Enjoyer. Enel swing still available here too, so technically there is a world where Kent Nation is dropped 2-0 this turn. And with no counter in hand, except for a Bursa that got picked up from the draw, it's likely that will happen.
Yeah, and there's no redirect. I mean, that's the whole point of this Teach leader, is you want to have bodies that you could redirect into to save yourself, but the board is completely clear. There's there's nowhere to redirect unless Kent wants to just redirect the life swing back into his life.
It's just going to be 8, just saying.
Big 8.
Let's take, and I think this 10, oh,
another
we
trigger.
got something good.
There we go. Put it down in the front. I like this.
Yep.
Let's see what it is.
This is the
Drum
card you're
roll,
facing down.
please.
This is the card you're going to be facing.
You can't see this at home, but I am drum rolling on the table here. What
Let
could
me
it
flip
be?
my trap card.
Yeah. And what could it be? What could help him here? I mean, a draw 2 would be really nice. Obviously, KOing the Holly would be awesome, but I don't think that's what it is.
Nope.
And he is just going to trigger Doc Q.
Just the cycle through the deck.
Yeah. Clean
we're
up.
seeing
cycle.
a 4-drop Shiryu, I believe. Blocker Shiryu. PRB Shiryu.
And another swing gets taken there, the 10.
Yeah.
And he's at 0 life.
Yeah, so here we can see how he starts to come back. I think, yeah, Law Enjoyer's hand's still looking very healthy here. Still like 6 or 7 in hand. On the lost side, on the Teach side, not so much. 2k counter in hand. We have the option of playing Borsa plus Shiryu blocker. We're pitching the Shiryu blocker, and we're saying that's not what we want. And we can take a Shiryu blocker, or we take a Katarina Devon, or I think Zahaha.
Yes, and only at 9 Dawn here, so I guess you're hoping to play the 8-drop? Tuck something in life that can maybe help you in this situation, and then hope. I mean, because you can redirect into the 8-drop, right? So you could redirect the Holly swing into the 8-drop, tuck something in life, maybe just let the NL hit you. He can stabilize here. It's not over, but he's certainly on the ropes. He's just down at 0 life a little bit earlier than I would want to be as Teach in this situation. And just putting some thought here into the turn. So many Teaches in hand. Thinking about what to take. And I think what he takes here will again give us just some insight into what he's planning. We do see the Zihaha there. Would maybe allow him for some a bit of an explosive turn next turn if he can make it there, but looks like he's going to opt for the Katarina Devon. That will probably just be used as a 2K in this situation.
Yeah, I'm not seeing... It's awkward having so many teaches in hand.
Yeah.
And this is like I think one of the challenges of teach is not having granular plays.
Yes.
Like it's like you're always trying to make this one big play instead of two small ones, which is why I like Borsa so much. Like I know some people are like not believers of Borsa in this deck, but Borsa lets you have flexibility on some of these turns.
Yeah.
I really wonder what's going to be the play then.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that it's still a little awkward. Okay, he's going to opt for a Lafitte down and just going to play the teach. What have we got? Oh, those are pretty good choices. We could put Katarina in life. That would allow us to play out a 1-drop, I believe.
Yep. So you could Vasco shot. Potentially put a Vasco shot if you have one in trash to rest it.
Yep, not too bad. But the question is, will it be enough to sort of stabilize here? I mean, he has done a great job of clearing the board. Law Enjoyer had 5 characters, now he's down to 2. And of course, Holly is so powerful with that double attack, but if you're only ever at 1 life, the double attack is less of a concern, and of course you can always just redirect it as well. So Holly actually is not the scariest attacker, and Holly also requires some Dawn as well to kind of just hit a threshold where that swing will be effective at getting cards out of hand.
Yeah, so we saw Katarina Devon get tucked in there, and then put back into deck the remaining 2, and quick trash check for 1 costs, and I believe that is fast return.
Yeah, interesting playing the Lafitte here. I mean, I don't know if you're going to be able to play it for a while if you're chain dropping 10 drops, so maybe Kent has another plan in mind, because he also didn't take Zihaha, so he could have maybe done like Lafitte Zihaha if he really wanted to do a search and play a 10 drop. So maybe just like playing for the later game and also showing some confidence because he doesn't want to keep that in hand for counter.
Yeah. So here, Laundry still in the driver's seat, but there is some stuff to navigate now. You have a lot of cards in hand. You're still at a healthy life total. You have a whole 6 down to work with.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, this Teach is just like the old Teach. I mean, as the game goes on, he gets scarier and scarier and scarier, more threatening. Sort of like in One Piece, Teach just getting more and more scary as time goes on. And it looks like, wow,
Divine Departure.
Divine Departure coming through. Just going to keep clearing the board here for Law Enjoyer. Of course, on a turn where you do...
Nation's saying, yeah, the Lafitte getting popped, right? It's like, no. Oh, no, actually the Lafitte getting popped, which is funny. Okay. That's because of this. I guess the laugh was because he was like, wait, the Lafitte? Really? I was like, yeah, the Lafitte.
There we go. We'll see the Bumerang coming down, tapping out the Teach. He can now swing his Enel into it. Of course, Kent Nation, can he do any shenanigans here? No, I think he has to just let it go. And now he does lose his redirect target.
Very.
Yep.
Yep, protecting it from Vasco shot.
Very nice. Heads up play.
Yeah. Technically, you're supposed to draw first. Technically.
Here we got our cost tokens going on here.
Yep.
Enel is Vasco proof. We're going to see leader effect come through. 1 active, 4 rested, going on Holly. This will allow him to swing. I imagine this 8 swing will be taken here.
Yep.
And then we can just use the trigger that we played to play out a body that can be redirected into, assuming that was Katarina that he tucked in there. If it's not, I think it was Katarina that he tucked in.
Katarina Devon.
Yeah, so he can play out a body, redirect into the body if he wants to, or he could opt to just counter here and say, I just want to give the 2/2s. I'd rather just stay healthy. Then I feel more comfortable going into my 10 Dawn or my 10 Teach.
Yeah. Kenside here probably thinking about keeping his life there, because if he doesn't keep the life there, if he plays 10 drop next turn, he's at 0 life.
Yeah.
So I think, he's going to choose the counter route just because he kind of wants the comfort of...
But like he's going to go down anyway.
Yeah. Never mind. Oh, he's redirect to stage now.
Yeah, so it comes back.
No, right.
Yeah.
Speaking of those front, this Enel is still still present.
It's still present. Yeah, so I think interesting. Yeah, I might have. Well, I mean, now he does have the Vasco shot to redirect into to rest something. So I like the kind of the sequence here. And gonna play out another pudding. Search in top 4.
I see a Mama. I see options. So it's a Mama or a Keyten, I think, that's on the pick.
Yeah, that's tricky. I mean, Mama usually a card you just want to keep seeing over and over due to its versatility and value, but may need a Keaton to deal with some awkward numbers that you need to reduce things by to KO them. So just going to think ahead, look to the future, and try and see what he needs here. Both players sort of bantering back and forth, having fun.
Yeah. Kent knows he's in for a long haul to turn this corner, if anything.
Yep.
Might as well get friendly. And
Yep.
the mama gets picked up.
Yep. Does take the Mama Rogan.
Oh, Kent thought that the mama was being played. It's like, no, that's a search.
He's like,
It's been a minute.
You're just so used to getting your stuff rested. You're like, you see that card, you're just like, let me rest it. Just kill it. It's all yours. Okay, Kent Nation has made it.
Yep.
He's here. He's got to 10 Dawn finally. He's been holding these teaches forever. Can he drop them down now and start to stabilize?
Yep, and unfortunately he cannot threaten this Holly. It's not possible with the amount of Dawn present. But he can see haha and then do it, so that does help.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he could do
Yep.
a Zihaha here, play down the Teach, freeze the Enel.
Swing 7 into it, demand a
Yeah,
2k
swing
at
into-
least. Which is 2ks are annoying, right? Because you have to give the Mama and a 1k, but we know Lonjor does have that Mama.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't mind that. I mean, 7 into 6, we know that Enels don't really run 2Ks, and so usually 7 into 6 will get there on a body, because of course Enel events only count for Enel, character or leader. We see Stage taking the 8-drop again. He could also opt to play the 8-drop if he wants to, though I think playing the 10-drop here might be a little bit better just to get one down. Sometimes if you don't get one down right away, it can be hard to play them. But Kent has to kind of think and just do those big brain teach plays where you figure out, okay, how many attacks do they have? How many swings can they have?
Yep.
What can they swing? What do I play? What's the most effective way to maintain my hand while building a board? This is why I don't play teach.
I know, I think... Oh, no, yeah. He's just doing sequence in reverse, so he's doing the 7 as the Holly first, demanding the 2k. Yeah.
We'll get that Mama.
Ah, I see, yeah. I
Right,
get it.
there's the 1k. Yep, and here comes the event.
And that's Teach coming down and activating it.
Okay, and there goes the freeze. And now, Kent Nation is at 0 life. Law Enjoyer has a couple swings.
Yeah, it's like, it still feels Lonjor's fair, but technically, you do have enough to survive this current board state because you can technically rest the Charlotte Pudding.
Yeah.
So you can block one attack, then you can redirect one into the Vasco shot.
Yeah.
There's so many cast members of the Black. I'm always like mixing them up, especially because they're all wearing their prison outfits.
I
in
know.
the set.
I was lying in bed saying them in my head, just going through the Blackbeard Pirates crew. This is not what I want to be doing on a Friday night, but
You
okay.
you can use the Vasco shot to rest. Technically, it can block. If it could block, it can block, actually. If it was blocker Enel, even
That's true.
negated, it
Yes.
still can block. But you can't stop it because, yeah, you can block one attack and redirect one to the Vasco shot and then rest with the other attacker. So technically, with the attackers on board, you kind of stop the aggro that is coming.
Yeah.
But we see Lonjor does have a Shura in hand, so in that exact permutation, you can just play the Shura as a fresh attacker.
Yes. Yeah, so Law Enjoyer does have that kind of secret Shura game plan here that will allow him to swing so he can kind of see how Kent responds. And just going to start with 5 at lead with Holly. I like that. And it's actually kind of awkward for Kent Nation because he doesn't want to give up his Borsa as a 1k here. So he has to put some thought into this. The sequencing is important.
And what's the trigger in his hand right now that he's going to pitch for it? Because he has to pitch a trigger, right?
He does. I think it's the ACOS Teach that he will have to pitch here. And this is tricky. This is really tricky. He might have to give the Borsa.
Yeah. He's probably asking like, oh, what's the Shura?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
pitch,
he does redirect.
Rest that.
Okay, and now Law Enjoyer can technically go for it, right?
Yeah.
And what number do we choose here? Yeah, we can see both players on the ropes. Law Enjoyer really needs to think about this turn. He needs to push here because he does not want Kent Nation to stabilize behind the wall of blockers.
5 lead.
Just going 5.
But, you know, 5 Dawn up is a lot of plays for Enel. Like,
That's
you've got
true.
blockers.
Yeah, he
you've
can
got
do a lot.
tons of stuff you can do with that. But, I mean, looking down the barrel of these 10 drops, has Ken Nation stabilized? Can he just chain drop 10 drops now? Is he gotten to that point?
Yeah, that really is the question. At the 5 here, he really has to think because he can give the San Juan Wolf. I mean, surely I think you have to just give the San Juan Wolf here. And then if... Oh, he does opt instead to give the Borsa.
Ooh.
Potentially wanting to keep San Juan Wolf to pitch later for leader effect. Law Enjoyer going to play the Frankie, just cycling cards that allow him to pitch a secret rare Enel that he doesn't need anymore. Draw 2, reset his hand, and figure out a game plan to end this game. He does have a Gamma Knife in hand. Shura coming through.
And a leader ability still to be used, but obviously, even if you swing the Shura at this point, it won't matter because it'll just get free blocked. So, Laundroid just setting up a board so that even if there are multiple 10 drops coming down, he'll still have enough legal attackers to put some amount of pressure down.
Yeah, that's kind of how you play this matchup, right? You always just need to keep an extra swinger compared to whatever Kent Nation has on the board in terms of blockers. You need +1 for the leader effect and then 1 more.
Yeah. I do see double Gamma Knife in hand, though, for Enel.
Yeah.
And it does make me think, oh, man.
He could go for an explosive double, yeah.
Oh, the Dawn's going on
double
there.
Gamma play next turn.
No. So double Gamma is an option. So if another 10 drop comes down, you are locking this Enel out for another turn longer. You are starting to build up a wall of blockers that'll do every turn. Oh, wish Borsa was a Blackbeard, but he is not, unfortunately.
Yes. Gonna opt for the Vasco shot there off the stage search.
Get any counter you can at this point, right? Yeah.
Second 10 drop coming down. They've been waiting for this moment, these 10 drops.
Yep. Can't threaten this Holly, unfortunately. So do you swing 5 at life and risk giving a card that might swing the game state back? Or do you just say, yeah, so Law Enjoyer here, probably just safe block. Just,
yeah.
Or safe counter, rather.
Yeah, just swinging 5. Looks like going to just give the Vari here. Go to 7.
Pass.
And passing it back over.
Yep, so 2 blocks, 1 redirect, and however much counter in hand. I think Law Enjoyer, though, if he just goes 5 with everything?
Yeah, like 5, 5, 5. Like, because it's
or assigning 1 if you read this not many 2Ks in trash, but 7's not bad either. But I think that just automatically takes the
yeah. I like starting with 7.
I think it just takes the block here. Yeah.
Yeah. I do wonder about clearing the clearing the weenie because here comes the Gamma Knife
and then
Gamma Knife.
Yeah. L4 it.
-10. Teaches now just a 2,000 power.
Yeah, 2,000 power. Yeah. It's equivalent to a Vasco shot.
Yeah.
KO. It's gone. Buffing the Frankie. Oh, but there is still a redirect, so I hope he's not just planning to... No, he's not. Yeah, there we go. 9 or 8 lead, rather.
Yeah.
1 active. 7 lead. So technically... Oh, but there won't be a trigger left in hand to pitch to redirect at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's 7 lead. I think Kent Nation... Redirects it on the ropes, and that's game.
Wow, they're having sweating for a little bit. I think maybe a few lucky triggers here and there, and maybe just like 1 less teach in hand, and like 1 more counter in hand. It would have been insane, but whew.
Yeah.
Okay, that was close to the hobby. There's a lot of dramatic tension and there. So wow.
Yeah, and always with Teach, it's just this game that you're playing where you have to put on enough aggression. You have to keep on pushing before they can stabilize. And we saw he was so close to stabilizing there. He had the 10 drops in hand that he'd been kind of keeping all game. And he was like, just please let me get to 10 Dawn with like a couple cards in a life. Just please. That's all I'm asking. But he was just wasn't able to get there.
Yeah, no, it's too tough a game. But no, great tension from both of them. That was the down pair. So we have going to the next round. We've have 1 less undefeated than usual. Then I think we'd be going to the next round with 7 undefeated. Then
I believe so.
So we'll go find out when the pairings on next. But the round has finished. So I believe they've reported. So we're going to our next round very soon. But once again, it's myself, Vandal, casting alongside my friend Patrick Hewen. Patrick Alto. But yeah, we'll be going over to our next round very soon. So stay tuned. We've got lots more One Piece action for you guys going to our intense final 3 rounds, right?
Yeah.
All right. Welcome back, One Piece Card Garments. We're going into our round 7 of this regional. So after this will be rounds 8 and 9. So this is the third last round. For a lot of people who are playing this far in the tournament, if you're still undefeated and it's your first time, you're thinking about a lot of stuff. You're like, wow, I've never gone this far undefeated. And you start to think about all the possibilities. And that's both exciting, but also kind of a curse. I remember like, you start to think, oh no, if I lose everything. If I win, I could win more, and it's so much pressure.
Yes, yeah. These are the wins that stick with you, and they're also the losses that stick with you. I remember every loss in clear, vivid detail when I was XO in a tournament, and they still haunt my nightmares. And so there's just a lot on the line, a lot of pressure, and we have 2 players who this is their first time in this situation, in the hot seat, really playing under this pressure, making it so far into the tournament. And this is actually a matchup that harkens back to OP15.
Yeah. It's our Nami versus Lucy matchup, so historically Lucy favored, but there's still a lot of triggers, there's a lot of new cards for Nami. It's going to be very different. Lucy stays a lot the same, but we're going to hop right into this match right now and see how it goes.
All right, so here we go. We have Sai going first here, playing Nami into Arior, playing Lucy. Sai did win dice roll, and he chose to go first, and Arior kept his hand while Sai did maul again. And it looks like Sai just passed it over to Arior, who is playing out Rebecca to search for a Dressrosa card. And we see 2 Rebeccas coming down. I guess that's why Arior kept that hand. Just a lot of searching power.
Yeah, and we see a really great start because we have that 7-drop and Berry Pistol in hand. So you've got a really great opener here. You have a consistency. This is your favorite matchup. And yeah, but that being said, Sai has denied the 7-drop on curve, and that's one of the really powerful plays in this matchup.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I believe before Nami would want to take second to drop the new gates, but I think in this new Nami build, it might be more preferable to take first. So I guess we're going to see how that plays out here, and that 8 is taken, and that will of course allow Sai to draw a card.
Yeah, and 5 tap on Arior's side going in, so Sai's going to have to give a card, going to a 7k leader here, followed by a 4-down play on Arior's side, which is the 4-drop event. So we're going to see a draw 2 trash 1, followed by hopefully a 4-drop play like a Barto or maybe a Cavendish.
Yep, lots of choices here, and that's just what Lucy does, draws so many cards. It is the Cavendish, so he drew 2, then he'll be able to also use his leader effect to draw another card. So plussing cards and establishing Cavendish, which is a really important body that can just help cycle and put pressure.
Yeah, and I love that little spice tech there with the sumo slap. We talked about this too, the sumo slap, to getting rid of little bodies from Goofy.
Yep, exactly. And it does look like the Nami coming down, forcing Arior just to take a life. You have no say in it. You got to take the life. And then a 6k swing from Nami gets countered out there with the Leo.
Yep. And so passing back to Arior's turn, it's going to be the 6-dawn turn. So there is a Berry Pistol to bot deck this Nami, but you don't. I'm not sure if you quite want to do that if the only thing you're going to do this turn is bot deck the Nami. So, yep.
Yeah, that's always kind of an early game decision point when you are playing Lucy into this matchup. Do I deal with the Nami now? Do I bot deck it? Of course, that kind of gets over Nami's effect on KO. That might allow Sai to replace Nami with something equally scary. And so we'll see whether he opts to actually bot deck that or just continue developing a board.
Yeah, and it's a blank swing because Nami is a 7k leader currently as a leader like it was pitched. So this is just helping set up a better play. So it is actually going to Berry Pistol, bot decking the Nami, getting rid of that threat. Arior saying, I have a better late game than you, so I'd rather just clear the board and then dawn up my Rebecca and give it a blocker or just hold up some counter.
Yep, exactly. And let's see what we're going to do with our remaining Dawn here. Just going to play out the Viola. Just keep searching, finding, salvos and events to play with the salvos. And
another
that's
Berry
exactly what
Pistol.
you want. There's another Berry, able to deal with another Nami should it come flying down.
Yeah, despite what nerve they've been playing, Arior definitely looking and finding all the right pieces. Those Berry Pistols are so key in this matchup for exactly the reason of being able to bot deck a lot of these annoying KO effects. I'm not sure if there's also a Just Watch Me Ace, so you can actually bot deck even the Robin.
Right, yeah. And there is just a 5k swing coming through. Arior has a lot of cards in hand, so he can just opts to pitch the Viola, 2k there. Gonna just play the Nico Robin. Loses a Galdino that was in life, but gets to heal back up. So that's not really a cost. Of course, he will draw from leader effect and then be unable to become a 7k leader this turn.
Yep. So here is Sai also hoping for some triggers too, because if he gets some triggers on the way down, it might help make the situation a little better. Arior does have exactly the right amount of Dawn to bot deck this Robin, so he can play the event to minus 3k, Just Watch Me Ace, on the Robin, and also still bot deck with Berry Berry Pistol off the 7-drop Sabo. But we're just going to open with 5 because, you know what? No Dawn on leader. It's free.
Yep. Gets 1k out. There's a Borsa in trash. Always happy to see those Borsas being used as counter and not healing.
Yep.
Cav swing now, so that'll be a draw 2, trash 1 before the swing resolves, pitching another Cavendish. 2k out here with the Kumasi. And those are just the obligatory swings with no commitment.
Yep. And a free draw off Cavendish. You're never mad about that.
Never mad. Oh, and it looks like it is just the Just Watch Me ace.
And then draw for leader ability. Into... Let's go. Yep. So I already knows. He's just like, yep. Eric just has to look through his massive library of a hand to find the copy of it.
And this is just what Lucy does so well into Nami. Just, bot deck effects actually aren't around that much anymore. They've been in and out throughout the One Piece card game's history, but Lucy, one of the decks that is able to bot deck and deal with on KOs. And we will see Sai responding with the 8-cost Moria, tucking a Kumasi into life. That Kumasi will, of course, trigger and allow him to play a Thriller Bark character out of his trash. So it's kind of like gaining a life and a body at the same time, which is always nice.
Yeah. And here's kind of the state kind of I expected from this matchup from before. This is one of the ways that I think you can do well as Nami, is that you just play the biggest body you can and you just keep demanding removal, because eventually, like, you've used every copy of a certain card in Lucy's deck and you actually don't have any more copies of it. And then you just play towards that. And, you play with a really high life total and you just try to play card advantage, big bodies, just drain their resources, and then just hope that they just don't have enough bullets in the chamber to deal with all this stuff.
Yeah. And so Arior, again, just starting with that 6 swing. And I did overhear while the players were chatting that Arior said he's faced quite a few Namis today. So he's confident in this matchup. He knows what he wants. He's already warmed up. And that's kind of can be the advantage when you have a run like that, where you face a deck that, A, you beat, but B, you've got some games in on the day. So you feel warm. You feel ready to go. And what is he going to play here? Can he remove the Gecko, or do you just swing big?
Yeah, I think if he has a Fire Fist, he has the 7-drop Fire Fist. Does he have a 2-cost or just Watch Me Ace to help clean up this Gecko? He would have to play the minus effect first if he's planning to use the nope, he's going to stage.
Just going to drop Dressrosa Kingdom.
Yeah, he still has enough Dawn to do either combo to clear this Gecko if he wants to. It does feel a little bad though, so he's going to swing 9 at life here, demanding 2 cards or just popping the trigger off the top of the life.
Yep, just turning the Sabo sideways.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure which Thriller Bark targets are in trash for the trigger, so let's find out. And a Prona. Yeah, so this Viola cannot attack, I'm assuming. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, so I think, yep.
Yeah, just preventing Viola from doing any shenanigans here.
Viola's a non-combatant
right.
in this arc.
And she just gets replaced anyway with another Sabo with the Fire Fist. Speaking of combatants, the ultimate combatant.
Yep.
The Flame champion himself, Sabo, coming down.
Yep, and we see one draw happen off of having played the event. No discard, obviously, for the KO because there's nothing that's 0. But AK Leader here. So AK Leader can swing into the Prona to clear it. Pretty good clear, but the question is, how do you deal with this Gecko? Or do you not? Because, you know, it's going to be a 2k. It is a little annoying that it'll become a 10k again the following turn, though. So 8.
Yeah. Yep, and like
Prona.
you said, he's just going to go into Prona, clear it. And of course, he could attach some Dawn if he wants to make these Rebecca's blocker, opting not to. Yeah. Instead, there we go. There's the KO effect, so he had it.
Arior just seeing all the pieces he wants. See, like, Lucy is a deck that sometimes I feel like when it's doing this, it is the best deck in the world. When it doesn't quite, missing one tiny piece, you're like, this is frustrating.
Yes, I always say this, like, whenever I play against Lucy, I'm like, how is this not the best deck in the game? Because when they get to do what they want to do, their hand, it's like 11 cards. It's 12 cards. They've got these big bodies, they've got blockers, and so we're seeing from Arior here the strength of Lucy, and we were just talking about how Lucy could be a really good pick going into this tournament, just because there's a lot of Nami, there's a lot of Teach running around as well, and these are matchups that you can have a great time into compared to Enel before. So I think it's a good pick, a heads-up play here, and we'll see if Arior can just keep the momentum going.
Yeah. So on Sai's side, you're looking at, you're not too afraid of the board immediately. Like, you're not going to die next turn at all, so you want to keep playing the greediest thing you can in hand. But you're starting to feel the pressure of like, I've had my board cleared 4 turns in a row now.
Yeah, and so again, we're seeing a trend on stream, Nami's with a lot of life, but with no board. And unfortunately, you actually do need a board to swing and win the game in the One Piece card game. So we'll see if Sai can establish something here. Going to play the Zeus. That will allow him to KO the Cavendish, but he does have to take a life while doing so. That's fine, though, because you draw off your leader effect.
Yep. So it's so hard to get that draw trigger this late in the game because there's so many blockers present.
Yeah.
You know, your Nami isn't active anymore. It's actually very hard to get that draw unless you're using a Robin, but then you're not playing a big body. So I actually don't mind this at all. This is actually a pretty smart play.
Yep, and just dropping the Gecko, putting the Kumasi on life. It's kind of what you were saying earlier, where as the Nami player, you're just playing another big body every turn, kind of staying healthy and saying, okay, give me an answer. Okay, give me an answer. Can you answer this? And then the moment that Arior trips or stumbles a little bit, that's when Sai can start to really put on the pressure and go for game or clear the board.
Yeah, because I think a few more of the, like this Gecko, I don't think Arior should have the resources to cleanly deal with it. Or I think now you have to start pivoting to another plan where you're trying to get cards out of hand, you're trying to play really aggressive. Because you can probably get it clear on this one, but then the next one, really tough to do.
Yeah, but this feels like last turn. 9 with Sabo into a Kumasi, into a Peroda. We're kind of going in circles here, but one player is getting 7 9s on the board every turn, and another one isn't. And so can Arior keep it going? I do see another Sabo there, so he does have it. The question is, can he remove yet another Gecko, or will he just minus it for the turn?
Yeah, so he would need another Fire Fist here, and I'm not sure if he has it. Draw from leader ability there. 8k swing. See where he assigns it.
Yep,
Prona.
so it does go into the Prona again. So again, he's minus the Gecko with the Fire Fist there, minus 8,000, giving his leader plus 3,000 power, and now he's turned that 3,000 power leader into the Prona, so she just dies. Freezes nothing because there's no eligible targets except a Rebecca, who will never swing. And here comes another 9,000 power swing going to life.
Yeah. Oh.
There we go.
Oh.
And that is a hogback trigger, so that plays out Proto. She's back.
Oh.
she's just
gone.
Hold on. She just keeps coming
that
back
alt-art
and
getting
back.
its value.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm realizing one of the reasons why Sumo Slap is actually good is if you minus 8 one of these Geckos, and then they swing, and you play Sumo Slap, you can KO the Gecko. So you don't actually have to use something like Fire Fist to KO it. You can also use things like Sumo Slap to KO it. As long as Sumo Slap doesn't require it to be a base power, then I think that actually works.
Yeah, up to one of your leader characters gain plus 2,000, then KO up to one of your opponent's characters with 2,000 power or less.
Yeah, and the minus is persistent. So if someone swings, you know, not thinking about this, they'll lose their Gecko.
Wow, yeah. That's cool.
You can even actually combine Sumo Slap with Just Watch Me Ace for a KO on a bigger target than you expect.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
And this looks like the 10 cost Newgate coming down here for a side that allow him to draw 2, trash 2, and then attach 2 Dawn to his, in this case, leader and one of his characters, which is the Perona. Perona goes sideways, going to swing 7, and then we'll have another 7 coming to follow that from the Nami. Looks like Arior is just going to take the free block here.
And
there it is.
I knew it. I knew it. Yep. This is I love this moment when you're like, can I read that? Yeah, of course you can. Of course you can read
it. Take your time. Wow.
We are now seeing why Sai has been able to make it through this, this kind of cut of games. So I even thought about running Sumo Slap, and I forgot about this specific interaction, which is how good it is combined with Fire Fist.
Yeah, and this 7k swing gets blocked with the Rebecca. Arior saying, I don't think I need this Rebecca anymore. I need space just to play probably down another Sabo or another huge body in this game.
Hats off to the chefs. Hats off to when you find that tech card, when you find that cool combo. So much respect for that.
That is awesome. And so now Arior, he still has a 10-12 Newgate that he needs to respect, let's say. And so will we just see him start with a 9 again like he's been doing every turn just to kind of see what happens?
9, sending into the Perona, yep, just clearing the board. I think that gave him such a big advantage that he can actually play very safe now and just close out the game from this kind of, in quotation, misplay, which is not even because you have to swing, eventually. But, -4 here.
Sabo, Fire Fist, minusing on the Newgate, drawing from leader effect. And now we see a 9k swing coming through that, of course, cannot be blocked unless you want to give up the Newgate.
Yep.
And that will be a take. No trigger. It looks like a 2k to hand. Another 9k swing. Just coming straight through, no hesitation. And it looks like we will see a leader effect and 2k, 1k.
Guess, yeah, it's the Nami. It's not going to be played at this point. You're just dropping every big body you can.
Yep.
9 lead to... Oh, this is a lot of pressure all at once. that sumo slap has just turned this game where, maybe if that Moria could have attacked, it would have made a difference in this game.
Yeah.
But, you've just denied so much pressure.
And I mean, you can't even play around it. It's just an inevitability. Like
Yeah.
you're once it's set up, you got to wait for it, and you get slapped down.
Yeah, it makes you wonder whether that swing was worth it.
Yeah,
Oof.
right.
Yeah, you hear. I think every Nami player watching this has now realized that there's a new nightmare for them, which is the sumo slap.
The sumo slap nightmare. So it did look like Sai took another life. It looked like that was a Marco blocker that he picked up there off life. So that does give him a little bit more defense and draw power here. So he could do something like a Borsalita Marco, which it looks like he's hovering. That would just allow him to have 2 blockers to gain a life. And of course, to have the potential to draw 2 cards should Marco get KO'd. Starting with a 6, just gets blocked straight away by the remaining Sabo. And there's the Borsalino. Healing a life. And 4 Dawn left. It's likely going to be them. Marco coming down, walling up, walling off.
Yep. So this is going to be an interesting point from here now, because it's actually a lot, I think, in Air your side, because you can keep playing pretty aggressively. And I think there is actually a Roger in hand. I believe I saw it early. I think he's had it in pocket for a while. So you can start playing very aggressively now, as long as you're able to keep your units alive, because eventually you'll just win from, all right, yeah, there's the Gravity Blade. Yeah, and then Sai with the laugh saying, wow, this is...
Wow.
See, these are the tough round 7s. 'Cause if you lose this, you're actually still doing very well, but the
Your
mental
mental.
damage of getting sumo slapped is kind of insane. Like, look at the art for this card. That's what just happened to you, and it's hard to come back from
The
that.
psychological aftermath of being sumo slapped
Like, look
can
at
disrupt
this.
an XO run.
Look at this hand just sumo slapping you. I'd be in shambles, yeah.
That's true. And not the good shambles.
Yeah, not the good shambles. I'm the bad shambles.
Looks like another 9 coming through here. Just every turn, these Sabos can just get turned sideways. No fear. Sai just doesn't have a board that can threaten lethal. 2-2-1, or probably leader affected a 2-1, and then another 9 coming through. Does get taken. It's in a trigger. Is there any hope? Cards in hand. Do I trigger this?
What could...
It's a
all right,
hog
Corona.
back.
Corona's
coming back.
it's another hog back.
Okay.
Good. All right.
Finally, we've established, let's say, another Thriller Bark character in Grave that's not Perona. And it looks like an 8 swing coming through.
Yeah.
And just pitching 3 events.
Oh, and that's
perfect
game.
lethal.
That is insane. that was gotta appreciate that. Arier with just some slice deck. I feel so happy. Like, I love seeing chefs do this kind of stuff. Thinking of these cool interactions. I think that's why like Lucy's such a cool deck as well, because there's so many option cards you can put in there that even if they're not Dressrosa typed, they're still events. So you still get some value off them. It's super cool to see. But yeah, Arier and Insai both great showing. I'm super proud of them making it this far. Obviously, they've played very well to get to the 7-0 point first time ever.
Yeah.
They should both feel very proud. And obviously, there's still 3 games left to go. So, 2 games left to go, right? 2 games left to go. So still lots to do. And I think no matter what you go from here, you're happy about your record. But yeah, Arier, despite nerves, performed extremely well there.
Amazing.
And very happy to have him here and Insai as well. So good to see also the one remaining Lucy stay undefeated.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I mean, I'm sorry, Sai. I'm sorry, Nami players, but that was cathartic. I mean, I was a Purple Anno player. I mean, Nami has been just devastating me and devastating my life.
I feel like I need a picture of.
And so I just needed to see that. I feel better. I feel lighter.
Yeah, I feel like, okay, wait.
The weight is off.
What is the best deck right now? No. Talk to the hand.
Exactly.
I feel like I need to get a picture taken just now of literally just
I want that.
You're just doing this and then posting on Twitter. So we got more games coming very soon. I think everyone's just reporting their matches. So we're going to go find you the next match to show. But yeah, once again, it's myself, Vandal, casting alongside my friend Patrick Alto. But yeah, we'll be back with our next game very shortly.
what? 3 at the Perona. Listen, what else is she gonna do? That's fair. We're going to go 6. We're gonna go backman, and then we're gonna play out this Shanks, become a 7K leader. Yep. Dealing with my Dawn. There we go. That. Okay. Then we're gonna go 7 lead. Yep. 7 lead. This is going to be 9 lead. And then it'll pass turn. Yep. Eat it long. I will leader ability 1K. Yep. She's down to 6 posture loss, right? Okay. You want to know what? 3 at the Perona. Listen, what else is she gonna do? That's fair. We are going to go 6. We're gonna go backman, and then we're gonna play out this Shanks, become a 7K leader. Yep. Dealing with my Dawn. There we go. That. Okay. Then we're gonna go 7 lead. Yep. 7 lead. This is going to be 9 lead. And then it'll pass turn. Yep. Eat it long. I will leader ability 1K. Yep. Worse a time? It might be worse a time. It might Yep. Yep. Okay. So Law can't restand, or Law just can't attack? Okay, so he can restand then. Oh wait. You said stun. Yeah, if you want to. Sure. I don't know why they call it. That's fine.
welcome.
Welcome back here in the North Blue in Toronto at the Sheraton. My name is Alto. I am joined by Vandal, and we are at the Unsung Carta Magica Regionals watching some One Piece. There's FIFA going on, there's Pride going on, there's a million things going on, but we are here with you watching One Piece, and there's nowhere we would rather be in this moment.
And no one I'd rather be here with.
Oh.
Like you and all and my friend Alto here. But yeah, no, we're really excited to show you round 8 of this. Obviously, these are really tense matches. There's 4 people left undefeated, so this is essentially the semi-finals heading to the finals. You've seen these like before. We have some Enels, we got a Goofy, we also have a Lucy as well. So we're about to show you one of the semi-final matches, which is, what do we got for us?
What we have is classic for this meta. We have Purple Enel versus Goofy. This is a matchup that I really, really love. I really want to see it, and we have our local hero, Nigel, versus the legendary Eric Quintana.
Yes, and I've always heard legends of Mr. Quintana and just all the people who have many great things to say about him in terms of him being able to help people learn and grow in the game. So I'm really excited to see his take on this matchup.
Yep, and it does look like Nigel won the dice roll here. He chose first. Nigel did mulligan, and Eric kept his starting hand. Nigel starting off with the Luffy Searcher, looking at top 3, able to take an Impel Down type character, going to grab the buggy. And of course, in this matchup, Luffy can restand 2 Dawn as long as he has an Impel Down card, and Enel can do a lot of Dawn shenanigans to essentially stay at 6 Dawn all game, but establish big bodies, play a lot of events, and go wide.
Yep, and Nigel with the tech of having an alt art card, but then having a base art leader without a sleeve. Just maximum mental damage. Yep.
We were joking before because when you face Nigel on the Bandai app, usually his name is something along the lines of like swing 5, swing 10, take, trigger, play Kumasi, play, like it just goes on and on and on. But he said he'll be
3
Nigel
drop
for
Para
today.
Sparrow,
Yeah.
5 drop 7 drop Linlin, something like that. Yeah, but we see here just with double searcher opening followed by a 7 lead. So both sides with that standard opening with 2 cards self-replacing and just getting some decent aggression on the handshake.
Yes, and I'm really interested to see how both players approach this matchup. We got to see Jonas play earlier, and that was really, really fun to kind of see how he handled it. Not seeing the secret on curve, going with this kind of Reiju, buffing the Reiju line to keep up the aggression. And it looks like Eric is just going to start with a 7 swing, doing some damage. He's going to Mamaragan to return those 2 Dawn, but of course they are going to come right back. He'll draw for the Mamaragan, he'll rest the Luffy, and then he can always just swing at the Luffy. And he also does get the Satori Search as well, so that has to resolve first. That allows him to look at his top 2, and he can just fix his stack.
Yeah, so this is a very strong opener in terms of being able to like look for information, look for certain cards, and yeah, he's leaving at top, restacked, reordered them, and yeah, that's gonna get rid of the Luffy. And he still's got turn left to go, so leader ability for 5 Dawn, and has 2 active to work with, and a 6k swing.
Yep, 6 coming through. We'll see, does Nigel want to give up the 2k when he turns it sideways? All right, he hasn't swung yet, I guess. Might attach another Dawn to go 7, just to make it that much more awkward. Demanding 2 cards here, and just going to get the event out of hand right away from Nigel, saying, I don't even know if I ever get to play this in this matchup. When am I going to get 5 unique names out when you can just rest and remove my board on a whim?
Yep, and we see the Thor come through to just pop. Yep, worth going card for card just to empty the board out. Yep.
Yeah, and we're seeing Eric here with that, like the really early kind of board clear strategy, saying, I'm not going to let you put any pressure back onto me. I want to keep the board clear. I want to be in the commanding position in this game. And we see Nigel just really quickly, no hesitation. This is the play you want to make on 5 Dawn. As Goofy, you play the buggy. He allows you to draw a card, then play a Prisoner of Impel Down. And he can also turn that Prisoner of Impel Down into a blocker when necessary.
Yeah, and no 2-drop baby to drop out, or maybe there's some super secret special event that he's playing. Who knows? When Nigel does like to run some interesting tech cards. I've seen his Lucci list run things like Iron Body and other things too, so Nigel's no stranger to tech.
Yep, and it looks like the 5 swing just gets blocked right away by the Impel Down All-Stars. And Eric just going to play out the secret Enel, return a Dawn, and look at his top 5. He can take anything that he wants, and then he has to trash a card in return here.
Yeah, so thinking carefully about this, Quintana has a lot of, does a lot of practice, has a very rigorous testing group. So obviously this is a matchup he would have practiced heavily. So love to see his pick choices in how he's going to handle this.
Yep, I will certainly be taking notes here on Eric's play and Nigel's play at this stage. Both players really know what they're doing in this matchup and in this tournament.
DD gets pitched. saying, nope, I don't need that. There's nothing bigger than 8 or 9 that I have to deal with that Gamma Knife won't deal with already.
Yeah, and attaching Dawn here to Pudding with leader effect. Swinging 6, I believe that got countered out. Snap countered right away. Returning a Dawn, playing out Shura, drawing a card. Now a Lightning Dragon is going on the Prisoner of Impel down to freeze. And of course with Lightning Dragon you also get to just draw. And passing it back to Nigel for a 7 Dawn turn.
Yeah, and look at this max rarity deck. Just not Magas, but still max rarity, at least until the Shura altar comes out.
Yes, right. All right, and so we see Nigel just taking a minute here, thinking about what he wants to do. Going to turn the buggy sideways, swinging a quick 6.
Yeah.
Non-committal, kind of sneaky 6. Just like I'm going to sneak a 6 in there.
Knows this buggy probably won't stick for very long anyway, so get the value when I can.
Exactly, yeah, keep up the pressure. And he is just going to drop the Boa, freeze the Enel. Of course, Boa can essentially freeze anything but Luffy, lore appropriate here, and the Enel actually cannot be rested, which is functionally preventing the attack.
Yeah.
And then going to restand 2 Dawn and swing 7 at lead. So a very standard 7 Dawn play for Nigel here. You play the Boa, you use your leader effect, you swing 7, you put pressure down, you get this really big body, and now it's up to Eric to have the Gamma Knife or to have something to answer.
Yeah, and I'm not used to this board state where neither player can heal, so this amount of life is the amount of life that they're working with. These life totals don't go higher from here. They have to play from this point.
Yeah, what a relief.
Yeah.
After all of these back and
like,
forth matches, my heart can't take it. They're at 0, then they're at 2, then they're at 0. Yeah. And another secret Enel coming down. I think this is the line when I was theory crafting this matchup, because it's easy to freeze 1 Enel per turn, but it's really hard to freeze 2. And so if you can safely get down the 2 Enels, you can start to apply a lot of pressure, and then you just need Varis for things like Luna that could maybe mess up and get your board frozen.
Yeah. I wonder what Nigel's plan is from here, because, like, do you just, well, like, we always think that trying to set up the Impel Down All-Stars combo is not feasible when it's so easy to clear board. So, I mean, you just have to keep swinging, right?
Yep, and that was a Kitten coming through on the buggy, minus 1,000, just making him a simple 5,000 power character. Can be swung at if Eric should choose with something like leader. And Eric is still a strong position here to like just completely wipe this board. Maybe going to opt to leave up the Boa for a turn.
We're seeing about 5 or 6 cards in Nigel's hand, so
yeah,
definitely a lot of ways you can tax this. Yeah, so
yep, another minus 1,000 here. I mean, that buggy, I don't think he's long for this world. And of course, then he can no longer make prisoners a blocker. And it looks like the Pudding is going to go 6 into 4.
Yeah, Nigel decides to give it blocker anyway, just for fun. What can punish that?
Yeah. And then thinking about a leader swing here, likely going to face. Yep, just a 5 swing coming through. Going to demand a card. And Nigel, he has, it looks like about 5 in hand. You kind of want a few more cards here, so he might opt to take, but then of course Eric might just go 10 life and then freeze the prisoner. So you have to always be aware of that. Oh, actually no, that Enel can't attack, so that will be the last swing. So he's okay for now.
Yep, so no Dawn left really to assign here. And I think it's past there, but this is a scary wide board, but that's a scary 7-9 Boa that cannot be blocked. And yep, Lightning Dragon on this prisoner. This prisoner is never leaving Impel Down.
Nope, and so there's some good news and some bad news here for Nigel. The good news is his Boa lived for another turn. The bad news is his prisoners is frozen and there's 2 secret Enels staring him in the face. But there's nothing, this isn't something that Luffy cannot overcome. We know that Luffy overcame Enel in the real world, I wanted to say. And so I guess he can with the One Piece card game as well.
I mean, do you just, if you have Brook in hand, do you actually just go like nine twice basically here and just drop them to 0 and be like, you know what, I'm just going to pray for just all Dawn leaders and get through?
Yep, so we see the Mamaragan coming through, I believe, on the 5 swing. The 9 will be taken without a trigger.
And that's it. No, 4.
Yeah.
Galdino.
That's exactly what you want on this turn. You need to freeze one of those Enels. You just can't have both of them swinging at you. And you get back 2 Dawn anyway. And going to drop, another Boa Hancock.
This is exactly what you want, because you have a checkmate position now. Obviously, well, I say obviously, but one of these Boas is going to get cleared, potentially 2 of them. So if Eric can manage to clear both of them, then I think he can stabilize from here. But Nigel is representing a checkmate situation.
Absolutely. And the question, like you said, is what can Eric do here? Can he remove both of these boas in the same turn? This is something that Enel is certainly capable of doing. And we did see him pitch Divine Departure earlier, suggesting he probably has some way to minus at least one of these boas here. And so he could do like a Gamma Knife on the standing one, and then he could swing big into the rested one. So there's a lot of options here for him. But of course, even the prisoners can actually be a threat in this stage of the game too, with the Brook to swing for game. So Eric, he has a lot to deal with in one turn.
Yeah, because I see him like navigating his trash. I'm not sure if that's because there's like like it's telegraphing the senior pink in hand. I don't think he has it. He's probably just checking, and also maybe that is a signal fake. You know, oh, I'm gonna senior pink it. But you know, my thought is like, yeah, if you senior pink here and develop, you won't really get. You know, you still only clear one. But yeah, no, we're just opening Gamma Knife. So most you can do is play a 4-drop unless you ramp and then play a 5-drop.
It is on the rested one, not the standing one.
Yeah. So that will be cleared.
Yeah.
Not too bad. But you still have to deal with the other one, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, does he have another Gamma Knife here to deal with the standing one too? Or is he just going to leave that up and try and survive? I mean, if Nigel has Brook.
Yeah, you need what? Gamma Knife, Key 10, Thor to clear it at that point? Yeah. Gamma Knife, Key 10, Thor?
Yep.
6, Nigel's thinking about it. I mean, it's tough, I think.
Yep, checking trash first.
The 6K can go into it. But I guess maybe Nigel's thought is like, if I save this, then you can't maybe do Gamma Knife, Mamaragan on the other one and clear that one too. Like if you happen to have that.
Yeah, yeah.
But he's thinking, no, it's just too likely. Like
up and
okay,
there it comes.
Is it actually exactly that?
Gamma Mama, I think you called it. I think your observation hockey is on point as usual. Yep, there's 2 Dawn getting returned. And there's the Mama.
Ooh, so this is probably why Nigel's thinking about countering, because then if he does, you can't clear the other one.
Yeah.
Because he's probably saying, but there's no way you have another one and the Mama in hand.
Yeah.
And there it is.
And so the question now will be, can Nigel refill his board? Luckily, he still has 3 life. He's still quite healthy for this stage of the game. But because of that, actually, his hand is a little bit small, and he hasn't seen a lot of cards that replace themselves. Yep.
He has the full commit here, though. But so if Nigel does counter out and have a Brook in hand, he can potentially go for it, right? So this could be one of those Hail Mary plays. Wait. Because if he can get out, he has the Brook in hand. 2K, 2K? 1K?
He does counter out.
So he has...
But Eric could...
If he has Lightning Dragon.
Yeah, he could punish.
Yeah.
So it's
but there's no blocker, so the impel down prisoner still can threaten.
And the turn passes back to Nigel.
Nigel
are going to have to do some math.
Okay, so I mean, you have to go. Like, you have no choice. You have the Brook in hand. What's the best line? 7, yep, just 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, starting with a 7, then probably something like a 5.
Yeah.
Yep, 7 gets 2K, 1K'd. And then do we just drop the Brook?
I wonder, how do you do this? Because do you do the 9 first in case it's overkill? Like, in case, how many cards? Yeah, the question.
Yeah.
How many are in hand?
Yeah.
Did they say 7? I hope we didn't say 7.
He might have. I wouldn't be surprised at this point of the game.
5.
So the 5 gets countered.
Yeah, so he can go 12 Brook,
yeah,
and then restand 2 Dawn 14.
Yeah, so Eric will likely have to counter out of the 12.
So 12, 14.
Yeah. 12 is still a lot to ask for Enel, though. In this stage of the game, he's had lots of time to cycle. He's used Lightning Dragons. He should have still a number of events. We saw him pitch the Divine Departure, though. Now, that can be a 2 of in this meta, so he may have another one.
Is there another line? Oh, no, there's no Luna in hand. If there's a Luna in hand, I thought maybe, but nope, it's going to be
It's going to
12.
be it. Here we go.
But you can still pivot lines here, right? Like, you
And
can
the
decide
12,
not to.
The 12 gets taken.
And now Knight has...
I mean, you have to go for it now, right? Or do you? He's at 0 life.
Like,
that's the question. Can you refill your board? Maybe leave up a Dawn for an event. Maybe play a Galdino, freeze something.
Yeah. Because you took the life. But no, you're going to go for it. And I think the only question here is now, do you swing...
Resting with the cheeky.
When you resend 2 Dawn, do you swing the full amount, or do you leave a Dawn up and start... No, and that's 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. So is that, how much is that?
Nigel gets there.
Oh, okay. That's 8K plus 9K, right?
Yeah.
So 14. So he needed... Yeah, on the dot. He needed 1K more. Oh, he threaded the needle there. I was thinking, like... Yeah, you just gotta go for it, but having double bullet plays and then being able to keep it alive is so key.
Wow, that was explosive. What an ending. And I had a feeling, I know Nigel, we've played so many times, and he always goes for it. He always goes for it. He went there, and he got there. Oh,
That literally is just threading the needle, like driving the plane right through the canyon, just like landing it where your only chance is, getting that double swing down, and he pushed for it. Yeah,
and I'm really curious about that. It was really that turn where Eric chose to develop the second animal.
Yeah.
Because he could have removed the boa and addressed it on that turn, very likely, if he had a gamma knife and if he had Bubba. So either he didn't have it, or he really wanted to establish that second body.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of curious maybe what happened there, because I think if he removes it and then he's able to remove the other boa on curve, he's in a pretty good spot. So there was maybe something missing there, or he just valued the second animal in that moment. But that seems to be the pivotal moment where that gave Nigel what he needed.
Yeah. And it would be good to know what he grabbed off the animal too, because maybe he's like looking for something specific, and that's why. But
100%.
no, seeing, I think, just perfect Aldino, perfect, like seeing the boas. Even, the moment of just Nigel thinking about, okay, what's going to happen after this boa gets swung into? Can he clear both? Can I keep this one alive? And seeing that broken pocket. But Goofy's just such a flexible deck with the restands.
Wow, I mean, that's supposed to be the bad matchup for Goofy. And I mean, we've just seen so many of them here today. It's the most popular deck seemingly in the room. And that's exactly why, even in your unfavored matchup, you can still get there. You still have a win con, and you can still put so much pressure on your opponent.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe there's a difference in like the key 10s, because some key 10s were used just to lower some things to make it easier to clear, but I wonder if on those turns, but not having a Reiju or Frankie developed was also difficult too, because you didn't have that mid-sized body in the middle game. But great play from both players. Really excited to see them go into their final rounds. They're both probably very happy to be, whether you're X1 or X2 at this point, you have one round left to play, so things are looking pretty good for you. But no, amazing game. So I'm really excited to see who wins the other game too, because I would love to see Lucy versus Goofy, because I have not seen that today
That
yet.
would be fun. That would be fun.
But we're going to go hop over and take an interview with Nigel, which we'll show to you shortly, just because we can't show you guys live interviews until in the future when maybe we can. But now we'll be back very shortly. I believe there's still 10 or 15 minutes left in this round, but we still have stuff to show you, and we'll show you guys the interview as well. But once again, myself, Vandal, casting alongside Patrick Alto here at the Unsung Carta Magica Toronto One Piece Card Game Regional held at the Sheraton Hotel Center.
I said it.
I can never get used to that. But thank you guys so much for joining us so much. This is just such fun for us to cast these games and show you guys this stuff. We're super appreciative to be here and doing this, especially because this is made by the love of so many different people, so many judges and players who make this possible. So definitely stick around and watch our finals that are going to happen in probably 10 to 15 minutes and catch the interview with Nigel, because we'd love to hear more about his thoughts on this game. Catch you guys very soon.
welcome back. We are here in Toronto for the Unsung Carta One Piece Regionals. I am here with Nigel, formerly known as Ape Strong.
Thank you. That's me.
We just saw him play on stream, getting there against Eric Quintana, obviously a fantastic player in an unfavored matchup. He was on the NL, you were on the Goofy. Walk me through the game.
You know, honestly, like the only thing that's going through my mind when I see Penel is like, if I go face faster, I win, right? So
right, just
yeah, there you go. Just turn sideways.
And at the end, that's what you did. You turned stuff sideways. Your boa survived. What were you kind of thinking when that first boa stuck, and then you were able to develop the second one?
Yeah. So I think during the turn when I asked to look in his trash, that's what I was looking for. Like a lot of the minus to see, like, you know, if he was just holding it or like, because the first boa stuck, right? So I was like, delicious, right? So I was like, okay, well, if he doesn't get rid of this one this turn, then I'm going for game next turn. Otherwise, I think if I lose both boas, I lose anyways. But you know, I think at least one kept, and you know. I think we talked about it a little bit after too, because he was holding an L4.
Okay.
He was asking me if he L4'd one more time. I had exact counter for 8-4.
Okay.
But I didn't have enough for 9-4. So I was like, oh, my little Brookski in my hand. You got to stay here, buddy. Thankfully, he didn't. So.
Oh wow! So it was actually that close. Really tight.
1K off.
Yeah, it's those like little micro decisions
God,
that seem to really matter. Wow! And then on that last turn, what was sort of going through your mind? It looked like you were maybe thinking to pivot before you played the Brook. Were you?
Yeah. So when I was looking at his board, like 2 NLs, and I don't have any more freeze, so I already played 2 boas, like nothing else coming up. I bottomed one early in the game, so it's definitely not coming up. And I think I bottomed a Galdino as well, so I was thinking, oh, I'm probably not going to see another one.
Right.
So it's either like go face or go home.
Right. And you had face. It worked out. You're now XO going into the final round.
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
Excited, you know, happy to be here. You know, I love everyone in the community, and it's great. But happy.
Yeah, awesome. And I'm curious, what made you decide to play Goofy today? You were on Nami, I believe.
Yeah,
a week or two ago, and you did quite well with it.
Yeah. I think I got to day 2 in Nami a couple weeks ago. But I think with this new meta, like, I think people think the Nami and Luffy matchup is free. Like, Nami is free, but it's not.
Right.
And after like testing it out for a bit, I was like, you know what, Goofy is fine. I like it. It's kind of like, you know, turn sideways.
Yeah.
Like, so yeah, that's why I chose it.
That's awesome. And how did you sort of prepare or practice? Because the deck's brand new.
Yeah, I mean, you go face is the place. You swing 6, they give you 2 1Ks. You're happy, right? Like.
All right, you just swing face. Just turn stuff sideways. Advice for all of you Goofy players out there.
There you go.
Just turn your stuff sideways, restand it, do it again.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you gotta do.
Awesome. And what do you want to see in the last round?
Well, you know, both players there, I know them. I think it's Lucy or Penel, and you know, I think you know which one I want to see. But I think they're both great players, anyways. So yeah, I'm just happy we're here, anyways. You know? Someone's getting a mat, right? I hope it's me.
Oh, that's awesome. Any shout outs you want to give before we'll give you some time to prepare for the finals, because we'll have you back.
Okay, awesome, cool. Yeah, shout out to the boys. Shout out to PvP Shop. Shout out to Toys Games and Toys. That's the locals. I love you guys. Thanks.
All right, so we will be back soon with some more One Piece with the finals.
Thank you.
Welcome back. We are here in Toronto for the Unsung Carta Magica OPTCG Regionals. I am Patrick. I'm joined by Vandal, my good friend, and I hope all of you are watching us on your main monitor, your second monitor, your third monitor, your fourth monitor, wherever.
Your baby monitor.
Because we have the finals here for you today, the finals of this regional event, and it's going to be a doozy.
Yeah, I know. I think the hardest part of this matchup is how do you not laugh facing Nigel? How do you keep a straight face when the man just oozes comedy every time he plays?
Yes.
I really want to pull up his reaction gif of realizing Koshiro can protect something, and it's just the best. I think it's his Facebook profile picture right now. But yeah, no, it's a great contender. Super fun. But we're going to our finals. It's going to be the matchup we've seen before, but I think we've been having a lot of fun watching it.
Yeah, it's going to be Edel into Goofy, Nigel versus Richard C. in the finals here at the regionals in Toronto. We are so excited, and the game starts with the fist pump, and it looks like Richard C. won dice, choosing first, and both players mulliganed.
Yeah, can't be mad at this point because these are both, I believe, Toronto Canadian players here representing. Taking back the crown from, no Luca here to sweep. Yeah.
Yep, and looks like that Luffy coming down, grabs the Mr. 2, leader effect, restand 2 Dawn, and then play the Mr. 2. Very nice opener here for Nigel.
Yeah, and that first curve on Enel means that you're going to have, you can drop a 4-drop here, you can just develop and just go aggressive. You have the dog that is decently scary. And then also you can rest 1 and drop a Shura. Nice.
Yeah, this is really hard. The dog actually really makes this matchup tricky for Goofy because you don't mind taking life, but you don't want to go down so low so early, but you also can't afford to pitch cards. And so the question is, do you freeze it? Do you block it? What do you do? And it looks like Nigel is going to play the Crocodile. That'll allow him to bounce a card, play a 2 or less impulse down, replace Mr. 2 to draw. Leader effect allows him to restand 2 Dawn, and he's just going to go 5 lead.
Yeah, on this thing go. And unfortunately, there is no spot removal. Only spot removal in Goofy is the Gravity Blade, and we are nowhere near that turn.
Yes, yeah. And he just uses that 2 remaining Dawn to play out another Mr. 2, just flooding the board, allowing him to draw a lot of cards, go wide. And let's see how Richard opts to play this turn. He's going to drop the secret rare Enel, return a Dawn, look at his top 5. He can take anything he wants, then pitch a card, and then he will have a choice to make. Does he allocate Dawn from his leader effect to the dog, to Holly to swing with double attack, or does he just maybe swing with leader and Shura and try and save Holly as a threat for later?
Yeah, because as long as that Holly is present, I'm assuming you can't block with the Croc. You have to save this Croc block for whatever potential Holly swing might exist. So it becomes very annoying. But we're seeing the pick here is going to be... the trash is going to be Holly after the grab. So here we can see what leader ability does next. So 4 can go into Holly or onto the Shura here.
Yeah, and I'm kind of curious where he goes because, of course, he is going to opt to go for the Holly and just going to throw 8 at lead. Nigel is going to block, and he's also going to counter.
2-1?
Going to give a 2-1, saying, I really
don't think
want
you want to give up the Galdino, right? No, it's got to be...
He wants to keep the Croc alive, but it can also just get Lightning Dragon here. And here comes an Ohm, just returning a Dawn, draw a card. And does Richard have Lightning Dragon to freeze this Crocodile and punish Nigel for turning it sideways? And another 5 lead comes through, going to leader. That will be taken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Eric is still thinking here, so you gotta assume the thought is on a Lightning Dragon or some zero-cost event to cycle it maybe, because you are on that, as long as you end the turn on 4 Dawn, and we see the Lightning Dragon, so he's thinking carefully about whether or not he wants to stun this.
Yeah, and he opts to pass. Wow, that's surprising. I love it.
Yeah.
I want to see what he's saving this for. Clearly, he could have said, I don't want this Crocodile to restand, but he would rather just keep the Lightning Dragon, save it for a rainy day. And let's see how Nigel can capitalize on the fact that he does get to swing this Crocodile.
Yeah. Maybe Richard having just like a heads-up play on knowing that sometimes late game you might want to stun a Boa. You know? Just stun the Boa, and then it gives you like a pseudo-removal. Because sometimes it's expensive to full remove it.
Yeah.
Or you may not be able to.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, you can always just minus and then stun the Boa if you need to and prevent that win con. And it looks like we're just going to see a 6 swing coming through. Mr. 2, of course, copies the leader's base power, and then the extra Dawn puts it up to 6. And we see Richard thinking to counter here. So that was 6 into the dog.
Yep, this is going to be expensive, I think, to keep alive.
And here comes the buggy turn. And Buggy into Prisoner. Buggy will allow Nigel to, of course, draw a card and then play out a Prisoner of Impel down. You can make the Prisoner a blocker, and we're going to see another Bon Clay swing coming through. That will be 6 into 6, just taxing Richard's hand. And of course, because it's not an Enel, he can't use the events to save it. So Richard has a choice to make here. Does he give the Reiju and maybe hope that Nigel doesn't continue swinging at it with the Croc, or does he let it die? And it looks like Nigel's made his choice. He's going 6 again with the Luffy. He has 5 unique names, so Luffy swings for 6.
So interesting choice, like like you said, like sometimes it's not worth trying to keep a board of 5 and you just turn it sideways because you're gonna lose it to Enel anyway. So I was like wondering, like, oh, why didn't you swing 6 with leader instead? Everybody's like, oh yeah, because you can save Luffy. I was like, no, you can't really, because Elthor and it's gone.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and 5 got taken. Now 6 coming through. Nigel's putting down a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, and Richard's hand is all events.
Yeah. It's all events. He doesn't have a play for next turn. He may be thinking here, do I just take this and maybe I draw into something that I need?
Yeah. Gives up Elthor. That's
and he draws another Holly. Not quite what he wanted to see here.
Yeah.
I mean, that's got to be the play, right? I guess you have to just play Holly and swing for the turn. Not a lot of options. I mean, you can play a Holly then cycle, but you're not going to find, something big on the turn. 10 coming through. It's going to go through to the Crocodile.
Yeah, and here you can technically swing into both these little bodies and even try to bait a block on the Prisoner and stun it.
Yeah, and I do believe that Nigel also declared on that swing, making Prisoner a blocker, just in case the buggy gets removed.
Yep.
Really, really technical play.
Yeah. Never want to forget that one, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, and we can see Eric now. He has some work to do on this turn. He really has to map out, because he doesn't have an optimal play, what does he do to sort of even up the board a little bit? It looks like Ohm is going to go sideways, going to minus. Going to swing into the Mr. 2, it looks like, and minus on the Prisoners.
Yep.
That may prevent a block in the future, and it looks like just thinking now what to do with the Shura. Do I turn it into the Luffy? Do I swing 5? Going to go 5 with leader into the Luffy, just cleaning up the board.
Just wanting to keep that, Shura in case you want to drop a... basically do a 6k swing with it instead, and we see Holly get dropped here. So reestablishing that high threat target, just perpetually threatening dropping it to 0.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite what Richard wants to see here, but it's still a huge threat in this game. It can easily put Nigel down to 0 life if this dog hit connects.
Yeah, and
while I'm arresting the blocker.
We still have leader ability available too, so we can even try something where like we develop a Reiju and then also use Lightning Dragon, I think. Which is pretty good too. I mean, you get a really wide, sizable board to actually start to push with.
Yep, and it does look like we are using leader effect, going to attach 1 Dawn to Shura. I'm not sure if that's going to do anything or not. And then holding 4 Dawn here. Oh, he's going to attach all of it to Shura.
I think there's one more he can attach technically.
Yep.
So I wonder if he realizes that the 1 Dawn is there.
Yeah.
He could have just escaped his eye.
Yeah. And was that was a 6? I missed what happened there, because it looks like there was a counter given with a Brook. Okay, a 2 and a 1 was given. There we go. Yep, hit that hidden little 2. Perfect. 7 into 5. Got countered. And Lightning Dragon coming down on the Prisoners. Back over to Nigel, who still has to respect that this Holly could put him to 0 at any moment.
Yeah. And unlike the previous game where dropping Boa was pretty good, because I think Nigel, was he going first last game, or no, he wasn't?
Last game, I can't remember whether he won dice roll.
Yeah, the Boa doesn't quite feel as good here because this dog is threatening you. This dog is as much of a threat right now as this Enel is.
Yeah, and he did go first last game, so we are seeing him on a little bit of a different curve now.
Yeah, because if the Boa is following up the 6-Dawn turn Enel, it's a lot better. But here you're behind already. This Enel's already active, swinging into you. That if you play it now, I don't think you'll actually survive the way you did last time, where you can get to a point where you actually put down a lethal. So I think Boa is too slow, unfortunately.
And it's just going to be Galdino coming down for Dawn. He can trash the character, draw 2, freeze Holly, so Holly can no longer attack. So just kind of neutralizing that very scary threat of double attack. Throwing 6. Looks like that's just going straight to lead.
Yep. I'm not sure if there's a Luna. I see a 3-drop event there, though. Could be something.
Yeah, it could be a Luna,
and we also know there's I think there's a Gravity Blade in hand too.
Oh, very interesting.
Not that that'll help, but
yeah. And it looks like now just going to keep going face. I mean, I just interviewed Nigel before this. He said, just keep swinging. Keep going face. That was his advice to all the Luffys out there. And he's surely showing us how to do that now in real time. And I mean, he faced Jonas and won. He faced Eric Quintana and won. Both of them were playing Enel in this unfavored matchup. So clearly Nigel's strategy of swinging is working.
Yeah.
Richard thinking how to respond to the 7.
Oh.
2-2s.
Yeah, not quite seeing the gas on Enel's side.
Oh, and that second Galdino gets trashed. The board is completely frozen here for Richard. His hand size is dwindling. Nigel has a healthy hand. However, Richard can still put down pressure with these weenies. He's got a leader swing.
But so many cards in hand. I don't think peppering a bunch of 5s and 6s is quite going to get you there. And yeah, this Enel is not putting down the boss monster fear that you would expect.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the awkward part in this matchup. This is, again, what we were talking about earlier, the win con for the Goofy is that Enel always has to have a way to close out the game. Like the weenies just don't get there. With only 6 Dawn, you actually can't swing that high. You need a big body that can close out, can finish the game, can demand cards from your opponent. And if your big bodies just get frozen turn after turn, the game state just kind of gets stuck like it is now. And again, we also see Richard, he hasn't quite drawn what he needs. Does he have a play for this turn? Looks like a 6.
Oh, and this is not the play you want to see.
Yep, just swinging at the board.
Just give me a blocker, no punch that, and just 1k Ivankov.
Yep. It's an easy counter for Nigel. Got to keep these alive if he can. And now Richard will likely... Oh, he does have the Frankie. That's good. That will allow him to sort of fix some of the problems that he's been under in this game. He can pitch a card, draw 2 cards, just at the cost of returning 2 Dawn, which is not even a cost for Enel. And he draws 2 more events.
Ooh, double Kitten.
I mean, that will allow him to probably trade very effectively into one of these bodies. So it's not the end of the world. And then he will cycle those. So actually not the worst. Not the best, but not the worst, given that he'd already committed anyway to this line. So might as well play events that you can just return Dawn for.
Yep. Yeah, he's trying to think how many key 10s does he commit to try to get us off the board. He can try to do one more, but no, he's just gonna use leader ability. Question is on the Ohm or on the Shura? Because if you use with the Shura, then you get the additional -2, so you're gonna go 7, I think, into 4.
Yep. And we'll see, again, we saw Nigel kind of countering to save his board last game when it was reduced. But that was to save a Boa. Does he want to save his prisoners of Impel down? Here is the question. And we can see him just thinking, will I have enough pressure if I lose this body? Do I start to turn these cards in hand into
Ray.
counter? Yep. Oh.
That's 2. So 5 in total given up to save it.
That was a lot.
Yeah, but I think the read is maybe that there's no Lightning Dragon here, unless you search it off of the pudding right now.
Yeah, but there is still another key 10, which can come in, and that can lower prisoners, and then he can attach a Dawn to Shura and swing again. So he can really tax Nigel's hand here to keep this on the board. And I think Richard's thinking, does he want to play pudding, or does he want to swing again, potentially? Pudding might be able to just find him an event that he will need for a future turn, something to remove maybe a Boa that comes
no play
down.
at all. Interesting. I guess maybe he needs a 1k just in case something gets swung into, but
Interesting here. Just passing the turn. I guess he knows if he turns the Shura sideways and minuses the prisoner down to 3, that Nigel will just have the counter for it anyway. Opting to just try and keep a board, a little bit of board presence. And now, can Nigel refill his board? Can he set up for one of these lethal lines, which could be getting down a Boa? It could be setting up for the restand event. It could be just saying, I'm going to play a whole lot of bodies and outvalue you. He's got a lot of Dawn. He's got 10 Dawn. 12 Dawn, effectively.
It really makes you realize like the difference of these two leaders of like, normally having a 6 Dawn limit as Enel doesn't feel that weird or bad, but when you're facing a leader with 12 Dawn, then you're like, okay, I'm starting to see some of the parity here. Oh,
I think that's the first time we've seen it today, and maybe that Richard has seen it today as well. That is the Rush Luffy.
No, he's seen it. He just like the alt art. He just wants to admire it. That's it.
Yeah. So 4/6, he can rest an additional Dawn to give it Rush. He attaches a Dawn, so it's going to swing 7, and then when it's attacking, it can rest a blocker. So he does rest the Frankie with it, and that 7, we don't know quite where it's going. Probably to life, because that's what Nigel. That's his advice. Just go life, go life, go life. And we see Richard just thinking here.
Because if you counter out here, you can just pepper a 5 into this Frankie and probably clear it.
Yep.
It's probably just gone at that point. You still have to deal with the fact that there's this... I'm assuming there must be a plan for this Holly and this Enel, though.
Yeah.
And I don't think Dawn has been used for leader ability yet. So, yeah, 2-1. Ooh.
Yep, down to 2 cards in hand. I mean, one thought that must be going through Nigel's mind is, can I go for it? How do I kind of navigate this situation so I don't die?
Yeah.
He's still got, it's deceptive. He has more than 4 Dawn. He has 6 Dawn to play with. That would allow him to swing some numbers. If he really wanted to go for it, he could.
Yeah, I mean, if he had one more Dawn, he can even do something crazy like, DMG. DMG combined with oh, 7? What's that going into?
Is he going for it? Where's that 7 going? This is crazy. He could opt to obviously go into the Frankie and clear it, or he could just go life.
Yeah.
7-7.
I'm assuming it's going to life. There shouldn't be a thought here if it's going into the Frankie. It would be gone.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming it's going to life.
Yeah. Maybe just thinking, 7-7, 7-7-9. Or if 7, whichever 7 he counters, then you just switch into board. Maybe leave up Dawn for an event. Wow, this is really intense.
Oh, so 5 is going to clear that, guaranteed.
Yep, and Richard going down to 0 cards in hand. Nigel drawing a card, restanding 2 Dawn, 3 Dawn active. Does he have a way to freeze this board? How does he survive here? The Enel onslaught. Looking like he might just want to swing, keep up a blocker.
No.
He can, of course, then just block Holly.
If he has the Galdino that rests, or if he has, then he can actually clear the Holly too.
That's true, but I think he's fine. I mean, he can, as long as he blocks the Holly swing, like we were saying, like the Enel swings are just not that scary.
Just pass 3 Dawn open.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, you got to assume that there's some events in there. You know, you don't know what he's running. It could be, I know your Strong's in there. There could be the Impel Down event in there. There could be all sorts of stuff in there.
Yeah, and wow, this is going to be really awkward for Richard. Just 1 card in hand. I think he just has to go for it here. I mean, he could try and do some board maintenance. He could probably clear the Luffy, clear the Buggy, and then Nigel really only has a Prisoner swing, a Mr. 2, and Leader swing. Now with 1 card in hand, you can just math it out. And so Richard's really on the ropes. Nigel, is Luffy favored into Enel? Because
yeah, I guess Nigel's making me eat my words. I gotta change my graphic in between for the break and say nope. I'll make sure to add that as a footnote.
Yeah,
Nigel was right. I was wrong. Blah, 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 blah.
swing.
Yeah. His new Bandai name.
Yeah.
Nigel was right. Vandal was wrong. It's 2 drop swing, 3 drop swing, 4 drop. Swing life.
And just a lot of thought going into this turn. Of course, still plenty of time on the clock, and this is just a pivotal moment in the game. So you need to take some time. You need to think it out. You need to explore every single line. Richard has still quite a few options. Now, of course, the other problem with going down this low in Dawn, as analysts, going down this low in cards, is that you might not have ways to minus the attached Dawn.
Yeah.
So you actually don't have the full 11 Dawn to work with to swing that Enel can represent to the opponent. And so your swings become really, really awkward in situations like this, and they're just not as demanding when Nigel knows that Richard can't just go minus, get it all back, and then attach it.
Yeah, and I really want to know what this 1 card in Richard's hand is, because to not assign any Dawn here, I mean, I wonder what it could be, because not even Frankie's going to help you here. Well.
Yeah. I mean, there's just no way you get there, right? I think you have to clear. I don't know.
Yeah.
This is tough. I see why Richard's putting a lot of thought into this. But we don't know what's in hand. It is a mystery.
8 and 5.
Yeah.
All right. So a lot of the counter events can't be used for characters, can only be used for leaders. So it's not exactly easy to use events to get out of this. You could champion rifle, but I don't think it's that important.
Because you know that it can't be a blocker now, right? So that Luffy's already done the job. He rested the Frankie and got rid of it. Looks like Vari coming down, going to Vari the Enel just to give it +2 cost. And then, of course, he can cycle a card here. See if he can draw something else that he needs. Maybe like a Lightning Dragon to freeze the Buggy. Maybe an event to help him counter. Just getting some tokens placed down on the characters here.
Just people to know, it's like, the Vari gets +2 cost, it naturally gets +2k. Here, I'm assuming this is going 10 into here.
Yeah, and a bit of a decision point now for Nigel. Do I counter this? There is still a leader effect coming. However, that leader effect is not going to be very effective. Okay, he does let it go.
Assuming blocker was given to the already given.
Yep, and 4 Dawn gets attached to Holly.
Oh, I don't. Well,
just
do
take.
you have lethal? I mean, you have close to guaranteed, right?
Yeah, I think with 10 Dawn here, he can start with a 7.
Yeah, can you go
He can
technically?
go 9.
7, 9, so 1, 3, 6 Dawn. Yeah, 7, 9,
Yeah,
11.
yeah.
I think it's guaranteed as long. Well, what trigger? I think you have a guaranteed 7, 9, 11.
Yeah, the only awkward thing would be if Richard chains Mama Roggins into something.
Oh no, sorry,
really
it
lucky.
would be 7, 9, 10. My bad, It'd be 7, 9, 10.
7, 9, 10. So
I
that's
forgot
awkward.
that the Boncaret needs 2. Oh.
He's just starting with a 5.
Okay, well that's guaranteed.
The 5 check goes through.
I'm not sure if that's confidence or he has a Russian hand.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I think he has a Russian hand.
6? 6?
I think there must be, okay, I think there's Restand Brook. I think there's Restand.
Yeah, there must
this
be.
This prisoner,
There must
I think,
be,
has been here
This
for
is
a
just-
while,
yeah.
and he wants the prisoner to be
To
the
do the
one.
one.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Nigel to sign this prisoner afterwards, so we know which one it was that won the game.
Unbelievable here. Just starting with the 5. It's so cheeky going into the 6. Richard's like, what do you have? Is it a rusher? Is it a Brook? What do I do? How do I stop this? Please.
I think it's Brook. I think this is a Brook finisher that there's no trigger that can punish you for it, right?
Yeah, but he does have Divine Departure. So he's like, I guess I'm gonna give you the Divine Departure.
Yeah.
And there it is. There's the 9 pointing right at him at life. And there's the Brook. Restand. The prisoners, they've broken free of Impel Down.
Production, make sure he doesn't put it away. Keep that prisoner where it is. It's getting signed. It is the MVP today. That's the one that will forever be known as the champion prisoners of Impel Down. That's the one getting an alt art in the next Bandai Premium collection.
Wow, Nigel is our champion here in the regionals in Toronto. Goofy, he took down Jonas, he took down Eric Quintana, and now he takes down Richard. He took down 3 Annals in a row to be here and to be our champion today. What an impressive victory from Nigel.
Yeah, some of you may know Nigel by his other name, Ape Strong.
Formerly known as Ape Strong.
Formerly known as Ape Strong. But yeah, no, amazing. And he faced some tough contestants to get up here, right? You said he faced Eric Quintana, he faced Jonas. He definitely had a hard bracket coming up. So just amazing showing from Nigel and just representing Toronto.
So well earned. I mean, there's just no other way to say it. I mean, to fight your way through the Annals, especially.
Just swing face.
Just swing face.
Why didn't I think about that?
Turn everything sideways. That's what he was saying.
I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that. Ape Strong.
Here I am trying to play Goofy. I'm like losing. I'm just not swinging face.
We're like
I'm just not
taking
swinging.
notes. We're doing the math, and he's like, Ape Strong.
5, 6.
Honestly, congrats to Nigel for being the champion of today's Unsung Events Carta Magica Toronto One Piece Card Game Regional at the Sheraton Hotel. Big congrats to Nigel. Would love to speak to him very soon. Guys, don't go anywhere because we actually also we have more stuff we want to share with you guys, but also we have the TC finals that we're going to show right after this, so please stick around. But there are some words we want to share with you, and also we want to grab an interview with Nigel. But also we'd like to, at this point, tell you guys, if you guys love this stream, if you love watching One Piece card game, please tell the powers that be. We'll have a link for where you can send feedback to on this kind of stuff. We ourselves would love to hear your feedback about it. I know it seems like we're heavily sponsored and all stuff's going on, but actually a lot of this happens because of just volunteer effort and us loving putting this stuff forward for you guys. It's literally just us like buying all this camera equipment just so we can like show you these games. And so if you love it, all we ask is, just let people know that then, because we want to do this whenever we can, all the time for you guys, because it is so much fun, and I think you guys like it.
Yeah, I mean, we love you. We love One Piece, and we're just dudes. We're just dudes who play locals, and we said, hey, can we stream One Piece? Can we do it? And here we are, and we're so happy to be here. Thank you so much for tuning in, for typing in the chat.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Even you, guy who just said ban Borsalino over and over and over again, and then got banned. I kind of agree with you.
Dude, I'm on your side, but like officially.
He had to go to Impel.
But yeah, thank you guys so much. But yeah, we have way more stuff to show you. But yeah, if you love this, let people know, share it with people. It helps us keep this thing running and whatnot. But we're gonna go to an interview with our champion, followed by the TC finals. So stick around because we still got more to show you. So we'll be back very soon. Welcome back, guys. And then although we finished our regionals run already, we still have one more event to show you. We have the finals of the TC. Now, the TC is just coveted event as the regionals because, well, the pricing, but also, yes, there's still so much cred to winning a TC. So we've actually got our finals lined up for you. Just perfect timing.
Yeah, exactly. These players have been simultaneously playing all day as well. So there's been 2 events happening, and these are our undefeated players. And so we have on Rosinante, the one and only Flyest Raven, a fantastic player. And then we have on Enel, Meek. And so this is just going to be another fantastic matchup. I love these grindy back and forth matches.
Yes, and this is a really tough one too because like there's so much Dawn manipulation going on, and there's like, you know, because like they're never lower Dawn than you, a lot of things can't go off, like the Rosie 6-drop never goes off. So yeah, it's a very interesting back and forth matchup.
Yep, and of course, this is still a finals. As you said, there's still a lot on the line here. Of course, both players will secure a serial, but they are playing for that street cred to say, I won a treasure cup.
Yep.
I won another treasure cup, perhaps, in Flyest Raven's case. And we are going to go to the game table here with these 2 fantastic players. I'm so excited, and here we go.
Let's go into it. So, first going is...
Yep, so we have Flyest Raven who won dice. He will be going first, and both players did mulligan their hands.
Yeah. So definitely got going first curve is very strong on Rosie because you get the, you know, the 4-drop, you get the 6-drop on curve. So you have to curve out really cleanly. You also deny the going first curve from the Enel as well. So that's also nice.
Yep.
But yeah, we'll see how that actually pans out because, yeah, it's tough with Dawn manipulation.
Exactly, yep. And we see the Rosie Searcher coming out, taking the Rosie Law, just that engine that Flyest Raven wants, and over to Meek, playing very quickly. He cheats it. He quickly plays out an Ohm, draws a card, passes it back, and now we're back on Flyest Raven's turn. He plays out Marineford. That'll allow him to search for a Navy. He grabs a Borsellino. Always want to see those, just allowing him to heal when the time comes. Thinking about the order here, and then going to put it back, and we'll see, does he want to use his leader effect on this turn? Just passing.
Yeah, because unfortunately, if you do use leader ability and you drop the forecast lot, you won't actually get to ramp the Dawn
That's
sideways.
right.
Yeah, so it's actually denied that curve.
Yep. And dropping another Ohm, drawing a card, dropping a Shura, drawing a card. Both players playing very rapidly here in this early game, and returning Avari just to draw, just cycling here, trying to find a piece. We see Enel leader effect coming through, and gains an active, 4 arrested. Where is he going to allocate his Dawn here? Onto the Shura, and maybe a 6/6.
Yeah. I mean, this is an interesting start because Flyest Raven chose to starve this matchup too, so not swinging on the first turn. So, you know, I haven't seen this matchup enough to know what the line looks like and why you would starve, but I guess we'll see how Flyest Raven decides to take the control route.
Yeah, this is really interesting. And I mean, he attaches the Dawn to Shura, and then he returns one of the Dawns for Lightning Dragon, and then he plays putting not swinging. This is wild.
Yeah, also not swinging. So like, is there something we don't know? Like, the both are taking such a strange line here of not swinging.
Did they both agree beforehand? Like, I'm just not going to swing at you, man. Yeah. We're just going to go to time, and we're just going to see who has more cards in deck. And it looks like there is the Rosie Law, so leader effect, making that only a 4 cost. That will allow him to draw a card, ramp it down. He plays another Marineford, looking top 5, searching for a Navy card. A lot happening here. He will take I Love You event, that's plus 2,000, and will allow him to also grab a 2k Law counter from the trash. And again, just thinking about the order, because of course, as Rosie, you might actually get to the bottom of the deck, as we saw earlier, so the order does matter, and you have to kind of keep that in your mind, and just passing it back.
Yep. I wonder, what is the line here? I was trying to think, is there some weird line where, like, you just try to outlast the Enel where the Enel just decks out? Like, is that a line? Is that what's happening here? Where, like, you can just try to just survive and just try to deck them out?
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's something along the lines of just, like, if they don't see the secret Enel, maybe you wait and see. You also deny them the ability to kind of pick up all the pieces that they need, because, of course, if they want to remove something or even lower something, they have to give a Gamma Knife, right? And as long as you're at full life, you're happy to just use your leader effect to protect your board. And as long as everything's kind of standing, it's very awkward for Enel to actually do anything to interact with your board at all.
Yeah, and I also wonder, like, you know, as long as you're not at 2 life, you know, Borse is not active. I Love You is not active. So is it just like you deny those things being active?
Yep, and so that was a Gamma Mama coming through. Now an Ohm swing into the Rosie Law. Does clear it.
Yeah, I guess I kind of see it.
Yeah.
If you clear the 4 Rosie Laws,
Yeah.
there's none left. If you clear the 4 Enels, there's none left. Like, it's kind of this weird situation where I guess whoever takes out the value of the other deck.
Yeah, and we see 4 Dawn attached to Shura again. Is he gonna swing this time, or is he is he just gonna stay standing,
surely.
play another pudding?
No, still no.
Still no. Looking for an event. Looks like Mama is the choice target here. That'll just allow him again to rest another Rosie Law should he want
I feel like
to.
both these players have read some kind of guide. Like I feel like these are these are things that you find out in a
they
guide.
might be writing the Metafy guide after this tournament. This is awesome. Love to see this approach to the matchup. Both players coming in with a game plan that they want to execute. And we're just seeing now, does he want to swing? Does he just want to cycle here? And he just passes.
Yep. Okay.
All right. So both sticking to the Starve strategy. And now we see Flyest Raven. Looks like he's angling to swing something. Maybe just clearing the Ohm. As, of course, you don't want to leave those Ohms on the board. They can minus 1,000. They're very, very pesky. But maybe choosing to allocate some Dawn first. Just planning up the turn. Could play a illustration box blocker law. Could play another Rosie Law if he has it. Looks like he also has Mama Rogan in hand. A lot of different options here. I wonder what his game plan is to get from this state to the end of the game. Yeah, just thinking. It's always interesting when you see both players sort of coming in, playing very rapidly, very quickly, and then just all of a sudden just slowing right down because they have to think the line isn't quite that clear.
Yeah, this is so weird with what is I'm so excited to talk to these players afterwards. I'm like, what is the tech here? What is like the line that you take to get there? And yeah, this is not going to ramp, I think. Yeah, but then he's going to minus afterwards, play another one.
That will ramp
because you are at 6 now. And I think also being at 6 is kind of important here because you want these Mamaragans to actually get you a draw, right?
Yeah. So playing that very low Dawn count game here. Of course, part of Enel, the reason we traditionally think that Enel counters Rosie is that Enel has a low Dawn count, which can interfere with some of Rosie's shenanigans. But if you just stay at low Dawn, that's not going to be so much of an issue. And now do we see, does Meek have the 6-drop Enel?
Yeah.
I guess that's the question, right? I mean, at 5 life, surely if you had it, you play it. But it looks like he's just going to keep digging, playing out another Frankie, returning 2 Dawn, pitching an Elthor that will allow him to draw 2. He still has 2 Dawn, but if you don't want to swing, what's this Dawn going to be used for?
Yeah,
You've
also,
got a full board.
You can deck out. Like, is that actually the line, though? Like, it's like... I think about this. I think about the opportunity of milling my opponent out almost every game.
Lot, yeah.
It's like, is that possible? And like, even if it's not the right move, I'm like, I want to play for that line.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And we see minus 1,000 coming through on the illustration law.
Hey, that deck's getting thin.
Yeah.
That deck's getting thin.
Mama Rocket will rest him.
And
now
draw you a card.
Target. Yep, that's true.
I'm going to need the judge to do a deck check right now for how many cards left in deck. I need to know this information crucially because I think it's pertinent.
All right, and so we're probably going to want to swing into this law just to clear it. We still have the 2 Dawn here. This is a really intense game.
No swings to life somehow. It's just like 2 boards staring at each other. Flyest Raven also doesn't have a play right now. I think there's not like I think he kind of needs to cycle to start seeing stuff, but he does have the stage active, so it's nice. And 7, not to life.
Nope, 7 at 5.
But technically, it could be to life.
Yeah, now it is to life.
It.
Yeah. And it's just so funny because typically when I'm playing into Rosie, I want to take their life so that they can't do that and protect their board. But me coming in with the complete opposite, saying, no, I'm not going to swing at your life. I'm only going to swing at your board, and then you're going to have to take your life to save your board. Very interesting. And of course, in this situation, Meek does know that Flyest Raven probably does not have the Rosie Law because he didn't play it last turn. So you kind of don't want him to see too many cards, right? You kind of want to keep this awkward game state. Key 10 coming through, minusing somewhere, minus 2,000.
2 key 10, so...
Could swing Frankie.
Yep, leader ability 4 onto...
Probably a weenie first.
Yeah,
6 into 4.
Just keep your board high value, like try to keep the high value units.
Yeah. Yep, and there it is. Going to be 6 into 4. Of course, Flyest Raven can no longer protect that with his leader effect.
Yeah. He could block in 1k.
Yep.
The Mamaragan is free, but no.
And just letting it go. Just like Flyest Raven is just playing for pure value here. He's not giving any cards. He's not giving anything up. When Meek lowers and swings into it, he's like, "Yep, you got it. Yeah, yeah, it's dead."
And just replacing it with an Ohm.
Yep. And now that was an intense turn. Now we're going back to Flyest Raven. His hand looks like a lot of events.
Yep, going to 9 Dawn, so he has more Dawn right now.
Yep, he does. Is that 4 Mamaragans I see in his hand? That's unbelievable.
Oh, there's the first Sokka to come down.
I guess we will see the Sokka Mama.
Yeah.
Both players relying on Mamaragan here to rest opponents' characters after they've been minused in some way. And here comes the Mamaragan that will allow the Frankie to be rested. Frankie is currently at 0 power. So he's just one Rosie swing away from death.
Yeah, and I wonder if does he swing leader into it just because he doesn't even want to turn the Rosie sideways because he's just saying, nah,
yeah,
just we're going to play this really long drawn out value game.
Yeah. And another Mama coming down.
Ooh.
Oh, go cake. We're going to clear the board.
He can clear both, yeah.
Yeah. So he does turn
2 into negative 1.
Sideways. Yep. And -1, right.
Yep.
And we still have our leader swing. We still have the illustration box law there, the 4/6 that can swing.
Yeah. Is it just 7 into it? Oh, this is being turned sideways. I guess because for one of these you can just pick up life if they do swing into it.
Yeah.
So it's just 7 into there and it's gone.
Just cleaning up the board here. What is this game? This is unbelievable. Like we're just seeing this back and forth of just both players really targeting each other's boards, and it's just this. Yeah, they're playing this game of who's going to run out of the resources first.
And even with or without hand cams right now, I would still not know what is the plan here. Someone in chat, if you have figured out, if you've read the guides on this to figure out why this is happening, I would really like to figure it out. Someone can explain it to me.
We're learning in real time about this matchup. So cool. Okay, and now we see Meek. He has, of course, 6 Dawn to play with. Does he have an Enel? And he's going to play the Reiju. So here comes a Reiju with a Gamma. Going to Gamma likely on the Sakazuki, but wasn't entirely clear there. They're going to indicate for us. Thank you. So 5,000 on Sokka. How are we going to deal with it? Is he also going to Mama? Is it Gamma Mama from Sokka Mama? Like
no swinging life, only clear board. This is a Lucci match.
And there is the Mamaragan comes down. So Gamma Knife giving -5,000, putting the Sakazuki in range of Mamaragan. Mamaragan resting it, and now he can just swing leader into it. And of course, Flyest Raven just lets it go. He does not want to counter for his board. He wants to play the long game, and now Pudding clears the Rosie. And it's just back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, I wonder. There's no way, no. If we're talking to, I wonder if the line is, one of you is going to miss a removal turn. One of you is going to miss a turn when you can't clear the thing that you actually have to clear. And it is, as long as you deny extra draws, one of you eventually runs out of the tools to clear before the other person does, and gets a definitive advantage from that.
Yeah.
And maybe that could be the reason why.
Yeah.
And genuinely, Eno will run out of cards in deck. Like, because you exhaust so many, pitching them, countering with them, you actually will lose the combo pieces required sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but so we did see a Lightning Dragon come down just to freeze that law, so it is frozen there. And right away, no hesitation.
Sokka Mama.
Sokka Mama, there it is.
Yeah.
And I mean, when we looked at Flyest Raven's hand, he did have all of those Mamaragans in hand, and I was like, oh man, that's a lot. Does he want that? Yes, he does.
Yep, he does.
Yes, he does. That's the game he's playing. Clears the Reiju, plays another Marineford stage, grabs
another one,
another Sokka.
Another one. Does this deck run Senior Pink? Because I feel like you could. It'd be nice to start playing some of them right now.
Yeah, at a certain point, the man himself, the greatest Senior Pink, could come down.
Yeah.
And there's 60 minutes on the clock. I have a feeling we might be going into overtime in
Yeah,
this game,
yeah.
even though there's still so much time and both players are playing so fast. The game state is just back and forth, but it's not really advancing in the traditional sense where one person's, taking life or feeling threatened.
Yeah.
It's just like you're saying, a removal game.
Meek checking his trash probably for how many mamas have been used and saying like, nope, I think I can play it now because I think you are out of mamas to deal with this one. I think I've lasted through.
Yeah, that's kind of the question in my mind here is was Meek holding on to the secret Enel until there's maybe a few more, until he sees a few Sakamamas get used? Or is it just he didn't draw it, and now he's finally drawn it, and now he's going to play it? And we do see Shura, yep, coming off of that. And still have leader effect.
Yep.
Is he just going to attach 4 Dawn to Pudding again and then not swing?
Yeah. Like, do you go for it now just because now you do have it set up, so that way, like, when you do, eventually if it gets cleared, at least you're now applying pressure on the same turn.
And
but no,
pass.
it's actually still pass. All right.
Yeah, just saying, I hope you don't have another Mama Rogan, but as we know, Flash Raven does. Here comes the Sokka. There comes the Mama right away, tapping the Enel.
So it's a 4K body right now, so a 6K into it will demand 2 cards.
What's with these purple decks and all this removal? Like, they're not black.
Yeah.
What's going on? This feels like a Lucci matchup, like you were saying, back in the day, or like a Sakazuki, like the original Sakazuki. Look at all this removal.
5 and 4, and it's gone. It's out of here.
Yeah.
But I think, is that 3 Mamas used now, or 4? Is that the last one?
Oh. I think that's the 3rd one used.
Yeah.
I think there's still one more.
8 lead, and now the attack's coming through.
Yeah. Wow. And that's always the kind of key moment you're waiting for. What's that point when the starving player decides, okay, now it's time to start putting down the pressure.
Oh.
I've established enough of a board now where I feel like there's just nothing you can do to deal with my board. I'm not afraid to turn it sideways anymore, because as we know, Enel can do turns where they lower multiple things, they kill multiple things, they freeze them. But at a certain point, you cross the Rubicon. There's no going back, and Enel can no longer deal with it anymore.
Yeah, especially when you pick up life to save your Rosie laws or your laws, where these Sakas are forfeit if the reduction happens. But then, you can have the option of saving some of these things if they're standing and they're not at risk of, being Mamaragan and swung into.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Flash Raven's choosing this moment to start turning things sideways, and let's see, how does Meek respond? I don't know if playing another secret Enel here feels great, so he is going to opt for the pink that will allow him to take back a Gamma Knife and then likely destroy one of these Sakazukis with either lightning from on high with an Althor or with just a swing. And looks like he's going into the rested Sakazuki here, minus 5,000 power.
So it's at 3K right now, so it's pretty easy to clear. It can't be saved with the Rosie ability because it's not a Trafalgar Law. So we'll see how he clears it. He can just go 2 into, minus it again, so 2 into 2. Yeah, so that's out of there.
Yeah, and I love how Flash Raven just never defending his, he's just gone. Nope. Not going to get baited. He knows it's going to die. And so Meek does have the senior pink. We see Flash Raven asking to see trash. Of course, Flash Raven is a fantastic NL player himself, so he knows he knows what all the cards do. He knows the counts and the ratios. He knows what to look for here.
Good habits is just whenever you're idling, not doing anything, you should be checking trash and just keeping track of things. Always, first question I ask is, cards in hand, can't see your trash.
Yeah.
Those 2 things.
Yeah. Just, you want to maximize the amount of information you have before you make a decision. Story comes through, just looking at the top 2 here. That goes to the bottom. It looked like there was a Reiju and something else there. Yeah. That deck is looking quite thin.
Oh, yeah. I was about to ask, I want to know how many cards left in the deck because, I believe in this WinCon. I believe in the win. I
appreciate me kind of fanning it out for us.
I think it's about 11 or 12 cards, maybe.
Yeah. That is a potential WinCon here.
Yeah. Yeah, we see some chuckles about this, but, I've thought about this before too. I mean, if you got some Borsus in hand and some I love yous, it's pretty hard to die too. So you can just keep outlasting.
Yeah, this is so interesting. That's sort of it's like you're going to see your whole deck anyway, right? So you first kind of pick out all the removal, and then you just hope to sustain.
And 6 game. Goes into the law, and no, he picks up life.
There's a lightning dragon freezing the law. Oh my goodness. And is that the turn? Are we passing it back here? Looking at the deck again. Just keeping track. Every time he plays a lightning dragon, every time he plays an event, he can draw a card. Okay, and now it's back to Flyest Raven here. He's got a Sakazuki on the board. He's got a Rosie Law there off to the side. Just kind of chilling.
I see 2 Altarts in his hand. I can't tell what they are. I think are they Sakas? I think they might be. One's a Rosie Law, maybe.
Right.
We'll find out when he flashes
here
again.
Comes Kobe. Just going to do a search here. Looks like he wants to take another Rosie Law. All right. So he will have, again, just that powerful engine card that can block, can draw him a card.
Yeah.
Keep his Dawn high.
Someone was mentioning how you can also, if you have all these I love yous, you can actually just keep playing the 8-cost healing law over and over. You can play it up to 4 times. And, like for a game that is that grindy, you could do it. And if your plan is to deck them out, that doesn't actually sound that bad.
Unreal. This is such a banger we have in the finals of the Treasure Cup. And just thinking about swinging this Rosy Law as well. Do I put more pressure down is sort of what Flyest Raven's thinking here. Do I risk it getting cleared somehow? Can he even clear it? Do I even care? And that 8 does get taken. Gonna start the Borsalino chain. There's the first one coming down, healing him back to 3 life. Looks like that was Marineford going through. Draw one, trash one.
And trashing the searchers. You don't need searchers at this point. Your whole deck is just value at this point, right?
Yeah. And looks like leader effect to play out another Rosinante Law, and the board is just expanding outwards here for Flyest Raven.
And I was kind of disappointed with that swing because now the mill line is less obvious. You know, winning by lethal.
Come on. Who goes for lethal? Lethal's not in fashion. Just mill your opponent out.
Yeah, and I believe that every draw is mandatory. So those key 10s, the Mamaragans, mandatory draws.
Yes.
So you've only got so many plays left before you deck out.
Well, and that's the thing. And as we've often discussed in this matchup, you can actually map out what Meek has because his trash is so full. And of course, Flyest Raven is so familiar with Edel. He can start to map out exactly what's left in Meek's hand and what's left in his deck and get a read on how many bricks are left, because of course there's still senior pinks, there's some secret Enels still left in there.
We see immediate bot deck on the scry of the Satori. I think it was an Enel and something else, but they both got bot decked immediately.
But what do you even want here?
Yeah, I don't know. I was like, I wonder if you just need senior pink because like all the copies of the cards you want are gone, that you need to actually just bring them back with senior pink.
Yeah.
Because you're just out of Mamaragans.
Yeah, I think I'm having a hard time just seeing the path forward here for Meek. Unfortunately, the whole point of starving is to prevent Flyest Raven from doing exactly what he did, which is seeing all of his Mamaragans and Sakazukis. And now there's still 3 life here, a blocker, Borsa. Oh, I don't know how you get there as Enel.
So that's a 2k power Sakazuki now. So, yep, that should be able to clear it. Yep. Flyest Raven not going to even try guard. Just, nope, it's a value game.
Yep.
Every card matters.
Unbelievable here. And so we do see, looks like that leader effect coming through. Attaching to Pudding. Is Pudding finally going to swing? Yes! She's, but it's that board. It gets blocked. Another 6. Going to take a life.
Whew. As long as he stays at that 2 life total, everything is active, right? The I love you is active. The
And I guess we're going to see that I love you. Yep.
Is there a law in trash right now? Yeah. Rosy law technical counts.
Yep, so he just adds the Rosy Law back to hand. It's kind of just an endless cycle, isn't it? You clear a Rosy Law, I take back a Rosy Law.
Yep.
I play a Rosy Law, you clear it. When does it end?
I guess technically with I love yous, you just always have more value, potentially.
Yeah.
And it's clearing board. The mill strategy for winning this game is still alive. I'm hoping for that.
And another Borso gets found here. That will allow Flyest Raven to just kind of reset back to where he was. He can overplay the Kobe, should he choose. And just thinking about whether he wants to swing with that illustration law. Still has so much Dawn to play with. Can kind of go in any direction. And just going to put down some pressure. Here's a 7k swing. Going to Meek, demanding 2 cards from hand. Meek does answer. Gives the Elf Thor and Ashura. Another 7 coming through with the Borsa. You know when you're swinging your Borsas that you're feeling comfortable and confident, let's say.
You're feeling extra safe. And, that Mamaragan's going to be a draw, though. That's another draw. You're just one card closer to death.
All right, and looks like another swing coming through. 9 goes to lead. That will just be snap taken in a second here. Don't even have to think about it. Leader effect plays out that Rosy Law that we picked up from trash and passing the turn.
Yeah.
And that is a full board and a full hand for Flyest Raven. Unbelievable.
These are the moments where I kind of wish that I could block with the Borsa just to let it go, just to clean up the board a little.
Yeah.
This happens a lot with Rosie, where you just are on the 5 units.
Yeah, but we see the players sort of laughing here. A bit of a ridiculous game state for Meek. He's just got 2 weenies and a Reiju facing down a wall of laws. Well, Rosinante's in laws. And so what do you even play here? What's left in your deck? Just going to play another Senior Pink, return a Dawn. That will allow him to take back an event. Then he can restand a Dawn. He's going to take Lightning Dragon just to hold on.
Yeah.
Just to survive.
He is now the risk of like losing. It is now possible. There's enough swings on board.
Yeah.
And 7.
Yeah, just gets blocked. Lightning Dragon. Where does he want to go with it? Does it matter?
Probably the law, I think.
Yeah,
no, but it's the
Borsa. And just kind of hovering, probably a cycle here, but maybe thinking, do I even find with my cycle? Do I just deck out? Do I have counter left? And it's putting
7
finally gonna go.
I think that's him just saying, get me out of here. 7 to lead.
Yeah.
Last Raven takes.
Yeah, that does get taken. And that was a Borsa in life too.
7
just adding
7 to
insult
lead.
to injury.
Nah, he's like, do I have a law in here to take?
Good to always check first.
2K law.
And then gonna play the event. Take it back. This control.
And Lightning Dragon again on the other one.
Yeah.
3 cards left. No, there's still 3, 4, 5, 6 cards left in deck. Last Raven can opt to play for that line if he wants to. He can choose to extend the game.
Maybe we'll see. We can send a memo over to the player table. Please try and win by deck out. A request from your friendly casters.
Yeah. Please do it. They hear the intercom overhead. It's like, please win by deck out.
All right. And so looks like the board is being reset here. That was an 8K swing that just got countered out. Another 8K swing comes through, and Flyest Raven,
thinking,
he's attaching all of his Dawn, and it's 18 to lead.
Yeah,
and that is the game.
Oh, 5 more cards. 5 or 6 more cards. Oh, that's a good game, though. That was... I had no idea I was watching the whole time.
Wow, and another big win here for Flyest Raven. Just he just keeps adding more notches to his belt.
Yep.
Just fantastic play, showing this real control style of the Rosie Law, just removing Meek's board turn after turn after turn, cycling through his deck, finding what he needs. He just out-Enel'd Enel.
Yeah. Just is purple the new Lucci? Is purple the new Lucci deck? But no, amazing showing for both players. I think both players were also very knowledgeable of how to map out those turns and what to do in that matchup, because even then there were many moments where I saw Flyest Raven was low in hand size, or there were moments that he was being checked, board was exchanging back and forth repeatedly. So no, really, I did not think that that's how that matchup would go. Definitely one of the really peculiar matchups.
Yeah, both players with the Starve strategy was not exactly what I expected to see, but I'm glad we got to see it. I mean, that's pure entertainment. That was just so back and forth.
No, I hope you guys like that too. But with that, that is our TC finals. But guys, thank you guys so much for joining us for the day for both the full day of regionals and also this TC finals and stuff like that. I'd like to, extend a huge thank you to everyone who's here, both all the players, Unsung Events, Carta Magica, all the judges who are here helping out, making sure this event's actually fire, making sure everyone's, getting to their rounds and all this stuff is being resolved. But yeah, thank you everyone who's involved, basically. Thank you to our crew members. Thank you for Lex, Victor, Kobe. Thank you to Patrick, Alto, and also for Maya and everyone else who's helping out behind the scenes and makes this all possible. And thank you to you, our viewers, who makes it all worthwhile and makes it so much fun to do this. But yeah, we love doing this, and we love doing this for you guys so much. So go ahead and go share. Thanks to some of those people. Let them know they're doing a good job. Let them know doing what they can do better. All that good stuff. But genuinely, thank you. And like I said before, if you love this stuff, let people know, because it's how it keeps happening. But yeah, that's about it from my side. Patrick, anything left to say to
Well, I mean, if we're saying thank yous, I think we have to say thank you, Vandal, for putting on this show. It's kind of funny. This stream kind of developed the same way as the One Piece did. We all had a dream. You said, I dream, I want to put on the best stream. Kobe, our producer, said, I want to be the best producer. I said, I want to be the best caster. And we kind of were like, okay, let's do it.
Yeah.
So thank you for putting all of this together, for organizing all of it. It's been so much fun.
Thank you so much. It's honestly just so much fun. From humble beginnings in Montreal, from a hotel room passing some games to this. So honestly, so much fun. But thank you guys so much for joining us. We love having you, and have a wonderful evening. And to all those who are playing playing in all these events and have won today. Have a great and safe time celebrating here in beautiful Toronto. And for all those who are not here for regional, we hope to see you very soon at whatever future events may be here, and we'd love to have you on stream. But yeah, you guys all take care and have a wonderful evening, and go watch the VOD. Do that too. But yeah, take care, guys.